Just see that stream alert ding-a-ling, Hasanabi is live. Come on, it's lovely weather for some Twitter memes together, let's vibe. Online the discourse trending in chat is spamming Alu. Come on, it's perfect weather for a stream raid together with you. Skibbity gat, skibbity gat, skibbity gat, let's go. It's Ohio. Hit the gritty on our Sigma grind, you know. Phantom tax, big yikes. I show speed and Kai. Are rizzing on God, check the VOD, Libby Dunn and Baby Gronk. Our screens are nice and glowing and comfy, cozy are we. We're snuggled up together, even if only digitally. Yes, my boss makes $1 and I'm only making a dime. Come on, let's chat together with Hasan on company time. There's a streamer collab playing Lethal Company, and Hasan will get bonked on the head by Valkyrie. We'll be sharing the jokes we love to type without a single stop in chat arena while we watch the emotes drop. Drop, drop, drop. There's a happy feeling nothing in the world can make, like a debate for the top of the hour ad break. It'll trigger 'em like a bad faith take or just a straight up lie. These wonderful streams are the things we'll remember all through our lives. These wonderful streams are the things we'll remember all through our lives. Just see that stream alert ding-a-ling, Hasanabi is live. Come on, it's lovely weather for some Twitter memes together, let's vibe. Online the discourse trending in chat is spamming Alu. Come on, it's perfect weather for a stream right together with you.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm wide awake. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. Live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fucking Tuesday, lads. And we're fucking wide awake, lads. It's Tuesday, and we're fucking wide awake, lads. We're wide fucking awake. We're live and we're alive. Thinking about death.
Oh my god.
And for the first time ever, for the first time in a long time, I was like, damn. Anyway, I'm going to fucking skip that. But spicy UK news for Tuesday could be the end for Rishi Sunak. That's right. MP set to deliver verdict on Sunak's Rwanda policy. And it's a fucking Tuesday, lads. And we're live and we're alive. That's right. It's 11:13. It's 11:13, 12/12, 2023. And it's a fucking Tuesday. And let me tell you right now, it's going to be a beautiful Tuesday, lads. It's going to be a wonderful Tuesday. It's going to be a beautiful Tuesday. It's going to be a crazy Tuesday. It's 11:14 a.m. We're live. And we're fucking alive. It's the part of the broadcast where I'll tell you a little bit about my personal news. Well, what's going on in my life? What's going on in the life of Hasan Hasanabi Piker? This hair beard style makes you look identical to Steven Crowder? Oh no. That sounds awful. I need to make changes immediately. Happy to share many laughs with you, legend, says Nandre. Thank you, Nandre. Oh no, what a nightmare. I think it's because I'm wearing blue and he wears blue all the time. That's why. Like, he always wears blue. And he grew his beard out. Yes, Zenodo, I didn't watch no Pixel 4.0 trailer on Saturday, and you have reminded me non-stop. I know. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news and about what's going on in my life. And let me tell you, I watched a movie last night with my mom. We watched that latest Julia Roberts joint, which apparently Obama played a role in, called Leave the World Behind, folks. I'll talk about that in a second. E3 is officially dead. I know. It was dead already, but it's totally dead now. I think it's been dying. Pre-COVID, it was dying. You know? But yeah. It's been dying pre-COVID, and it's certainly dead now post-COVID, you know? Anyway, we're going to be talking about a lot of different things today. The day before was removed from Steam already. Lasted longer than I thought. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was about. I downloaded it and I killed it. That's how little... Dude, the world doesn't want me gaming. Let's be real. I downloaded it thinking, oh man, maybe I'll play it. And then I couldn't even... I fired it up one time and then it killed it. Anyway, regardless... I watched a movie last night, which I will give you a recap on and my thoughts on in a second. I'll do it after I blast off. But Parasocialist update. Went to bed, woke up, got some leg pain, still muscle soreness. Muscle soreness in my body. What's it like having blood on your hands? What do you mean? What did I do? Oh, because I killed the game? I don't know. Don't feel bad at all. I got some muscle soreness a little bit all over. It's all good. It's normal. Will was texting me and was like, bro, I'm fucking dying. Like the right side of my body is like physically not working. But it's all good. A little bit of muscle soreness is not going to hurt anybody, right? Can you remove that Zionist poster behind you? Is making us sick. Which one? Obama, the Queen, or Bernard Sanders? Because there's plenty of Zionists behind me. Did I work out today? No, I did run. I'll tell you what, personal news wise, in the morning, I ran a little bit with the little lady, doing a little bit of off-leash training, and did a structured walk and a run. Got a little bit of cardio in there, and it was great. She was fantastic. Oh my gosh, she knows I'm talking about her. Immediately comes over. She's like, oh, you're talking about me? What's up? What's up? Yeah. Yeah, little lady got a good walk in, and she had a big ass poop outside. So big success. However, had a big bad moment as well. The good and the bad, you know. Big walk, running, got some energy out, you know. Great stuff overall. Big bad moment. What happened? She tried to chase after a squirrel. Immediately stopped as soon as I yelled. But that did happen, which wasn't good. It's not a good thing. That's a very bad thing. We don't like that. Because, like, what if a squirrel runs into the street? And, you know, she's going to chase her into the street, and then she's going to die when a car hits her. We don't want that. Anyway. Kai, the type of bitch to float when she smells pie? Oh, yeah. What was your distance, or were we just going for a set time? Oh, nothing like crazy. I just walk. I walk with her, and then in between the walking, I will like run. I'll walk with her, and then I'll just like run a little bit. Oh my God, everyone is saying I'm dressed like Steven Crowder today. I hate this. I think it's the beard and the hair. Is that what it is? Here, let me fucking... Let me flip my hair in the other direction first. Hopefully that'll make me look less like Steven Crowder. Okay. Let's start off there. Did it fix it? Bill Crowder, I'm taking this off. Steven Crowder would never wear a shirt that says Alhamdulillah on it. So there you go. But yeah, overall pretty good stuff. And you know, that's it. Dealing with some money moves, business moves, that kind of shit. Not much going on in my life, in my personal news, really. I've begun to realize that ever since October 7th, my personal news is nothing. It's just, I don't do anything. You're traveling soon? You got good laptop recommendations? Yeah, I got a fucking insane slammer. I'll be talking about Jenk's stupid tweet as well. I got an insane slammer of a laptop. I refuse to get like a Alienware one unless they fucking pay me. But if they don't pay me, I'm not getting one. I hate these fucking bloatware ass, like silly ass, dumbass gaming laptops. I got a Lenovo one that has a 4090 in it. I don't even know how they stuck a 4090 inside of a laptop, but it's like $3,000. It's a fake 4090. Alienware weigh like 30 pounds and still have no cooling. Yeah, I got that Lenovo Legion shit. It's compromised 4090 desktop realistically. I'm usually a PC person, but the new Apple M3 Max laptop is fast and can game. I know someone was like trying to tell me get a MacBook for streaming, and it was cross. And I wanted to be like, dog, aren't you a fucking streamer? You literally know that it's impossible. Like, I already have a MacBook. It's impossible to stream on a Mac. That's just so ass. Especially because like the operating software is just like purposely shielded, purposely limited. I don't really care about the specs. I linked you this 4090 i9 laptop. Yeah, the Razer Blade I heard is actually pretty good, but I did not get the Laser Blade. Instead the Razer Blade 18 gaming laptop. I mean, this is an insane one. This is like base boosted shit. 2 terabytes SSD. Like, look at this shit. Razer Blade 18 gaming laptop. It's got a Intel 24 core i9 13950HX. I don't even know what that is. I just know i9. It's got a RTX 4090 in it, 32 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte SSD. How is that a laptop? I don't understand how they fucking turned this into a goddamn laptop. I don't know how. It's just like, it's gotta destroy your nutsack, I assume. If you turn this on your lap, like as you are supposed to with a laptop, right? Which nobody really does anymore. But if you were to put that on your chest to watch a little bit of porno, your chest will melt. Like the laptop will melt into your chest, I assume. You're roasting those bad boys. That's a win-win. You got perma vasectomy. My Boo Raza. Have you caught up on JJK? I have. This is the equivalent of a decked out Ford Raptor. I don't even know how the fuck this thing like is allowed. I don't know how it like fits everything in there. It also looks so goddamn thin. Okay, maybe I should have gotten this one. This one is a real. This one's an even more. I think the one I got is basically this, but Lenovo. I'm pretty sure, and it was $3,000 instead of 4. So I don't know what's happening here. Because like I got 2 terabyte SSD in mine, and a Core i9, so an Intel i9. So I don't know. I don't know how the fuck it's so thin. How? My Razer fucking blew up like a balloon. Screen is 1440p and 240 hertz. Lenovo Legion Pro is a super solid choice. Yeah, I looked at a lot of the specs and I was like, this one looks pretty good. I did not realize there was an even larger, more slammed out version. I do, however, feel like, bro, you got a brand with the worst rep when it comes to bloatware. Wait, really? Lenovo Superfish? Lenovo has bloatware in it? Really? Superfish bloatware scandal reveals a sneaky tactic we thought Microsoft has started. Dog, this is from 2017. You sent me a PC World article from 2017. Like, countries have been established. Dude, national boundaries have changed since 2017. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, what are we talking about? This article, you might as well send me an article from 1993. You know what I mean? Like, no, as far as I understand, in modern day, Lenovo's are not as stacked to the fucking gills as like Alienware and all these other like brand name gamer laptops are, with a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit. That's why I went with it instead of the other ones. Anyway, today we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. We got thank you for the playlist at the Macy's. We got the Texas Supreme Court decision on abortion. Ukraine Zelensky's out here asking for some money again. Big Dog wants some more. He said, come on, dog. Are you really with the shits or not? Don't buy Alienware. Yeah, no, I had an Alienware laptop. It was kind of ass. So should have gone with Asus, AMD over Intel. Fuck no. I have an Asus. I have an absolute slammer of an Asus PC that Linus Tech Tips made for me. Okay. And no, I do not prefer AMD. I do not prefer AMD over Intel. I don't know how it is on laptops, but I definitely do not prefer it on my desktop. Zelensky begs for money more than a Twitch streamer? Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. For freaking sure. All right, we're going to talk about all that. Brothers just losing sponsorships at this point. Am I allowed to talk about politics in chat? Fuck no. Don't you start talking about politics in this stream. We never do politics. No politics, only gaming. I'm a gaming streamer. More bullets, bigger weapon. You see the controversy with Morgue Pie? I have not. What happened? She got banned, I think, right? They're coming after all of our bodacious women. I find it really fucked up. Your issue with AMD was the GPU, not the CPU. AMD CPU over Intel these days. AMD CPU and NVIDIA GPU combo is fire. Ukraine in a pandemic while we in a bandemic. 100. Hey, did you watch this? Castro's DG chair exploded when he used it for the first time. I'll take a look at it in a second. I have the link. All right, let's talk about the Netflix show that I watched. Let me blast off real quick, and then I'll do that, and I'll get into it. Okay. Aren't we boycotting Intel at the moment? Are we? What do you want me to do? Fucking rip it out of my PC? Like what? Is that, are we? I don't know if that's a thing that we're doing. I think you're thinking of Hewlett Packard, which, let's be real, easiest boycott of my life, okay? Yeah, HP is the part of the BDS. I don't think Intel is. But let me tell you, HP, so easy to avoid for me, okay? I mean, dude, Easiest boycott. It's like asking me to boycott the NFL. Okay. Yeah, I'm there. I'm there every day. I started off before you. Okay. I started off boycotting before you. Anyway. So, what was your first ever laptop or computer? My first ever computer was a Pentium i3. I don't know, maybe i4. I can't remember. It was like 1990 something. I had a Windows 98, which I loved, and then Millennium Edition, which I hated, and then XP, which was fine. I think it was a Pentium 4, not i4, sorry, Pentium 4. Majority Report raid. Oh my God. Thank you for the raid, Majority Report. Okay. What the fuck was I going to say? I was going to blast off and I forgot. Okay. I was going to blast off and I forgot. Leave the world behind review. Okay. Leave the world behind review. Texas abortion decision. We're going to talk about the Netflix movie. Yeah. I was going to talk about the Netflix movie. Don't you worry about it. I'm going to talk about it right now. Please look at this Italian QB's agent. You're going to fucking love it. Yeah, Cybertruck stuck in the snow. Call in for Murano the detailed announcement of what went wrong. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that right now. I don't give a shit about Cybertruck. It's ass. We all know it. You know it. I know it. Who gives a fuck, right? Yeah, I did finish Pluto. Blast off meme. Okay. Thank you for that one. Blast off meme. Leave the world behind. Review Texas abortion decision. Talking to IDF Dude, conscientious objector is so hard to write. IDF conscientious objectors about Israeli left with Noah Colwyn later and more. Get in now. Okay. Free speech hypocrisy. IDF Telegram channel. Talking to IDF conscious objectives about Israeli left. New merch this week? Yes, my merch is coming out this week. If you happen to read this, what was the meat intestine thing that you loved eating in Turkey? Might try when I go around today. Bro talked about going around to Turkey like it's a fucking trip to the state over. Bro, my man said, might go around to Turkey today and try it out. It's called kokoreç, chatter. Okay? I can't believe you have a day trip planned to motherfucking Turkey. That's sick. Whatever we do, don't remind him to finish Jubilee. I don't think I'm going to finish that Jubilee. I'm going to be honest with you. It's just like, I realize I've spent the last 3 months at this point just repeating myself over and over again, as I feel like I am losing it a little bit every day. Shadow jumping in his PJ for a quick trip to Turkey. Quick trip to Turkey, yeah. Anyway, all right, here. Blast it off. Here is the fucking, here, I'll give you guys the trailer real quick while I go grab my coffees. because I forgot to set that up before I got started. But this is the show. This is Leave the World Behind. I watched it yesterday. Not a fucking ad. It's kind of corny too.
I figured if I made the reservation and packed our bags, it would eliminate most of the reasons to say no.
Oh, this is nice. Kids look so happy.
The Wi-Fi isn't working. Get a pad.
I'm so sorry to bother you, and this is our house.
This is your house.
We were driving back to the city, then something happened.
You want to stay here, but we're staying here.
We need to get them out of here.
I need to think everything's gonna be okay.
Everything is gonna be okay, isn't it?
We are seeing ongoing cyber attacks across the country.
Something is happening, and I don't trust them.
Everything I know, I have told you.
I don't believe you.
I would do anything to protect my family. What you do is your business.
Get in the car right now!
Haven't you been picking up on what's going on out there?
Whatever it is, it's happening to all of us.
I just want to know what is the truth.
Bro, let me tell you. Okay. This was casted like
happening to all of us.
here.
I just want to know.
This movie has
What is
the
the truth?
makings of a perfect 10 out of 10 American Parasite style, maybe even a Get Out style movie. Okay? Made by Sam Ismail, right? Isn't that the dude that did iRobot? It's casted incredibly. You got Ethan Hawke, Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali, like just out of control. What was it? Mr. Robot or iRobot, whatever the fucking. Anyway, not Lemon Found Mr. Robot, not iRobot. I don't know, whichever one. It doesn't matter. Let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you something. Yeah, Mr. Robot. Did I say iRobot? Mr. Robot. I got it right. I thought I said Mr. Robot. Anyway, okay, shut the fuck up. Listen to me. Movie Heads rated a 6 out of 10. I did. That's my rating on it. Let me tell you why. Because it's thrilling. Okay? Every aspect of it, like the pacing is pretty decent. In the beginning, maybe it's a little slow, but it gets into it and it sucks you into it, and you're fucking feeling the intensity. Okay? You're feeling the intensity through and through. I'm going to talk about the good things first. Incredible cast. Cinematography on point. Okay? The utilization of spacing, camera angles to really take normal, otherwise banal, boring sequences and turn them into, especially with the soundtrack, especially with the score, turn them into genuinely scary, genuinely thrilling moments. Fucking awesome. Okay? All of that stuff is great. All of that stuff is great. However, having said that, and an incredible cast too. I mean, come on, you got Julia Roberts, you got Ethan Hawke, you got Mahershala Ali. It's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be. It's got so many moments. It's also like end of time shit. I'm always on it. Kevin Bacon. Okay. It's end of time stuff. It's like tech dystopia. Our hyper reliance on electronic goods is inevitably going to destroy us. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. But then, here's the big but. It fails in places where it's supposed to thrive. All of the good stuff needed to be amplified. Okay? Last sequence, incredibly bad. And I don't mean because, there's like, they leave it off on a cliffhanger style situation. No, that's not it. Okay, this is spoiler free. I'm not even going to give you anything. It's not a spoiler. I don't care about all of that stuff. I don't care about the ending or whatever. I don't care. I do, however, care that they basically took the final chapter in the final chapter in this movie and slammed it. Okay? They just did this. They took like the pacing in the entire movie, which is a long movie. It's like 2 hours. I think it was 2 hours and 30 minutes. And then slammed the last chapter with like the most density you've ever seen. The pacing just falls apart. It's just so fucking bad. And if it's a 2 hour and 30 minute movie, you should do better than that. There's plenty of parts that there's plenty of parts where you could cut from the middle. There's plenty of parts you could cut in the first sequences when you're establishing the setup. Instead of making the last sequence a recap, basically, a wrap-up. It just felt like it was so incredibly rushed. That was one issue that I had. Another issue that I had, and I didn't really watch all of Mr. Robot, so I don't know how like Sam Ismail operates, okay? But the politics of it is like a child's brain. Like, I'm sure liberals will eat this shit up and be like, oh my God, it's so real, it's so true. But like, the overarching theme is good, but the politics baked into it is so elementary. It's so stupid. What you see is what you get. Someone said in the chat, service level. It's exactly right. It's just so idiotic, like a kid wrote it. Like, there's a moment where, let me tell you, I'll give you a little bit of background of what's going on in the movie, first and foremost, okay? Here, let's pull up the Wikipedia so I can not fuck the names up and have everybody make fun of me in that process. So, Leave the World Behind is a 2023 Netflix production, an apocalyptic psychological thriller, okay? Written and directed by Sam Ismail. It's based on the 2020 novel of the same name by Rumaan Alam. I don't know about the novel. I didn't know about this fucking movie at all. It came out of nowhere. And then I saw that like Barack Obama was like, giving notes or something on how the movie was made. So I was like, I have to watch this shit. Because like Bardock No Bummer, if Barack Hussein Obama is involved in it, like I gotta see it. I gotta see what he had to say. I gotta see what he did. And the film has Julia Roberts in it, Mahershala Ali, Ethan Hawke, Kevin Bacon. Okay, it's pretty stacked. It's stacked to the gills, especially for like a millennial. You're gonna be like, oh my God, I know all of these people. These people are incredible actors. And they are attempting to make sense of the gradual breakdown of phones, television, and other regularly used technology, which points to a potential cataclysm, right? Ooh, our over-reliance on tech is going to destroy us. That's like the whole point, which is fine. I mean, it's a good concept. It's a fine concept to tackle. Okay. However, one shining aspect of a movie is the short shot composition, never a boring shot, reverse shot. Yeah, no. The cinematography was out of control. I loved it. It was like probably the best part of the entire thing. The score is great. Cinematography is great. The shots are great. There's a lot of intention and a lot of intensity through and through. It keeps you uncomfortable for the majority of the fucking movie. You're like, you feel it. You feel the intensity, and I think that's a good thing. Okay? I think that's a good thing. That's props for that. And I like the overarching theme of like technology bad because over-reliance will lead to our downfall. All that stuff's fine. However, having said that, the notion that like this family of like elitist libs, okay? They're like college professors and shit. Go on a weekend journey to get away from it all, okay? That's how it starts. It opens up with a sequence where like the kids are like on their phones. One of them's playing Call of Duty on his phone. The other one, not even a Steam Deck, which, you know, obviously big L there. Fucking who plays Call of Duty on their phone? That's ridiculous. The little daughter is like kind of weird, creepy. She loves Friends. She's watching Friends. I don't know why the fuck she's watching Friends, but you know, all this shit. Okay, they're supposed to be away from their computer, but they're, you know, too much on the phone, even while they're supposed to be going on a little vacay time. Okay, little vacay time. Look at us. And then they get to this beautiful house in Long Island. And you know, they're starting their weekend getaway, and then everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. They're at the beach. All of a sudden, an oil tanker is directly coming at them, full speed. Little girl notices it. They're like, what the fuck's going on? They run away. Chaos. Bedlam. Why did this happen? Who knows? Okay? Why did this happen? Who knows? Anyway, let's get back to the house. They get back to the house later that night. Mahershala Ali and his daughter arrive. Julia Roberts, immediately liberal racist, okay? Immediately white woman mode. But, like, definitely they ham it up way too much. Like, a lot of the stuff is not subtle at all. It's, like, very much on the nose. Like, she doesn't just, like, show that she's uncomfortable with this black man. Very well-dressed, very dapper. But, like, she doesn't demonstrate that she's uncomfortable, but, like, immediately is like, oh, yeah? This is not your house. This house is basically too rich for your blood, you know, that type of shit. And it's just like, okay, like you didn't have to. There's better ways of writing like liberal racism, you know what I mean? It's so over the top. Yeah, someone said it's like a Darman movie almost. Like, what the fuck are we doing? But yeah, sources say that Julia Roberts wasn't acting. Anyway, so that stuff is whatever. That stuff is kind of silly. But then the politics of it all. Mahershala Ali is like a you know, hedge fund guy. Okay, he's a hedge fund manager, and he keeps talking about like his job as though he's like a fucking secret agent. Like, it's like, I'm a hedge fund manager and I deal with a lot of high profile clients. And, you know, some of them are in the defense industry. So they tell me a lot of stuff. And one of the things that they told me was really scary. And it's like, really, dude? Like, that's, like, you're just a fucking money guy. What do you mean? They make it seem like he has, like, the insight into what's happening in the world because of some of his clients. Okay? Like, I did not like the politics of it all. I did not like that they were trying to do like a Havana syndrome mention in the end of it too, where like the point is, oh, he noticed patterns, he realized some shit was popping off, and it's a full-scale attack. The satellites are not working. It's a terror attack that is happening by targeting the American infrastructure, the American grid, and our hyper-reliance on technology. And in that process, there, you know, a lot of scary shit's going on. Okay, a lot of scary shit's going on. Animal migration patterns are changing, stuff like that. But overall, like the politics of it were so on the nose, so elementary, so fucking like what you see is what you get, that it blew my mind. Okay? There's one point where Mahershala Ali's character straight up says, I was really scared when he told me, my defense contractor, like client, he's my biggest client, when he told me that this was the scariest weapon he had ever seen. This 3-pronged attack. Prong number 1, you target the electronics. And the second prong of the attack is that once the electronics are tackled, you create mass confusion and chaos. by spreading misinformation. And then the last prong is civil war. And it's like, first of all, you just leap to that. And secondly, that's not even a weapon. What you're describing is like the most cost-effective way of destabilizing a nation. Like, the only thing that didn't happen was if he just like turned around and looked at the camera, panned to the camera, broke the fourth wall, and was like, this only happens in countries where there's already so much civil disorder and civil unrest, race riots and civil war, just like America. Like, you know what I mean? It was just like, it's so stupid. Like, why? What? That's not even a weapon. Spoilers, but isn't it a false flag pinned on Hamas and Cuba? Basically, I think they pin it on Cuba, Koreans, China. All of our enemies are basically getting together to attack us or whatever. They just kind of leave that out. They never tell you. They never really tell you who is responsible for it. Wait until Hotshot finds out that the novel came out during COVID. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. So ultimately, there's a lot of parts that just like they don't really address, like the deer, the animal migration patterns I get, but then the deer, that doesn't make too much sense at all. Like the deer just keep rolling up on people, and that shit was like weird. The noise is supposed to be the Havana syndrome weapon. So overall, like I said, it had the opportunity to be great, I think, right? But then, you know, it wasn't. Like that's it. It had the opportunity to be great, and then it wasn't. Could have been, but it wasn't. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Just like Obama, exactly. It is just like Obama. Had the opportunity to be great, but it wasn't. They tried to do like a Get Out, I guess, like Obama's very own Get Out or Sam Esmail's own Get Out, and then it wasn't. It just fell short. My tweet on it was, watch Leave the World Behind, and honestly, the entire movie leaves much to be desired. Loved the intensity, but the characters were so one note. Like, how do you get some of these incredible actors and then the characters suck dog shit? Like, it's the most what you see is what you get ass characters I've ever seen. They're so incredibly one note. Specifically, Mahershala Ali, like, he made me so angry. The way he reacted to things and the way he communicated with everyone made me so mad. I was like, bro, no human being would ever react this way. Okay? No human being would react this way in this circumstance. Okay? Mahershala Ali behaved in a maddening fashion. The politics of it are all elementary. Final act was rushed. 6 out of 10. That's how I think. Tesla scene was probably one of the only good scenes, one of the only funny scenes, because it also made Elon Musk very mad, where he said Teslas can charge from solar panels even if the world goes fully Mad Max and there's no more gasoline. And it's like, bitch, watch the movie. It has nothing to do with the solar panels. And everything to do with, like, you literally could have just watched the fucking 2-minute sequence and you would have figured out that it has nothing to do with it being an EV and everything to do with full self-driving capabilities. I saw the flyers from the drone written in Arabic, and all I could think of was bad timing, bro. But, of course, as is the case with all shitty movies, especially one that Barack Obama played a role in, this, of course, has created some chaos and commotion amongst the right-wing weirdos, where they now believe that this is actually an end of times test. Barack Obama basically signaling that this is how he's going to end the world.
You know what, you guys, just sit tight, okay?
See anyone?
Yeah, the music, the score actually is very, very disarming. But not disarming, but like it plays along with the intensity really well.
We're all brand new.
What? Oh, well, hey, someone's coming. Yo!
Yeah, the part, it's so stupid when they panned out at the Tesla pileup and you got a better view of the New York City skyline than you get in Brooklyn from rural Long Island, not even close, dog. I mean, yeah, what part of Long Island are they in that they can just like also simultaneously see directly into New York City like that?
Clay! Clay, get in the car!
Oh, wait, should we wait and talk to him?
Get in the fucking car right now!
What are you doing? Should we flag them down? Maybe they know something.
No one in that car!
Mom, I knew that. This car, go!
Yeah, some people said, oh, I hate that it's a Tesla ad. Brother, this is not an ad. Let me tell you something. This is not a fucking ad. Anyway. I mean, they could have just, like, lit the Teslas on fire because, like, honestly, they should have lit the Teslas on fire because, you know, that's what really would have happened. They love blowing up. If anything, it's an ad for just one more fucking lane. Please, dog. Please, one more lane. Elon's tunnel be like. Just imagine how bad the Hyperloop is looking. Yeah. Overall, these are, you know, it's just like fully self-driving. Like, they activate on its own, and then they cause a massive pileup. But that's what they're showing here. As a rush hour in Newark? Yeah. So, FSD fucking sucking dick? Yeah. Like I said, it's just silly. It could have been better, for sure. 6 out of 10. But I'll tell you this much: it feels good. Like I mean, it's a thrilling experience. Like, it definitely sucked me in the entire time, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. You know? Great blast on him. Or your girl is loyal. Put her in a room with him. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Put her in a room with him and watch him serve a top of the hour ad break. Your girl's not your girl after that. You know what I mean? She belongs to the streets. Okay? She's subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. She's using your Amazon Prime account, connecting it with her Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month to use on her now favorite broadcaster, Hassan Ivy Piker, to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Why do you think we have a collective craving for apocalypse, post-apocalyptic conditions? I don't know. It's maybe it's a way to cope with like the current way of existence, which sucks. Okay? Like it's basically closure. It gives you a way to imagine the end of the world. It gives you some level of closure. You experience the world. You recognize that it kind of sucks and it's like kind of dog shit. You have all of these. You have all this volatility, and as Mark Fisher used to say, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than imagine an end to capitalism. So it gives you a sense of closure when you watch stuff like that, where it's like, oh, this is how it's gonna end. That's what's going on. Yeah, catharsis. Also, yeah, I mean, this chatter is correct. Apocalyptic stories are almost as old as stories themselves. Societies have been dreaming about their end since they were societies. That certainly is plays a role too. It's like the most basic thing is imagining the end of the world. Here's what happened to this one guy.
Isn't that kind of wicked, G? What?
And they're dolching about a Razer collab
My
chair.
brother-in-law
apparently,
built it yesterday with my dad.
and blew it up. Let me tell you, didn't build it good. Not solid build quality, I'll tell you that much. I love that he has the same chair that I do, by the way, and then he also has the DG chair that he got. Yeah, Marat better. What you're supposed to do in that situation is get what you're supposed to do in that situation is basically get a space rocket spaceship engineer, you know? You're supposed to get a guy like that to build your fucking chair. And then it won't break, hopefully. Fingers crossed. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully. Kamala might as well guest host SNL with this. What the fuck? I'll take a look at it in a second. But yeah, let's get started. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to talk about. I'm not going to talk about Rishi Sunak. Right? Fucking hell. Where is it? Can monarchs commit? Dude, there's so many good videos on the docket for reacts. Jesus Christ, dude. Bill Maher goes scorched earth. This is not a war against Hamas. That's not a good video on reacts. There's another thing that I wanted to watch. People, Eamon, are wondering your stance on celebrating Christmas?
Does Hassan celebrate Christmas? I'm serious.
Yeah?
Wait, is his family not Muslim?
Oh.
Yeah, we don't actually, but I love Christmas. I don't have a problem with it. It's fucking.
Wait, am I crazy? If you're Muslim, you probably wouldn't take Christmas that serious.
He doesn't.
But I had a Hindu friend. In elementary school, and his family still did Christmas gifts, which I always thought was funny. But fuck it. I don't know. Maybe it was just. I don't know.
He's a bad Muslim.
Yeah, but he's also not a good Christian, you know?
Yeah.
Hold on, let's evaluate Hassan's religious. Never mind.
I think last year the Christmas play was Christmas Carol, and I think it might have made him want to celebrate Christmas.
Wasn't he Scrooge?
Yeah.
Oh, but Scrooge learns his lesson.
Yeah.
True.
He learned, and now he's.
We don't celebrate Christmas in Turkey. Obviously, it's a Muslim country, but we do like rip from all the capitalist traditions of Christmas, of like gift giving, and we do it on New Year's. So basically, like in Turkey, people will get like a Christmas tree, right? Like a lot of families will get a Christmas tree, and then they'll only celebrate like it's basically the same as Christmas, but like 5 or 6 days later. So that's it. Like it's just not on the 25th of December. It's just like the last day of the year, and you celebrate New Year's pretty similarly to Christmas. The capitalist superstructure of Christmas permeates Islam. It's also awesome. Like, I love that shit. Who doesn't love gifts? Especially when you're a kid.
Table.
Why the fuck wouldn't you want to do that?
He's filled with the Christmas spirit.
Yeah. So I think I saved Hassan. I think I converted him to Mormonism.
And that's all it took. To Mormonism?
Yeah. We believe in Christmas. The Mormons.
Is
Yeah, technically, I'm more of a fucking oh my science ass Andy than all the r/atheists out there, due to my principled stance of not celebrating Christmas for like most of my life.
what table? What? So you'd be with Ludwig. Who else is at that table? Wait, you're just with Hassan and Austin. You're with your crew.
Yeah, but I don't fit in. If Ludwig were to break up with me, they'd stop hanging out with me.
What? There's something. Oh my God, he is so mentally ill. That is hilarious that she said that. First of all, we never even see Ludwig.
No. If Fearan had to pick a side, imagine. Austin picked.
We would pick cute. What the
you
fuck?
for sure. Austin picks you.
That's not true. If he needed Ludwig
Will
on Lover
picks
Host,
you.
I'm on. Ludwig and I break up. Austin calls him and he's like, Ludwig, a Lover Host, wouldn't it be amazing?
The idea of giving out presents for free is so alien to the Western mind that they had to steal the idea from the Ottoman Empire. That's an insane thing to think. We 100% hang out with Cutie way more than we hang out with Ludwig, and she's out of her fucking mind. Like, the hell? We have a better podcast in the yard, dog. Figure it out. Unhinged ass. Cutie is being sexist. That's why. Internalized sexism. Christmas is largely commercialized these days. There's nothing essentially religious about celebrating Christmas. Yeah, which is awesome. Americans take every like holiday and turn it into hyper-capitalist commodity consumption day, and I fuck with that heavy. I think it's awesome. I'm a fan. I don't know how else I can describe it. I think consumerism is a pretty effective way of controlling the masses, bread and circuses style. Okay? And I think that America does a pretty good job at it. They do a pretty good goddamn job at it. Okay? And it's fun, and it makes people participate. It makes people want to participate, you know? Y'all stood by her when she says she took her shit out of a toilet bowl. Fuck is she on about? Exactly. Is insanity talking. Anyway. How do you feel about Valentine's Day? I guess that's fine too. That's the only one that I don't like as much. That one is so on the nose. If you call Cutie, do you think she would answer like you did when she called you? I mean, I also didn't. Is a socialist streamer selling me the idea of consumerist Christmas right now? I don't know if you guys have ever listened to me talk. It seems very odd. I know my haters always talk about like how socialism means you have to live an ascetic lifestyle. You have to live in like Spartan ways. You have to fucking be poor. You have to be broke. You have to fucking shun consumerism in general. I'm not one of those motherfuckers. I've never been a poverty cult guy. I've never been a poverty cult guy ever. And even when I was a broke boy, I wasn't a fucking poverty cult guy, you know? Which is why motherfuckers always say like, Hassan claims to be socialist Jesus, revolutionary Maoist figurehead, owns a fucking mega mansion. And it's like, yeah, no, I never said that you can't do that. There's being in a poverty cult and there's glorifying hyperconsumption. Yeah, treats make me feel good. And it makes you feel good too. Every single person in this chat consumes treats of a certain variety that are procured in an incredibly unethical manner. And then they fucking sit around and go, no, that type of treat is not my shit. This type of treat, on the other hand, is. The greatest example I can give you is the people who are like socialist K-pop fans, right? Like, there are socialist K-pop stands out there. They love K-pop. They love consuming K-pop. But then they'll come in and be like, NFL, really fucked up. Reality television, really fucked up. And I'm like, okay, well, you love K-pop. How do you think they make it? You know? How do you think the sausage is made? I can't take this call out. I mean, it's not. The point is, you are not supposed to look at this with unrealistic perspectives that you are not supposed to look at this situation with like hyper unrealistic expectations that you yourself don't abide by. You know what I mean? Some leftists are unironically the biggest capitalism defenders, thinking we can't have nice things without exploitation. They can't see any other world where things can be made humanely. Yeah. It's just dumb. And it unironically, in my opinion, devolves into liberalism, because looking at that shit from the framework of like what you're consuming, what the output is, and not what the input is, and production is liberalism. Sheer liberalism. Pure liberalism. Dude, people are going to call you a hypocrite or a LARPer for claiming socialism no matter who you are. I have a chronic disease, and I have two chronic diseases and physical disability while living in Section 8 housing in Detroit, and I still get called a LARPer because I think healthcare should be free for all. You can't win, brother. Well, that's selfish. You have a selfish interest because you got fucking diseases. So that you're selfishly advocating for healthcare for yourself and everybody else. It's really fucked up. See? You can't win. You can't win. Because the point isn't to convincing the majority to be hypercritical of every consumption choice is such a non-starter. Yeah, it's just, it's not realistic. Nobody does it. And nobody should do it either. It's not even necessarily about like your consumption choices. It's about how the commodities are produced. That's the problem. Elliot, it's me. M. Hunt, I feel sorry for you. Why do you mod or watch this idiot? Lol. He said because he's hot. Thank you, Elliot. Elliot, you're gonna tell a man I've known for what, like 5 years at this point, that he's wrong for what he's doing. You're gonna save him. You're gonna save him. You're gonna save the entire Hudson family from the throes, from the hypnosis that I have subjected the entire Hudson family to. All 26 Hudsons on notice. It's like, may Allah save Israel. No, what was it? May Allah save the world from the hypnosis Israel has placed upon it. I regret typing on my keyboard. What? I don't even understand. May Allah awaken the people. The Hudson family will no longer be watching the Hasanabi broadcast. Yeah. Did chat pressure you into changing your t-shirt? I mean, I had this underneath. This is the common Hassan haters life goal. I keep seeing motherfuckers like under your YouTube vids trying to save us from you. I know. It's like, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I guess like it'd be easier if I had advertisers so they could just like directly target them. But because I don't have that, they have to go after my friendships and then my fans by being like, let me save you from the cult of Hasanabi. Very infantilizing. My friend does that and it's wild. I've had so many interactions with it, just like do outright lies. To be fair, if you don't know who the fuck I am, and if you only know me on the edges, if you've only seen like videos of mine every now and then, and someone comes up to you and they're like, this guy that you're watching is like a pedophile rapist who like enslaves his family and enslaves his editors and like has done all this insane shit. Like he steals money from his fans and he like bought a chateau and the only thing that you know me from is literally like a watermelon crushing TikTok and some fucking coverage. Maybe in 2020, the last time you watch, you could be like, oh my God, this is literally the worst person on the planet. Yeah, he invaded Ukraine. That's what he did. He invaded Ukraine with the chateau money that he fucking funneled from his fandom. You know what I mean? For real, DM me if you need help. Like this guy, he's going to save you guys all, okay? So infantilizing to think that like people in here are completely oblivious and have no way of thinking. Anyway. How would you suggest others get into you? Like my little bro has seen those dumb clips or being lied to by others. I don't know. Just show him like whatever coverage you think he cares about and my analysis on it. Everyone's got one thing. Everyone's got one thing that they care about that I've definitely covered. Right? And if they see my coverage on it, they're going to be like, okay, yeah, show a YouTube video on whatever the issues that they care about is. Whether it's healthcare, whether it's like police brutality. And most likely they're going to be like, okay, he makes a lot of sense here. It's not the way I thought he was at all. I heard that my high school friends don't like you because of orbiters. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's it. You can talk to people in the real world. You can talk to people in the real world that, what is this? Twitch user voice. How can we improve videos? Watch full video button when watching a clip on the pop-out player. Why can't we go straight to the full video, perhaps with a small button next to the other ones in the bottom of the player? Personally, I use it a lot when I see a good clip and I want some extra content. Yeah, this way you can actually get like the additional context of a clip as well. Anyway. You're in Sims 4 now? Yeah, I saw the Kendall Sims 4 thread. Oh my God, new Zionist lore unlock. What is this? I need y'all to read this thread. If you really care about Jewish folks, then you need to sit your Gentile ass down and read about where the Jews can actually be safe. Yeah, I mean, we could start with that one. Let's get started on that. Joe Brandon has a Hanukkah celebration at the White House last night. And in his Hanukkah celebration at the White House last night, he pops the fuck off. Something that he said before, by the way. It's not even like a new thing. He's literally been like, I love Israel. I'm a Zionist. If Israel didn't exist, I would make an Israel. You know, it's the greatest money best spent, you know, all this shit. He's done it before. There is one thing that I think is really funny, however, before we get into his comments here, even before the comments here, he had this Netanyahu moment, which I personally love.
House is hosted. This is
apparently
a Hanukkah reception.
The American families of Israeli hostages held captive in Gaza asked the White House for an invitation to the Hanukkah celebration. And the Joe Brandon White House just pulled up, nah, we're good.
That the White House is hosting tonight to celebrate the fifth night of Hanukkah, hosted by the president and the first lady. And what one of the family members of the families that have their family members that are missing in Gaza, still believed to have been abducted by Hamas on October 7th, they told me that they had reached out to the White House because several of the families were in town this week, had asked for an invitation to this event, but that they ultimately did not get invited. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. Look, these are family members.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. This is like straight out of the Netanyahu textbook right here. He hit him with the, nah, fam, you're good.
That are desperately trying to bring attention.
Not trying to hear your bullshit, okay? That's what he said.
To the fact that there are still 8 dual American citizens that are still missing, that are still unaccounted for. Obviously, the formal negotiations to get more hostages out, we saw those break down earlier this
He said, I like my hostages that weren't captured.
So there are a lot of questions right now, and these families are very desperate for any kind of news, any kind of movement that they are seeing from the White House as well as the Israeli government on how their family members are going to get out, Jake.
We know that people at the White House watch this show. If they have any questions, reach out to us, and we'll involve MJ.
Yeah, straight up. My man was like, nah, big dog, we're good. We're good, actually. We're good on that, actually. Trust me, dude. You're gonna harsh the vibes. Like, it's not feeling Hanukkah to me. You know what I mean? It's not really giving me Hanukkah vibes if you're there talking about fucking maybe even like a ceasefire to like make sure that there is an end to the war, and then we have to like get the hostages out, that kind of thing. We can't do that. We don't want that. We don't want that. We already gave you a little bit of ceasefire, a little baby bit ceasefire. Anyway, so of course, after hitting the hostage families with the Hua Megalol, Brandon turned around and said this at the Hanukkah party.
I got in trouble, got criticized very badly by the southern part of my state and some of the southern parts of the country when 35 years ago I said, you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist, and I'm a Zionist. I also recognize your hurt from the silence and the fear, and for your safety, because the surge of anti-Semitism in the United States of America and around the world is sickening. You know, we see it across our communities in schools and colleges and social media. Silence is complicity. As I said after the attack, my commitment to the safety of the Jewish people and the security of Israel and its right to exist is independent, as an independent Jewish state is unshakable.
Now to the war between.
Anyway, so he also had this to say at the Hanukkah celebration. He said, "Where there were no Israel, Jack, there wouldn't be a Jew in the world that's safe." He said at the White House Hanukkah party as he reaffirms support for Israel against his war on Hamas. Now, what I find particularly strange about that is that, like, until recently, America was the country with the largest population of Jewish people in it. Okay? There are 6.9 million Jews in Israel. There are 6.3 million Jews in the United States of America. So if you are literally the president of a country that has 6.3 million Jews in it, what the fuck do you mean? You're like, Israel's the only place that keeps Jews safe. Dog, you're supposed to keep the Jews safe. Is that a threat? Like, what kind of take is this? To which I responded, a wild thing to say as the President of the United States of America, which is definitely a part of the world and has a Jewish population of 6.3 million. Okay? Which is nutty. It's a crazy thing to say. No, brother. We are supposed to defend our Jewish brothers and sisters. Okay? This notion that the only way Jews can feel safe around the world is if they have an ethno-state that is committing atrocities and doing genocide by falsely claiming Judaism, okay? That's not correct. It's also ridiculous. Imagine, like, think about it this way, okay? Think about it this way. 6.3 million Jews in America, right? Do you think Jewish people are more safe in the United States of America, despite the fact that a severe increase in hate crimes has occurred? Okay? Definitely. Definitely. Okay? Despite the fact that there's been an increase in anti-Semitic incidents, do you think Jews are safer in New York or they're safer in fucking Tel Aviv? Where do you think Jews are safer? Because I think Jews are definitely safer in America than they are in Israel. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, I think it's insane. You're going to lose your mind at this, but CNN reporter trying to find a clip. The Jewish leader said Biden saying this was the best support a president ever gave to our people. I hate everyone. Yeah. Like, it's so odd. It's so odd to fucking say this, especially when, like, Israel's actions and the way that Israel pairs up its actions falsely with Judaism unironically make Jews all around the world less safe. Because not everyone is going to look at this and go, yeah, I know that, like, Israel is saying that they're doing this for doing this ethnic cleansing for Jews, but that obviously is just propaganda. That's bullshit. People living in other countries of the world are not going to look at it like that. They're going to look at it and go, okay, what the fuck are they doing? They keep saying they're doing this for Judaism. It's inherently anti-Semitic. So it blows my mind, especially so. Like, I have no expectation from Jewish people that I encounter, okay, to immediately denounce the state of Israel's actions. Like, that would be ridiculous. I don't walk up to Jewish people and go, do you love Israel or do you hate it? Like, I'm not, that would be anti-Semitic. Having said that, however, I don't understand how you would literally turn around and be like, no, I ride for this. Like, I fucking ride for this, okay? Not in my name? Fuck no. Yes, in my name. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to say. It's like if Muslims in the Western world were being like, ISIS? Oh my God, I love them. My favorite, dude. Talk to me more about Salafists. I fucking love that shit, okay? Give me more of that, okay? As a Muslim, big fan. You know what I mean? Just like cheering it on and shit and being like, no, the Islamic Caliphate is pog, dude. Can't wait to fucking assemble it. ISIS more like Mises, am I right? Exactly. Exactly, chatter. It'd be like that. Be like Saudi Arabia doing genocide in Yemen. They're doing it there, but they're doing it for me. They're doing it here. They're doing it in my heart. Very odd thing. Very fucking odd thing to just like ride for. Okay? Inherently reactionary, incredibly stupid, doesn't make fucking any sense whatsoever. Doesn't make sense from a humanity perspective, doesn't make sense from a morality perspective. It's just pure reactionary propaganda, unfiltered. Okay? Unfiltered. According to Sam Harris, that's exactly what pro-Palestine Muslims are saying. Yeah, Sam Harris is a charlatan who just fucking hates Muslims. We know that already. He's an Islamophobic piece of shit. Anyway, then he take a tougher stance on Israel's indiscriminate bombing of Gaza, which fucking bullshit. Okay? He literally took a stance because he's warning Israel that they're losing international support. That's the major problem. Not what they're doing is like personally, morally reprehensible. There is no cruelty that Israel could subject the Palestinians to that Brandon would think is unacceptable from the perspective of morality. He don't have a problem with ethnic cleansing. He does not have a problem with genocide. What he has a problem with is, and he's right on this, that genocide's making Israel look bad, making it real hard to support Israel unconditionally. Okay? It's destabilizing the region. Israel's security can rest on the United States, but right now, it has more than the United States. It has the European Union. It has Europe. It has most of the world supporting them, which is not true, by the way. No, it doesn't. Israel does not have most of the world supporting them. Israel only has America supporting them, okay? Some of the European countries too, but overall, what matters is America's support. That's it. He will have a problem with the genocide in 5 months or so when he realizes he's 15% down on Trump nationally. He is desperately trying to cling on to the educated white demographic. That's what he's going for, which is ridiculous because all of the other demographics that historically have pushed the Democratic Party over the line, like the youth vote, okay, like votes from the Latino population, votes from the black population, they are leaving the party. They're leaving the party in droves. They're either not participating or in some instances they're going to fucking vote for the Republican Party, which is insane. And for the record, no, Israel does not have the support of the entire world. It's like such an objectively and incredibly Western-focused, Western-centric narrative here. They don't even have the fucking entire population in America. They do not have the backing of the entire nation, okay? It's at best 50-50, which is like one of the lowest it's ever reached, okay? But also on top of that, there's a major generational divide, which is freaking people out. And not only that, but also it's just the leadership. There is a genuine mismatch within what the leadership is doing for their Israeli support and how far they will go and what the public thinks about it. And the media can't keep up with the propaganda. It's fucking ridiculous. The president said that he thought Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu understood, but he wasn't so sure about the Israeli war cabinet. Israeli forces were carrying out punishing strikes across Gaza, crushing Palestinians in homes as the military presses ahead with an offensive that officials could say could go on for weeks or months. Which countries recognize Hamas as a terrorist organization? Oh, yeah, I saw that. It's fucking Europe, America's allies, Japan, Australia, EU countries, UK, Canada, and then the rest of it, the rest of the world, which is objectively a much larger chunk of the fucking population, does not. And the irony, of course, is that when they are fucking talking about this, there's no good designation. There's no good way to talk about this issue. Okay? There's no good way to talk about this issue. It's so fucking ridiculous. They literally just go, do you support Hamas or do you support Israel? Like, they are the ones in the Western world, in their ridiculous polling, that unironically turned this issue into one that is Israel versus Hamas, negatively polarizing people against Israel. Hello? The fuck are you doing? Anyway, I think even the Japanese designation has changed as well, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Japan has been unequivocally condemning them as terror attacks. Additionally, Japan has designated Hamas as a subject to Japan's asset freezing for terrorists and others, among other measures under the cabinet approval September 30th, 2003. Yeah, no, this is Japan still views Hamas as a terrorist organization. So yes, they do, which makes sense. We wrote their constitution, guys, okay? We wrote their fucking constitution. So ultimately, what's really frustrating to me is that, like, New York Times is doing a decent job below the fold on its coverage of what is happening, the atrocities and what's going on in Gaza, okay, which is like major news. That's fucking major news, okay? This should be above the fold every time. And yet, instead, to be fair, isn't Hamas a terrorist organization? Every country and every militancy is technically a terrorist organization because they target civilians deliberately. What you have to look at is whether they are engaging in acts of terror or whether they are not engaging acts of terror. Hamas, right now, as it operates within the Gaza Strip, is not doing acts of terror. Hamas, as it operates within the Gaza Strip, is actually a defensive force against the terrorist organization of the Israeli occupying force. They have a legal right and a responsibility to defend themselves, okay? Under international law, October 7 is an operation that could be classified as an act of terror, okay? October 7 is an act of terror. Since October 7, every fucking week after week of Hamas defending the Gaza Strip from the belligerent occupier is not an act of terror. Straight up. That is, unironically, Israel does not have a right to defend itself against the Gaza Strip. Okay, Israel does have a right to defend itself on October 7 against a military operation within its boundaries. Israel does not have a right to defend itself by blowing up Gaza. They don't. Wait, before you ban that guy, he said Hamas, Hassan right now actively defending. What did he say? What did he say? I fucking missed it. God damn it. He's annoying as hell. It's fine. Missed it. The pip nub. Hassan, where do you see your channel heading in 2024? America Bad Re. I mean, if your first interaction today is just where do you see your channel heading? Like when you're looking at ongoing genocide coverage and your first thing is like, what does this do for your own personal branding? You're not a serious person, okay? You're just in it for the drama. Anyway, then you turned around and you said, Hassan, do you actually think Hamas means Jews in America are not safe? He's stating the Jews have a right to state, bro. At least reply to his actual belief. Then you said, hey, Hassan, is China committing genocide? Then you said, I'm sorry you don't like my question. My questions are intended to highlight the hypocrisy in the statements, but okay, bro. Then you said Hassan is literally right now justifying Hamas not being actively a terrorist organization. Okay, let me explain something to you. Terrorism, and this is a consistent belief that I have. It's not even a belief. It's just a factually accurate statement. Terrorism is a political designation to deny habeas corpus to and deny due process to those who we have declared foreign adversaries that are not a part of a standing military, okay? And a recognized nation state. That's it. The entire point of the terrorism designation is so that you could just go, oh, they're terrorists. That's it. Don't touch that. Don't touch that at all. There's no civil governance. All that civil governance is done in the at the behest of terrorism. Everything that they're doing is actually to advance terrorism. All this is a belligerent terrorist force that is only interested in just like death and destruction. This is done specifically to stop you from unironically looking at whether or not there are rational decisions being conducted. If you don't want to think about it as one party of a conflict being rational actors, you can. You can dull yourself, but it is an intellectually dishonest and morally incurious stance to take. You can get mad at me by pointing at it and going, but see, he did it. all day, every day. Okay? You can literally engage in this like intellectually disingenuous argumentation. You can do that. Many people do. Piers Morgan does it almost daily on his broadcast. Okay? But that is not the end all be all. You cannot actually come up with a reasonable solution if that's where your conversation starts and ends. Okay? The entire purpose of this designation is to say, look, see, they are governed by a terrorist organization, which means that there's no way we can do diplomacy with them. And then no one actually goes, wait, but they are doing diplomacy with them. There have been ceasefire negotiations in the past, and they just did a hostage release. So if these guys are irrational, rapist, barbarian monsters, then why the fuck didn't they actually engage in the acts of terror to the Israeli population that they said they were operating against simply because they're anti-Semitic? Anyway, ultimately, this and what Israel is doing as a belligerent occupier, even from an international human rights perspective, is illegal. It's unjustifiable. It is a war crime. It is an act of terror. If your goal is to achieve political aims by terrorizing and hurting genuinely with intention a civilian population, you are engaging in an act of terror, which is precisely the reason why October 7's military operations can be considered an act of terror. Majority civilian population was the casualties. They were killed. They were slaughtered. Most on camera, as a matter of fact. Did you cover the IDF conscientious objectors yet? No, I'm going to have them on in a little bit, as a matter of fact, alongside Noah Colwyn. Nine weeks ago, the Gaza Strip was bustling home to more than 2 million people. Today, the neighborhoods have been flattened by Israeli airstrikes. 91% of the 2.2 million people living in Gaza have been displaced now. Ironic, considering that Gaza itself is an internal colony. The Gaza Strip is where the 750,000 Palestinians, some of which were relegated to when the Nakba happened. Okay, so they were already displaced, and then they made a life for themselves in that small sliver of land that they were pushed into, and even then, now they are being displaced once again. Video and satellite imagery captured in late November and early December reveals a devastating transformation in much of northern Gaza. The port of Gaza used to be a lifeline for the Gazan fishing industry with a fish market next to the shore, which, by the way, with severe restrictions, severe limitations. Wastewater was making it incredibly difficult to engage in fishing. That was number one. They never had a working port for like actual commerce, obviously, because they were under blockade by Israel. Israel also controls how far out Gazan fishermen can actually go out into the coastline. 6 miles or sometimes 3 miles. Or even a mile if you are reaching near the Sinai Peninsula border or the Israeli proper border as well. So just think about that. The port of Gaza used to be a lifeline for the Gazan fishing industry. This is from 2021. But now the entire area is wrecked. Satellite imagery shows that the fighting has resulted in heavy damage to almost every corner of Gaza City. Far beyond the port area, a UN assessment in early November found at least 6,000 buildings have been damaged, with about a third of them destroyed. Israeli officials vowed to destroy Hamas in the wake of the group's surprise attack on October 7, and have since subjected Gaza to one of the most intense bombing campaigns of the 21st century. They have bombed Gaza in the past 2.5 months, harder than Obama bombed Afghanistan during the fucking... Obama bombed Afghanistan and Iraq, if I'm not mistaken, during the surge. For his entire presidential campaign, or not campaign, for his entire presidential tenure. Multiple craters can be seen on the pier, and the waterfront restaurants and hotels have been destroyed by airstrikes. This is what it used to look like, as you can see here. See if I can go scroll a little bit more. And this is what it looks like now. This is Ramal. Once one of the most prosperous areas of Gaza, Al-Jundi Al-Majul Park is now covered in tank tracks, and the Palestinian Parliament building has been blown up. You do not blow up the Palestinian Parliament building if you are interested in anything but a permanent occupation, for the record. That's not, you don't do that. More than 150 destroyed buildings in this area. The vehicle tracks can be spotted here. Large craters can be spotted here as well. Here, here, here. Destroyed buildings all around. Craters and destroyed buildings all around. Before the war, Omar Mukhtar Street was one of the main roads through Gaza City with restaurants, banks, shops on either side of the Al-Jandi Al-Majul Park. Okay? This is what it used to look like. Commerce was bustling. Now the road is filled with rubble from destroyed buildings. Those still standing are heavily damaged. See, that is a targeted strike. That is a targeted strike that knocks out an entire apartment complex or an entire floor. A different form of death and destruction. My ultra-Zionist grandpa-in-law says all Palestinians should just go to Jordan because there's already a great number of them there, and because there aren't really ethnic Jordanians. This strikes me as super racist, but I don't have the historical knowledge to counter. How would you suggest I respond to this argument? First of all, your grandfather is damn near identical to the fucking Likudniks that made that argument in like the 70s and still do to this day. Yes, Jordan is basically a British colonial project. It's a placeholder nation state. However, despite the fact that there are a shit ton of Palestinians living in Jordan, it doesn't matter. Those Palestinians still want to live in Palestine, where their ancestral homes are. Ridiculous. The fact that you say, oh, they should just live somewhere else is so silly. Ask your grandfather how he would feel. If someone with a superior military came in with the backing of the international community, or at least like the power players, and said, get the fuck out of here, killed your fucking family members, and then said, get the fuck out of here. How about you fuck off to a neighboring country? You know, if you're living in America, ask your grandfather how he would feel if they were like, yeah, fuck off. You're going to live in Mexico now. You haven't lived in America for that long, right? Destruction along the coast. Gaza seashore was once an escape for Palestinian families during hot summers with frequent blackouts. Remember, all of this in spite of the crippling blockade that Palestinians were subjected to, okay? Think about that. This is why I say the resilience that they have is unimaginable. It's unmatched. Like, the fact that they were able to make do within the open-air prison that they were relegated to by just simply the crime of being born inside of the Gaza Strip. You know? The beaches are now deserted apart from Israeli tanks and bulldozers. Many of the high-rise hotels that once offered tourists sea view rooms are scorched, their windows blown out. The damage to Gaza's coastline stretches all the way to the northern border where the Israeli forces invaded on October 27th. Vehicle tracks and breaks in the border wall. The only thing you can compare it to is Jews' resilience during the Holocaust. Yes, you can compare it to the Jews' resilience during the Holocaust, as a matter of fact. You can. Or David and Goliath. Like, the irony of celebrating Hanukkah while simultaneously not thinking about, like, what the historical significance of Hanukkah is and what it actually signifies. Going up against a much larger, superior force, an oppressive force, and, like, combating them with guerrilla warfare and winning is unironically the story of the Palestinian resistance at this point against the Israeli state. In the David and Goliath story, King David is the Palestinians. Dozens of homes have been bulldozed with huge mounds on earth created to move to create temporary bases for Israeli vehicles. Entire neighborhoods have been wiped out. Like, think about that. Entire neighborhoods, man. You think that shit's normal? Tank tracks and fortifications destroyed buildings. Large greenhouses were demolished and tank tracks and craters can be seen where the beach resorts previously stood. Like, why would you do that? Hamas? Look at all the craters. Destroyed mosque, Israeli armored vehicles everywhere, tank formations everywhere. The entire seafront has been bulldozed in this area, and large craters can be seen alongside high-rise buildings, many of which are damaged. The entire seafront was bulldozed. The entirety of the seafront was bulldozed. Entire neighborhoods wiped out. More than 50 craters are visible in this residential neighborhood. Right here. Destroyed buildings, tourist resort, destroyed hotel. Destroyed buildings in the entirety of Shati. Shati, initially established as a refugee camp in 1948, has grown into a densely populated neighborhood to the north of Gaza City near the coast. Its narrow streets, shown below, were home to 90,000 people before the war. After being hit with multiple airstrikes, buildings are crumbling and the streets are filled with rubble. The cost of carving Gaza into two. Israeli forces that invaded from the east effectively separated Gaza into two and blocked the roads running from north to south. The area around this advance suffers some of the most concentrated damage. Here's the satellite imagery now. Main route of the Israeli advance towards the coast, destroyed buildings, temporary Israeli military base right here, fortifications built to protect military vehicles right there. This neighborhood is cut into two by tank tracks, and dozens of its buildings are destroyed. Hundreds of others are damaged, including a university. This is what it used to look like, this is what it used to look like. This is what it looks like now. Al-Azhar University, heavy damage to buildings. Tanks can be seen in the courtyard. There's more destroyed buildings here. Farmland across the width of the strip was bulldozed, and major roads have been torn up by the constant movement of tanks. Look at this. Like, these are also groves, and this is where, like, agriculture was happening. You know what I mean? They've destroyed all of it. Do you do that? If you truly care about, like, if you're native to the land, do you do that? Terrorist farmland? Is that what it is? Olive groves take hundreds of years to fucking come. Like, it takes at least 14 years for an olive tree to start bearing fruit. All of these, most of this agriculture here is older than the Israeli state. Huge craters and rubble is all is left in some of these neighborhoods. Yeah, it's ecocide. I mean, look at this. There is no honor in what this is, okay? This is like complete. This is a genocide. That's it. You are watching a genocide. You're watching ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement occur right in front of your fucking eyes. Anyone that looks at this and doesn't recognize what this is either the dumbest person you've ever met or a straight up evil asshole. It actually only takes an olive tree 3 years to bear fruit law. I thought it was 14. To like fully grow. Oh, it takes him 3 years? Never mind. You should kill every Palestinian. My bad. 8 for a good harvest. No, my bad, boys. It takes him 3 years to grow. So you should kill every Palestinian, actually. I take back everything I said. The next phase. These images capture only a fraction of the destruction across the Gaza Strip. Recent assessments indicate that more than half of the buildings in northern Gaza show signs of damage. Frequent aerial bombardments have hit the south too since the war began on October 7th, including the Al Amin Mohammed Mosque, shown here. This is what the mosque used to look like. The mosque northeast of Khan Yunis was destroyed by Israeli airstrike at the start of the conflict. Israeli forces are now concentrating their ground offensive on Han Yunis, southern Gaza's largest city, raising the possibility that the destruction seen in northern Gaza could soon be mirrored in the south. Full maturity is only reached after 10 years. Oh, shit. Okay, there you go. I'm not saying just to kill people, just correcting misinformation, little bro. Olive trees should start producing fruit after 3 years, since perfect plant young trees are already 2 to. Oh no, that's like when you're planting a tree that is already young enough, I guess. But yes, thank you for correcting the misinformation. The most devastating part of this misinformation that is a significant part of this process. Here it is. You should begin to see fruit on your olive tree after 3 years. In terms of production, don't be surprised if your tree seems to take every other year off. Olives are described as an alternative year-bearing species and typically have a year of heavy fruit production followed by a year of lighter production. Take advantage of the lower producing years by pruning non-flowering branches during the flowering season. Whenever your fruiting does take place, thin the crop to olives to 2 to 3 fruits per foot of twig. This will increase fruit size. Thinning should be done soon after fruit set. Classic Hassan spreading misinfo. Pedantic or what, chatter? No, I mean, it's good. It's good to cover the. This guy is just I think. I mean, not this guy. This other guy says the olive trees Hassan is talking about are olive trees native to the land and as old as Israel. They are bombing. There are more than 9 million olive trees in Palestine, and nearly 80% of them are more than 100 years old. Yeah. The olive trees that they are blowing up and bombing and fucking lighting on fire, unironically, they are hundreds of years old. Fruit misinfo is the worst type of misinformation. That part is correct. It's just that this person looks at that kind of cultural genocide, that kind of ethnic cleansing, and goes, I'm going to correct this misinformation. It actually takes 3 years, 10 years to reach maturity, and I guess even longer than that, multiple decades to bear maximum amount of fruit. But obviously, he doesn't give a shit about the olives, nor the truthfulness of the olive situation. That's why he turned it around and said, I have your attention, Pokemane's cookies are overpriced. I agree with you. I don't really give a shit. Hey, Hassan, this is my first time here, and I was just curious as to why, when confronted in public with conflicting beliefs, do you use your size to try and intimidate people? This is not true. But also, I don't think I have to worry about that from you, because the type of shit that you're on, it seems, implies that you are never going to be out and about in public, because you're one of these like psychopathic shut-in freaks. Please, man, drop the fucking internet shit and just go outside, touch grass a little bit, okay? You're on your 11th sock account trying to get a fucking rise out of me while I'm covering some serious shit is really sad. Is sad. Is a really sad state of existence. It's very pathetic. I don't know what to do. This comes with the territory. It's just like Twitch is a platform that is a hotbed for this kind of attitude. Why do you bash chatters like that? You're on Twitch 10 hours a day, dude. Yes. Yes, I am. Think about how I spend those 10 hours, though, and think about how you're spending those 10 hours. I spend 10 hours a day trying to talk about the fucking news to try to, educate people on what the fuck's going on in the world. You spend 10 hours a day trying to derail the conversation. You're not getting paid for it either. At least I'm fucking getting paid for it. I'm serving you top of the hour ad breaks. You know what I mean? At the top of the hour. And willing participants in the conversation that don't come in to fucking hate watch are going, you know what? I don't want to watch those ads. So I like his coverage. I'm going to give him $5 a month. I'm going to subscribe to him. I don't want others to see the coverage either. I'm going to fucking give subs. That's what they're saying. You, on the other hand, are like, I'm going to sit here for 10 hours and try to basically fucking clip shit out of context so I can get a rise out of him, clip something out of context, make something happen, make people go, wow, this guy sure is stupid. This guy sure is angry all the time. What an emotional wreck he is. Anyway, that's it. It's sad, brother. It's not good. It's not a good way to live. Like, if you even know enough of the memes to be like, if you know something about a completely random individual, right? Like a person you've never met and a person you're probably never ever going to meet that will never know who you are, that doesn't know your existence, is going to forget about you. If you know so much, like, if you know so much about them that you know, like, little things that can, like, piss them off, that's a really sad way to exist. Like, at this point, like, how am I your lifeline? You know what I mean? How is my recognition of you being a pest in the chat unironically the most important thing you can get out of your day? Just settle down, okay? I took a photo with you at TwitchCon Paris. You seem very cool and chill. I think you have to calm down about these chatters a bit. I mean, these chatters, maybe you see yourself in them, but they're not in here for the same reasons that you are. They're in here to just, try to piss me off. It's currently not really working, but ultimately, my point is I feel bad for them too. I'm not like angry at all. I'm not upset. It does make me sad, however, to see so many people just like only come in here to derail. Especially when it's been 4 fucking years, dude. 4 fucking years. Anyway. The hundreds of thousands of civilians who were told to seek refuge in the South at the start of the war are again finding themselves in the center of conflict. Humanitarian conditions are rapidly deteriorating, with the United Nations warning that shelters are far beyond capacity, leaving many people to sleep on the street or in empty lots. All right. This is a good article to show the devastation to your... This is a good article to show the devastation of Gaza and like what it actually is, what Israel is actually doing to your family members if you want to see it, especially because it comes from a liberal institution like the New York Times that is well trusted, right? Here's Evan Hill, by the way, for the Washington Post. Israel used U.S.-supplied white phosphorus in an October attack in southern Lebanon that injured at least 9 civilians, according to a Washington Post analysis of shell fragments found in a small village. The U.S.-supplied white phosphorus is made in Arkansas. It's our weapons making them, and we're giving them to Israel, knowing full well that Israel will use it on a civilian population and engage in war crimes. Not the first time that we have actually given someone that we consider an ally, maybe a permanent one like Israel, or even a minor ally for a brief moment because of their positioning against the foreign adversary, chemical weapons that they will use on a civilian population. Not the first time, won't be the last time. So, the weapons are a part of the billions of dollars U.S. military arms that flow to Israel every year, which has fueled Israel's war on Hamas and the Gaza Strip, launched after the militants attacked on October 7. Following the publication of the story, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said Monday that the administration is concerned about the use of white phosphorus munitions and that they would be asking questions to try to learn a bit more. Remember, Human Rights Watch covered this months ago, as a matter of fact. Wow, he's actually reading an article instead of an unknown Twitter account for information. I love you, chatter, but almost every single Twitter account that I read from are people that I know personally or people that I communicate with, Evan Hill being literally one of those people. And I'm not simply looking at tweets. I'm looking at journalists who are breaking their stories on Twitter. If you are legitimately confused by that process, I urge you to watch one of my YouTube videos where my editors will go back and actually source the things that I'm pulling from, even though in my mind, I'm just pulling from shit that I've read already throughout the day. Okay? If you want to see the accurate sourcing of the matter, you can literally watch the YouTube videos. Okay? Like, this is not a random Twitter user. And most of the time, the people that you think are random Twitter users that I'm actually watching or actually reading from are people that are on the ground. They're in Gaza. Okay? Congrats on trying to be better, dude. This is what I've been doing for the past 5 years, as a matter of fact. I'm not actually trying to be better here. This is a thing that a lot of my haters have riled up people on for the past 5 years. This has been an unflinching and unchanged perspective in my coverage. That's not new at all. Anyway, okay. On that note, now that we talked about the white phosphorus, here's another thing that I do on the broadcast quite frequently. For those who are uncharitable, for those who are unfamiliar with the process, I also bring people that do live in Israel, that sometimes even have experiences in Gaza as well, and alongside journalists that I trust, onto the broadcast, which is what we're moving on to. Okay? I'm going to be talking to Noah Colwyn and some others that are conscientious objectors of the IDF. These are Israeli leftists who refused to serve in the Israeli occupying force. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes. What's going on? Okay, hold on. So you're not going to be able to see my camera, and you'll see a bald photo of me. That's not me, okay? That's not what I look like, I promise. Hold on. Let's pop you guys out here. All right. And, all right, let's do this. This is a good way to do it. Okay, so we got Noah Colwyn and Talon Ella here on the Hassan Abi broadcast. What's up, guys?
Hello, how's it going?
Hi.
It's going all right. How's it going with you guys?
Okay, not too good.
Yeah. So, Noah, you wanted to bring Talon Ella on. They are also doing a fundraiser for the Center for Advancement of Peace Initiatives. There's a PayPal link to donate as well. I'm going to give my mods that link so they can post it in the chat periodically.
Yes, it's an organization that supports people in Israel who refuse enlistment. It's a great cause, and it's part of what makes conversations like these possible. So please give if you can.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right, let me size this up a little bit. This is going to be very difficult for me to do. I've never had two people. I've never had two separate. You know what? I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to turn off my camera and turn it on your end so you guys can actually see me, because we have hold on, let's do that. 1 second, chat. Okay.
Actually, we're gonna connect. We're gonna connect from our hotspot Wi-Fi. Just give us 1 sec.
Okay. It's so disorienting when I flip the camera and then I see myself flipped and it just like freaks me out. It's very disorienting. Okay, we're gonna talk about. Should I wait? I'll wait for you guys to change your hotspot.
We're good on our end, or on my end at least.
1 second. Sorry.
Okay. How you been, Noah?
I've been good, man. I've been good. Just shaking a cold, but glad to be here.
Okay,
right.
Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, if you actually could you just turn up the mic on your end just a little bit?
Yeah. I've already cranked you guys up a lot, but
yeah, if you could just turn it
more.
up on your end, I think that would help a lot. All right. Do we hear you now?
1 second. Oh, it's in the settings. 1 second. Sorry, I haven't used Discord in a while. Input volume is on max.
Can you hear us better now?
If it's on max, it's fine. I can crank it up more. It's all good. I mean, I can hear you. Noah, can you hear him?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put on headphones.
Okay. All right. So, Explain to the chat who you guys are, Tal and LA, if you don't mind me, because they wanna know what's going on.
Yeah, you want to start?
Sure. I'm Ella. I'm 17. She, her. I'm currently in Tel Aviv. I'm a Mesarvot activist and an activist in several other spaces as well. That's it.
Yeah. I'm Tal. I'm 18. I just finished high school. I'm currently in the process of refusing service. And I'm also an activist in the Mesarvot network.
So I was thinking that perhaps because a lot of the people in chat and those watching won't necessarily know a whole lot about how, like the mechanics of mandatory enlistment in the Israeli military. So, I was wondering if you could each talk a little bit about, what is the requirement and what happens when you refuse it and why it's so exceptional for people to refuse it.
Every non-Arab teen gets the draft order in Israel. That means if you're Jewish or like someone who came to Israel at a young age, you get the draft order. And it's very entrenched in society, the idea of military service. Most conversations will start with like the question of where did you serve? And then the answer, no, I didn't serve, is very what's it called? It
Out of the ordinary.
Out of the ordinary, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like you're talking about dozens of people every year, perhaps, who do this in a country of several million.
Right. So actually, the idea that everyone serves in the military isn't necessarily true. Actually, 50% of the people who get draft orders either do not finish their service or don't serve at all. This includes the Haredi population, the ultra-Orthodox. That get exemptions on religious basis. People who get exemptions on mental health, and all other kinds of exemptions.
But only if you actively refuse and serve time in a military prison.
Yes, only few get jailed.
Yeah. I remember, this is kind of sounds silly, but I remember there was a Taylor Swift Stan account that went viral on Twitter a couple years prior that came out of nowhere and was like, oh, sorry for being offline. I was in jail, and people asked like what was going on. And I remember them saying that they refused to serve for the Israeli military, and that's why they were placed in prison for an indefinite amount of time. I'm not entirely sure what happened to them, but Turkey has mandatory military service as well. We have pardons. I myself did not serve in the Turkish military, despite being Turkish, because
you contribute to the Turkish mission in other ways.
Yes, exactly. By dismantling the American imperialist state from within, one Twitch stream at a time. However, there are obviously pardons, is what they call it. Off is what the word is, that you can pay to not serve, especially if you went to college. Then there's like limitations, like your terms of service get lower. I don't know if Israel has a similar process there as well. And then beyond that, if you have dual citizenship, or if you have worked in a foreign nation, specifically for me it was America, for a couple years at that point, all you need to do is like pay a fine, and then you can go back to Turkey if you want to without a prison sentence. However, people do definitely go to prison in Turkey for not serving in the military, for sure.
And in Israel also, I know many people, I have friends and even family members who did not serve because they had, medical exemptions. And it was just, it wasn't a particularly difficult process. There's money and there's appeals, but what does throw a wrench into it, and what is exceptional, is to refuse on the basis of conscientious objection, on the basis of opposition to military policy. So I guess, how did, for both of you, Tal and Ella, what was the basis of your objection? How did you come to, want to refuse this thing on a basis that marks you, puts you, in a different category from, the rest of Israel by and large?
Sorry.
So from a very young age, like there is like talks around like military service, like it's a very prominent part of the culture. And for me, from that very young age, when it was mentioned and talked about, like I knew and imagined that I don't really want to hold a weapon and harm people. I was a very gentle child. But I was continuously told by family members and friends that I can contribute in other ways, that I can serve in a desk position or do some kind of media work and so on, or intel. And only in the past few years, it became increasingly clear for me that I just can't let myself in any condition serve this system.
Yeah. So for me, it was a little bit of I came to my conclusion a little bit later than Ella. But I did grow up in a house where both my parents did not serve. They immigrated to here from the U.S. And the politics was talked about a lot in the house. And from a young age, I did know that there was this conflict, and that both sides were kind of these bad guys. But only at a later age, I realized that there is a cycle of violence here, but there is an occupier and an occupyee. Is that how you say it?
Occupied, but I like occupyee. I think that is I'm gonna be using that more and more.
Right. So through school and through like other through other programs, I learned math and computer science, and we were told that if you learn this, then you will probably get into a high ranking intelligence unit, and then right after the intelligence unit, you will go out into a high paying job. And I saw that as a pretty good option, an option of not holding a gun, an option of not killing people. But then after reading a little bit and seeing what the intelligence units actually do, I realized that every one of these positions, if it's a intelligence unit or someone that just brings coffee to a general, every one of these positions aids and is part of the apartheid regime and the occupation.
And one thing I was especially curious about also in that process is, I'm sure you guys were not alone in how you thought or talked about these issues. What was it like to discuss these kinds of things with your friends? Are you doing this alone and, among your circle of friends at school, or was this, did you meet people more and more online, and that was like, I truly feel, like my age shows here a little bit, but when I was younger, I knew a lot of this was like it was networked, but in just a totally different way.
I think it's difficult with the general population of people our age. Like I think me and many other like radical leftists, both in our age group and just generally in Israeli society, feel very estranged. Like it's a very nationalistic and militaristic culture, and we oppose these ideas. But also, I think like both in Messervort specifically and the anti-occupation activist space more broadly, like it's very tied to like social relationships. Like me and Tal are very good friends, and we met through anti-occupation activism, and the Messervort network, like the way it works is very like based on relations between people and friendships and socializing. So I think while the radicalism of refusal does estrange you from many parts of Israeli society, it also like introduces new parts.
Yeah, I feel like in my high school friend group or friends, a lot of people, I mean, most or all of my friends are either currently in military service or awaiting the draft. And it can be tough. I mean, it kind of, some friendships get broken. But the way that I explain myself, I'm very blessed that I had friends, or that I have friends that can understand that it comes from a very like humanistic and like from a very kind of peace wanting approach.
And I guess, you know, in the October 7th in the West and how it's been perceived in Israel versus how it's perceived elsewhere, and versus, you know, it's a very, it was an event that I think for many people, like in Israel, it led them to feel like they could never again have any relationship with the left that would claim that that kind of violence could be, you know, represent anything productive or legitimate. And then there are others I know who obviously don't feel that way, etc. But from your guys' vantage point, I'm sort of curious about how that event and the subsequent Israeli and ongoing Israeli reprisal, you know, has sort of shaped your perception of, you know, what refusing means, and you know, whether or not it'll be tougher, easier, or any thoughts you may have on it since, you know, like as it's changed in the last, you know, 2 months.
Yeah, so during the past year and a half, we've been protesting in the anti-occupation bloc against the judicial reform that the Netanyahu government is trying to pass. And we were saying, we've always been saying that occupation and that oppression brings resistance. Now, it does not mean that this resistance, that the terrorist attack on October 7th is legitimate in any way. Targeting civilians is horrific, and we were all hurt by the events of October 7th. But the things that we were saying, that oppression brings resistance, stand true, and my values at least have not changed and actually gotten stronger. I believe it with a full heart. What was I saying? Yeah, so after the October 7th events, terrorist attacks, a lot of people that were on the radical left kind of changed up and said, no, we can't talk with Palestinians anymore. The only solution is a military and a violent one.
In like colloquially, it's called the sobering up. Right.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's an apt, because that's how it's presented.
So, can we talk a little bit about like how culturally, especially at an early age, military service is propped up in Israel to obviously beef up hyper nationalistic sentiment, because there is Hedi Viterbo is a senior lecturer, associate professor in law at Queen Mary University of London, who has compiled some information about like how in Israel from an early age the indoctrination is set on hyping up military service, I guess. One of the aspects of that is that public schools in Israel are legally required to teach students about the importance of military service. Israeli law also prohibits schools from hosting talks by organizations that criticize the military. Is this something that you experienced when you were at school? Because there's other things that I've seen as well, like in 11th grade, non-Orthodox Jewish students in Israel attend a week-long paramilitary camp known as the Gadna. Is this a super popular thing, or is this just like an edge case? That's something I wanted to ask you guys about.
The Gadna is an event that a lot of high school students participate in. I went to a high school where the principal was very, very liberal, but not like radical. So he canceled the Gadna, or I don't know if it ever happened in Tel Aviv. But yeah, there is a lot of indoctrination. I remember in first grade, there was an activity to write soldiers letters that are currently in service, which sounds like insane to someone out of.
Oh, we did that in America too. Well, not me. I wasn't in America at the time, but that's American practice as well.
I don't think the U.S. is an example to a non-nationalistic.
Yeah, of course.
And I will say this also, just as an aside, I did Gadna twice through different like youth, program, like summer things when I was a teenager. So it's also like it's an indoctrination that's not just inwardly directed in Israel, but also very much at Jewish youth in America as well.
Yeah, but like absolutely, like it's like military service, and the military is like present in most every facet of like Israeli culture and Israeli like the experience of growing up, like from a very young age, like many times like soldiers are brought to schools to talk with students, and through like many of the like first parts of the enlistment process are the students are taken to as a class together through the school. Even like many youth programs, like even the things that are not like the scouts that are already militaristic, like are very oriented towards military service. Even the queer youth organization in Israel, like they have like meetings with the gender specialist of the IDF to
like IDF gender officers.
Worries around the enlistment, like it's present everywhere.
Yeah.
And there's all
what?
Go ahead. No.
Oh no. One question just to that point. Also, as far as like the like programming in schools and stuff like that, is it something that like as high school went on, I mean, like how did the process of like enlistment and stuff get integrated into your education? To the extent that like, you're talking about like, oh, math and science prepares you for like a job in a really sexy unit, or like, oh, you're not like, or somebody who may not necessarily be a university student in the future, they'll be like, okay, start preparing for a life in the military, and then, they'll sort things out into the future.
So like in the US, in high school, there's a very big focus on getting into college and learning stuff in high school that will help us in college. In Israel, it's exactly the same with the military. It's seen as a kind of bouncing pad into civilian life. It gets talked about also as a melting pot between the periphery and the city
and the different ethnic groups
and the different
cultures.
But in reality, the army is far from that. Mostly high class, mostly rich people go to the intelligence units and get bounced to a better job. And the people that get sent to the front lines to die are mostly periphery people, mostly Middle Eastern Jews. And they get sent in the name of the country, in the name of the homeland.
Yeah, like in schools, the IDF is very commonly presented as like a tool of class mobility, while in practice it only strengthens class divisions.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's a really, I think, good point, and you're right to mention it, because Israel, an American, like it's Israel, the Israeli army is presented as like a sort of equalizing institution within Israeli life, and that Americans especially are presented with that it's even kind of a vestige of Israeli socialism, when in reality, as you guys just explained, it reifies, it makes real and lasting a lot of the class divisions that exist within Israeli society. You, Hassan?
Well, there was another thing. The Tel Aviv municipality presenting a military camp. This is from Yediot. A camp that is for children as young as the age of 3. But beyond that, one thing I wanted to ask you guys is like what the Israeli left looks like now. Noah brought on Dr. Ofer Kasif early on. I think it was like immediately after October 7th, as a matter of fact, right after he got expelled from the Knesset, and beyond
suspended,
him
to
and
be
a couple,
clear, suspended, not expelled.
Not expelled, suspended. Sorry. And beyond his party, and beyond a few of the Israeli leftists that are in my chat, at least, that we joke around about, like how there's 10 leftists in Israel and they're all in the community. Like, what does what does the Israeli left look like because one aspect of this, when I compare Israel to, you know, the apartheid formation of South Africa, by the end of the apartheid in South Africa, due to international pressure from the Western world and Western partners, the majority of the white population, also slim majority, but the majority of the white population also saw the apartheid as something that was unsustainable, and that it was actually creating too much outside pressure upon upon South African commerce, as a matter of fact. And I feel as though there obviously needs to be internal pressure within Israel, and yet it seems like the Israeli left is marginal at best, or non-existent at worst.
First of all, I would like to say that that is a miscalculation. The radical left is at least 300 people.
Okay.
But we don't know each other. I think it's also different because I think right now I spoke with an anti-apartheid activist from South Africa, was from the South African version of Mesalvot a few weeks ago. He interviewed me, and he told me when we did it, it was almost child's play compared to your situation, because our movement was already during the last parts of the apartheid regime, when most of the population already agreed with our sentiments. And I think while we are not at that in that same situation, there is space for that to grow. Ultimately, it is the Israeli populace's best interest to stop the occupation, because we recognize that terror attacks aren't great for us, and that the apartheid regime isn't great for us, and that the continuation of this not really a solution of the Palestinian Authority isn't great for us. So we have to find a practical solution. And even if you hate all Palestinians, which you shouldn't, but even if you do, expelling or killing or genociding millions of people just isn't a very practical solution. So we're gonna have to find a way for all of us to stay here and live together. And I think that sentiment is what can take off, and does take off, and did take off, at least before the 7th of October, within the Israeli population.
Yes. For decades, the sentiment here was, a lot of the population was, the idea was to maintain the conflict, and manage the conflict, as in not do anything and hope things get better. And now after the October 7th attack, this conception has totally been shattered. And we offer a place where everyone will be able to live together in peace and security. But what's scary is the right wing that is offering another solution to the broken conception of managing the conflict, which is a transfer or genocide of all Palestinians.
And to the point of transfer and genocide, I think one of the big questions that exists in the discourse, particularly in America, about that is that, well, sure, Israel's killing many civilians to target Hamas, but it's not genocide because Israeli society is not arranged, it's a democratic society, et cetera, and so forth. And I kind of want I don't think that people have to be cartoon villains to permit or even themselves carry out really atrocious acts of violence. That goes for anybody at any point in history, although obviously everybody, certainly my reference point for all that kind of stuff and that morality is the Holocaust. And so I'm curious from your guys' perspective about how how this kind of violence can be normalized, or how it is normalized within Israeli society beyond just enlistment, but sort of when we talk about a militaristic culture and so forth, that the other part of that, or that another side of dimension of that requires dehumanizing Palestinians and these people, with whom, as you said, Ella, it's in the Israeli populace's best interest to live with peacefully.
I don't think you can really call like it a democratic culture. Like, like there are millions of people in both, like in East Jerusalem and the West Bank and
The Golan Heights.
in Gaza and the Golan Heights, who are like directly affected by the policy decisions of the Israeli government and don't have any effect on it. And don't even have democracy within their own areas. Like the West Bank hasn't had an election in way too long, and that's largely because of the Israeli government's policy. So I don't really think it can be called a democracy, and also I don't really see how a democratic culture can't enact a genocide. I think like practically what's happening is the violent transfer of millions of people, and I think, I don't know what we call it, is like, call it what it is.
Also, like, are they not cartoon villains? I mean, they're saying there are no civilians there.
No, it's to me though. It is though, like, you can look at like a Ben Gvir or Smotrich or any of these like crazy nationalists who are hopped up, and it's like that's very scary. But like, I also think that they're, it's like, Ariel Sharon didn't act that way, although he acted pretty close, and he was the guy who oversaw Sabra and Shatila and all that. But one thing I was. Before I just kicked it back over to Hassan, before I forgot, I did want to sort of bring up the question of, you guys mentioned earlier that you were in the anti-occupation bloc within the broader protests against judicial reform that were taking place earlier this year after the election of the current right-wing fascistic government. And I'm kind of curious now, with like having, some time has passed since October 7th and also those protests, how you experienced them, what was your, how you encountered them trying to raise the issue of occupation, and, just sort of, I guess, how you feel what those protests' relationship to the present is now that everything seems so different in Israel.
Wait, I just want to go back to one point before, just a short thing.
About
the banality of evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what, banality?
Yeah, banality.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a thing that exists in the US, in Israel, in Germany. So, yeah. The anti-occupation bloc.
Sure. I think like I first want to recognize, like, with how many problems I did have with the broader anti-judicial overhaul protests. Like, it was the largest like anti-establishment protest in the country ever. I think that's like impressive on its own. I very much appreciate the, like, historically the protests for what they were, and I also think like it wasn't just that, like, for example, like for a few weeks right next to where the anti-occupation bloc was in the Tel Aviv protests, there was an anti-vaxxer block. It was like 3 people. Them, like, even if their point did stand, which it doesn't, like, they just take this struggle and then say, oh, but what about vaccines? And I think with the anti-occupation bloc, what many from the general protests eventually did realize is that it's not just that we say, yes, dictatorship is bad, but what about the apartheid? What about the occupation? It's like really, really interlinked. Like, it's not just by case that the people bringing forward the judicial overhaul are all settlers from the West Bank. It's not just by case that all the laws that they are trying to enact will allow them to annex more and more of the sea territories in the West Bank. It's not just that they further the apartheid laws within the Israel between Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis. It's like the goal of the judicial overhaul, with how much it does harm Israeli women and Israeli queer people and so on. The goal of it is to further the occupation.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, it's what reactionary ideologues do globally. Some use the occupation and the national security concerns to make their religious objectives to turn Israel into a full-blown Jewish supremacist religious ethno state, which it already is well on its way to becoming, despite the fact that the majority of the population being secular themselves. Or some people who are secular themselves can't necessarily object to the far-right heel turn, or maybe don't even recognize it because they have said national security concerns. One thing I want to ask you guys is that there's beyond the radical left that we talked about, the 300 individuals in Israel, there is obviously, I think, like a larger community of, I would say, maybe soft Zionism or people who are not as against the apartheid, but still are very critical of Israel, or at least, I guess the question I have is organizations like Ombim Beyachad. Am I saying that right? Ombim Beyachad. Would you say that this organization, which translates for those of you who don't know in America to Standing Together, is an organization inside of Israel proper with Palestinian citizens of Israel, right? It's comprised of like Israeli Jews and Palestinian citizens of Israel, and I mean, I feel as though, like, I want to understand, has the attitude changed in the Jewish Arab movement for peace in the direction of saying, no, we have to eviscerate Hamas, we have to kill everyone in Hamas, and that's why this siege in Gaza is actually justifiable? Or has it moved in the other direction where people understand that this is like an unmanageable apartheid? What would you say to at least broader organizations within Israel in the liberal front, and how they feel about it now?
So it's funny you mentioned Standing Together. They are actually like, I mean, they're not broad at all. I mean, they're also seen as like the radical left. I didn't mean that they are not, like, they face Israeli society and Palestinian citizens of Israel society, but they are also, they're not seen as Zionists. They do not consider themselves a Zionist organization. They don't consider themselves anti-Zionist either. But they are a good example of an organization that, after the October 7th attack, has is not stopped, and they keep calling for peace. They keep calling for a just solution. They keep calling for justice for Palestinians and an end to the occupation. If we look at organizations more towards the Zionist left, such as the Labor Party, they have full on support the war. They pray for the IDF. They don't even say occupation. Most of the way that they talk to Israeli society is by saying that the Palestinian problem is a problem for us, and that's why we need to separate from them. We can't live with them.
My favorite is Isaac Herzog, of course. I mean, he's the bold and brilliant leader.
Yes.
I mean, for people, I'm just mentioning him so that people understand. Like, I mean, he's the president, which is a symbolic role in general. You might recognize him as the guy who will bring up a copy of like the Al Qaeda manual every now and then, or a annotated version of Mein Kampf to say that we have to keep killing children. He is a Labor Party representative, but I mean, I guess the Labor Party is like completely eviscerated anyway, right?
Yeah, it totally crashed. I mean, the whole Zionist left has crashed since the Oslo Accords. The Labor Party used to have like a chance to be prime minister, and now they're sitting, like, they're under the percentage that they can get into parliament. And the only kind of hope for the Zionist left is this politician by the name of Yair Golan, and the way he gained popularity in the past few weeks is by being a soldier and by rescuing. I mean, he in October 7th he rescued a lot of people, and now he is fully in support of the war, and that's the way that he gained popularity in the past few weeks.
Yeah, but even then, this is like this is the representative of the Israeli left to the broader majority of the Israeli population, is what you're saying, right? Like this is like he is their only glimmer of hope for the quote unquote Israeli left, or at least like the Labor Party, like the Zionist leftist approach.
Yeah, he's from the Meretz party, which is a little more left wing than the Labor Party. They do say occupation sometimes, but they consider themselves Zionists as well.
Yeah, and historically, like Meretz is also not like a it's a very easy party to say that you support, but like their members in Knesset do not have a particularly great track record. At least in my they're not. Having interviewed a few of them myself, but the thing I'm like, the somebody like Yair Golan, for example, or another figure who I know has become pretty prominent, Amir Tibon, the Haaretz correspondent, whose like dad also did like a rescue mission essentially. Does it feel like there are new, these are firmly like Zionist center left kind of figures. Do you feel like there is space, that you're talking, not like hundreds of thousands of people mobilizing, but like, have you had, like, do you think that there are people who you see are engaging with this differently, who actually, looked at what, the wound of October 7th and thought, maybe we've got to try something different here. Perhaps this like endless siege in Gaza was not the way to make them or us secure.
Absolutely, like depends. Like I think, as Tal said earlier, like one thing that is almost universal, except for maybe very dumb people and people who profit from the situation, is that how things are done right now cannot continue. They have to change. Many people, I think most people, think they need to change to further strengthen the current systems in place, to completely wipe out Gaza, or to occupy it and to settle it, and so on. And I think many people like us, and even people who didn't agree with us before, a select few, but do agree with us now, think that it has to change, but to another direction, that the current situation just can't go on, and we have to make lasting peace, which would stop the cycle of blood rather than take even more of part in the cycle of blood.
To what extent can sorry, please.
No, you can go ahead.
The quick question I had, related to that was about, what about the ability of, like historically the Israeli left and like Palestinian society in Israel have not really been able to work as hand in hand as they would, like their organizations that work together, or like Adalah, that are like fusions, you could say, of both, but like they're not like hand in glove by any means. I'm curious, like as sort of younger people engaged in the activism, how you guys think about that, and how, whether or not there's more capacity for it to change and for people to, like, just because it was something that when I was, when I spent time there when I was younger, it like always struck me how bifurcated the worlds were, not for any bad reason, just like that was the world that they had inherited, and it's a tough thing to break.
I think like in the general Israeli society, it's absolutely very present, and also the Zionist left, like the general sentiment that there is no partner, simply because there is no familiarity with the Palestinian like population and politics. Like for example, there's like a very common sentiment among the Israeli populace that they like film the signs in the West Bank in the entrance to the 8 territories where this place is dangerous for Israeli civilians. You shall not pass under any circumstance. Which, like, bro, like you just need a Palestinian pal with you. It's like it's a legal technicality. It's not dangerous for you. Like maybe you'll get looked at weirdly, and depends on the place, but
as far as I understand, the danger, at least from some formerly like ultra nationalist, ultra Zionist settlers, even from the West Bank, like, and their firsthand accounts, the danger comes from being recognized as a part of the Palestinian population because the at the checkpoints, once you cross over to the Palestinian side, if you don't have, because you're maybe afraid that if you wear your kippah, people will think you're Jewish and harm you. If you hide that you are Jewish without your identification papers, they are not going to know that you are Jewish. And therefore, all of a sudden, there's an attitude shift where the real danger or the real fear does not come from Palestinians there, but instead of how you might be perceived by the Israeli occupying force in that moment. That's what I've at least heard from a perspective shift.
Yeah,
from
sorry,
some formerly Zionists.
Points close my train of thought. I apologize. And like in practice, like there is partnership to be made. Like that's not the reality. Like sure, maybe the Zionist left has a big problem with collaborating with Palestinian people because they simply aren't talking to Palestinian people. Like the minute you identify yourself with the system that oppresses them, maybe they wouldn't really want to be your partners. But Israeli Jews who actively oppose the occupation, suddenly we see new possibilities, and suddenly Palestinians do want to work with us. Like, for example, the Hadash Jabha party. Like, it's majority Palestinian. It's the one Ofer Kassif is in. It's majority Palestinian and also has many Jewish members. I am a part of the Young Communist League in the country, Banki or Shabib Shouaya. It's also majority Palestinian, but has many Israeli Jewish participants. Like there is partnerships to be made. They just aren't as available when you're still in the mindset and in the box of Zionism.
I think that's a really good point because it is mindset. Like it's not there aren't material barriers that, and to your point about those signs in Territory A, they're not real. It's just a sign. A Palestinian isn't gonna kidnap and rob you just because you're in the there's and it is a degree to which it's as you're saying, a lot of all that inhibits people from engaging with Palestinians really is just a matter of not seeing them like the other all the time.
There are also real material barriers. Like, for example, examples of, I guess, successful Jewish-Palestinian partnership is the struggles in Masaf Yatta or Sheikh Jarrah, where Jewish Israeli activists came and in collaboration and real partnership with the Palestinian activists and residents of the place, managed to really make change.
Yeah, these places were under threat of ethnic cleansing.
Sure.
Still are under threat of ethnic cleansing, and through protective presence in the area of international and Jewish Israeli activists, it has helped delay as much as the system is the system doesn't really care, but it has helped delay in some manner the ethnic cleansing.
But there are also, as I said, real material barriers. Like, for example, Masaf Yatta, I was there many times, and in the Jordan Valley and the more generally the West Bank. I was there many times before the 7th of October attack, but since then, as the settlers became more heavily armed and more violent and had more of a military backup, I don't go there out of my own volition, or I guess out of my mother's volition, because it's unsafe.
But you're saying that you're saying
much less unsafe for me, but also for me, going there right now is unsafe. Friends of mine were shot at in Masaf Yatta.
And also, the day after, or a couple days after October 7th, a couple of our friends were doing protective presence in the Jordan Valley in a place named Wadi Sikh. And the settlers came there and took 2 Palestinians and pointed their guns at them. And also they basically kidnapped the Israeli Jewish activists as well as Palestinian activists in the area. And they got beat up and their phones taken away. And after that, they got released home. And apparently they said that the settlers that came and arrested them were part of the military. They're part of a division that knows the area. Just means settlers that live there.
Yeah. There's a lot more mobilization of settlers and obviously a deliberate arming effort by Ben-Gvir. American small arms have reached the hands of settlers consistently, and that has obviously escalated since October 7th. So I guess one question I have is, I mean, the real issue here is, like, how do you radicalize the Israeli youth? How do you radicalize the Israeli left into becoming a genuine large movement that can maybe even suck up certain parts of the liberal aspects? Like, how do you make an argument towards liberals who have these national security concerns? Because I feel like at the end of the day, the maintenance of this occupation, this apartheid, is always justified with the national security concerns that are deeply embedded within Israeli society. And as you also pointed out, I think segregation is plays a major role in stopping any kind of integration from occurring, and stopping many Israelis from seeing Palestinians as full-blown human beings that deserve dignity and human rights. So how do you break through that beyond placing Israeli Jewish bodies in between settlers? Because I feel like on the subject of settlers, this is a contentious argument even amongst liberal Zionists, right? Like, some people correctly recognize that the settlers actually make Israel look bad. Like, there is obviously mistreatment of the Palestinian citizens of Israel, which is embedded in the law as well. However, like, that would be fine, and some level of the some maintenance of the occupation would be fine. But then the settlers and their actions make the rest of the world look at Israel in a different way, is kind of what I see from at least a lot of the liberal Zionists in Israel who think like it's bad PR. How do you get those guys to, I guess, develop a more moral stance, and how do you integrate, or how do you grow your movement so that there are more kind-hearted, more moral Israelis that see Palestinians as human beings instead of the constant dehumanization that they are subjected to?
I think we saw of course this struggle is ongoing, but I think we saw very big strides of improvement during the anti-judicial overhaul protests. Also, like, for me at least, like, it's not a matter of making the Israeli population more moral or more kind-hearted. Like, I really don't give a shit. Like, it would be nice for me. I would have more people to make friends with. But like, it's a matter of like practicality and like political power and like action. And I think if the way to end the occupation is to truthfully convince the Israeli population that the occupation is hurting its own security, I think that's a valid struggle. And I think, as I said, we really did see a massive improvement during the anti-judicial overhaul protest. Like, refusal was suddenly a massively discoursed topic. Like, we had a public letter proclaiming our refusal to serve that had over 280 teenagers before enlistment sign it. And we like occupied the school in Tel Aviv and had like a massive event like showing the letter, and like hundreds of people came and it was covered all over the news, and it really like became like a big topic. And the anti-occupation bloc in the anti-judicial overhaul protests grew every weekend. Every Saturday when we protested, there were more and more people. We started at around like 200 participants in the anti-occupation bloc, and then at the most we were like 3,000-4,000. Like,
I don't know if it's 3,000-4,000.
It was 3,000
Okay.
for a few weeks there.
Okay. Yeah. Also, the idea of the like PR, whatever, the bad PR is an idea that we're seeing a lot. It's called, there's a term called pigua asparati, which means hasbara attack, which, yeah, it basically frames like, oh, don't post the Israeli military humiliating civilians in Gaza because it's bad for PR.
Yeah.
I do think that maybe we shouldn't be calling it Hasbara attack and instead be calling it not very moral. It's not that hard to switch the words and to actually recognize what it is and not just tell people to keep it on the side and not talk about it while keeping it up.
Yeah, well, one aspect of that actually is something that Jeremy Scahill wrote about on The Intercept recently. There is, as far as I understand, an IDF PSYOPs division that also maintains a Telegram channel, quite similar to the very famous Telegram channel that I'm sure you guys are familiar with, the one that has 100,000 followers at this moment, where they celebrate a lot of the Israeli occupied forces operations in Gaza. The humiliation of Palestinians and blown out mosques and schools and whatnot. It's a very popular Telegram channel as far as I understand, but then the IDF's very own has 6,000 followers, not as popular, but still something to, I guess, pay attention to. This kind of thing obviously makes the Israeli occupation look bad, because it is bad. It's an apartheid. What is the... Like, what is the reception from the Israeli left to things such as this? Like, when you see things like that, does that have a radicalization component to others who see it and think, okay, maybe that's a little bit too far? How do you feel about that? Or by the way, I don't know if you are familiar with what I was talking about at all. I just kind of dropped it in there, but
yeah, I don't know if it's the same thing, but a couple days ago or yesterday, there was a Haaretz coverage. That actually
that was
it. That's the one.
The Gore Telegram channel.
Right. So before, I don't know if you mentioned it, but people didn't know that it was an IDF run thing. And the name of it is 72 Virgins, which, if you're familiar with,
I think is familiar.
Yeah. No, I'm talking to everyone, but people didn't know that this channel was run by the IDF, and I think people kind of, a lot of people can't live with, like, they can't be okay with the IDF posting this gore and celebrating it. But while critiquing the IDF's PR actions, I think a lot of people still are for the war, but in a little bit of a different way. Where maybe don't be so proud about it, but keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and also generally, like, it's more of a disgust than condemnation. Like, people don't like when an IDF soldier beats up or strips naked like a Palestinian man, but they don't really care when, like, the IDF does it through buttons on a computer, because then it's less in their face. Like, it can be, you can estrange yourself from the situation. It's more alienated.
Do you think that explains why the IDF, and because this is a qualitative difference from, how they've done war in Gaza and the West Bank before, like why the IDF is doing so much bombing? Because you can't just push a button.
I think, yeah, like, there's a reason, like, why like, soldiers are better off when they don't see all the harm they're doing. Like, there's a reason, like, Hamas militants, when they kill people with their hands, had to use drugs, while IDF soldiers, when they kill people not with their bare hands, don't necessarily have to use drugs and live their life very commonly with free conscience. Though also a lot of the like IDF, the people like who finished their service now live with PTSD and guilty conscience and so on. But like, it's absolutely like you alienate yourself from the situation. You push a button, you don't stab someone and see them bleed.
Yeah, there's something to be said about breaking the silence, for example. the anti-occupation group comprised of former IDF veterans that many of which joined the organization, as far as I understand, after their experiences in sieges inside of Gaza. So being on the ground inside of Gaza genuinely changes, it seems, people's perspective on the matter in ways that contribute to negatively polarizing them against the occupation once they have a personal involvement with it. You're right. I mean, if it's a machine of destruction, if you're if you're in a helicopter, if you're on a plane, it's very different. If you're operating a drone, it's very different than just like directly going into a house and shooting people, or driving a tank through these cities that have now been destroyed. I guess. Is there any final note that you guys would want to leave this on as far as things that you've covered so far, things that we've talked about so far before I let you guys go?
We could about the Manigim Aravim?
No.
Okay.
I think you should donate to Meservot if you can.
Yes.
Because it would help us.
Also, another point is that I think, as you said, there are a lot of Israelis in the chat. If you can't donate or if you don't want to, I urge you that if you are a young person, contact us, join the Meservot network. If you're watching from another place, there are ways that you can help either this struggle or a different struggle. So join anything you can and make the world a better place.
And follow us on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok and all the apps.
What is here? I'll put those links as well. What is it? What's the Instagram account for Meservot? I'm saying it wrong, but
MESARVOT, and I think on Twitter it's the same but with a 1 afterwards.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
No, it is an underscore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Meservot with MESARVOT underscore.
Meservot.
Meservot.
Meservot. Here you go. I'll link it
Right
in
now I'm preparing a post for the fundraiser that will be up by tomorrow, hopefully. So if you're not, see you tomorrow and then.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much. This was a really, really special and edifying conversation.
Yeah, thank you for your bravery as well. I mean, you guys are doing an awesome thing. I think hopefully people recognize that here in America. I mean, you're taking a courageous stance, especially at such a young age.
We appreciate you guys having us on.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Noah.
My pleasure. Take care.
Bye, everyone. Okay. Wow. Hope that was an illuminating conversation for many of you. These are young Israelis who are publicly criticizing and refusing to join the Israeli military. Instagram.com/Meservot. Meservot. Yeah, you can participate if you're in Israel in this movement as well. Was Standing Together covered? I don't really understand their position. No, they're more radical than the they're definitely not, like, I guess as Ella pointed out. I think it was Ella who pointed it out, but they're not anti-Zionist, but they're not Zionist either. And yet they still are considered incredibly radical and on the margins. The Instagram account that I linked to has not been inactive since 2020. What are you talking about? There's literally stuff that is oh wait, what the fuck? No, you're looking at the pin tweet. Chatter. They straight up. That's a pinned post, Chatter. Like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, this is a very recent thing that happened. You know that, right? Anyway, yeah, you're looking at the pinned tweet most likely. Here's a video related to the article. He doesn't care if people react to his vids. What? They released the day before and closed the day after.
All right, guys. I know
this. They released the day before, and I don't know what this is. Aztec Cross. Oh, you're talking about the fucking video game company. Okay. Yes, the UN General Assembly is demanding a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza.
Put the blame where it belongs, on the shoulders of the Hamas monsters. But this resolution does not even condemn Hamas. It doesn't even mention Hamas. I honestly don't know how can someone look in the mirror and support a resolution that doesn't condemn Hamas and doesn't even mention Hamas by name. So at the very last, I urge you to vote for adding a condemnation of Hamas to the resolution. But you know what? I have an idea. If you want a real ceasefire, here is the right address. This is the phone number of Hamas's office in Gaza. You can all call +970 599 3765 and ask for Yihya Sinwar. Tell Hamas to put down their arms, turn themselves in, and return our hostages. This will bring a complete ceasefire that will last forever.
United Nations on Tuesday, that is today, demanded an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war after more than 3/4 of the 193-member General Assembly backed the move, which had been vetoed by the United States in the Security Council last week. Washington does not have a veto in the General Assembly. It voted against the resolution, along with Israel and 8 other countries. The text garnered 153 votes in favor, while 23 countries abstained from the vote because they're fucking cowards. Before the UN vote, U.S. President Joe Biden told a fundraising event for his 2024 re-election campaign that Israel was losing international support because of the indiscriminate bombing that takes place. Israel has bombarded Gaza from the air, imposed a siege, launched a ground offensive in retaliation for October 7, in which the Gazan Health Ministry says 18,205 Palestinians have been killed and nearly 50,000 wounded. These are the latest numbers. General Assembly resolutions are not binding, but carry political weight, reflecting a global view on the war. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has long called for a humanitarian ceasefire and last week made a rare move to warn the Security Council of the global threat posed by the war. UN Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, told the General Assembly before the vote that there were aspects of the resolution that the U.S. supported, such as the need for urgently addressing the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, protect civilians, and free hostages. Do you think international support will actually turn on Israel? International support has not existed for Israel. There's a difference between international support for Israel versus whatever the fuck. Oh, by the way, I nailed that goddamn thing. International support for Israel versus existing versus versus American support for Israel existing, and not even like the American population supporting Israel existing in the way that it is currently existing. The support that is, it's more so just like America running the show. But she added, any ceasefire right now would be temporary at best and dangerous at worst. Dangerous to Israelis who would be subject to relentless attacks, and also dangerous to Palestinians who deserve the chance to build a better future for themselves, free from Hamas. The General Assembly resolution also demands the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and the warring parties comply with international law, specifically with regard to the protection of civilians. Death sentence. An attempt by the United States to amend the text to include a rejection and condemnation of the heinous terrorist attacks by Hamas and the taking of hostages, and a bid by Austria to add that the hostages were being held by Hamas both failed to get the 2/3 majority support needs to pass. Pakistan's UN ambassador, Munir Akram, argued against both the proposed amendments to name Hamas, saying that any blame has to be placed on both parties, especially on Israel. When you deny people freedom, dignity, when you humiliate and trap them in an open-air prison where you kill them as if they were beasts, they become very angry and they do to others what is done to them, he told the General Assembly. Very dangerous prospect. Most of the 2.3 million people in Gaza have been driven from their homes, and the United Nations has given dire warnings about the humanitarian situation in the coastal enclave, saying that hundreds of thousands of people are starving. The United States and Israel oppose a ceasefire because they believe it would only benefit Hamas. Bullshit. That has not happened. That literally has not happened. A ceasefire already occurred, and that did not happen. It's just they're worried because a ceasefire shows that you can actually negotiate with whatever Palestinian leadership or whatever Palestinian resistance exists. And that is a dangerous prospect for the ongoing occupation and bombing campaign. Okay? Do you think BRICS will shut down the UN or close it and open another UN? No, I do not. What? No. BRICS. Lamau. Okay. What do you think would happen if you call Hamas at 3 p.m. gone wrong? Yeah, 3 a.m. Yeah, new NATO, new BRICS. BRICS. Why are you laughing at BRICS? Come on, bro. A ceasefire is a death sentence for countless more Israelis in Gaza, told the General Assembly. Gilad Erdan said this. On October, the General Assembly called for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities, and a resolution adopted with 121 votes in favor, 14 against, including the U.S., and 44 abstentions. Obviously, this is just a finger wagging and a very strong condemnation, but it does reflect a tide shift, an attitude shift. This is, of course, coming after 18,000 killed Palestinians. Meanwhile, while that's happening on the side, let's go to D.C., Washington, D.C. Ukraine President Zelensky and President Biden are holding a joint news conference amid the congressional funding fight.
Administration from senators, and we've been talking with the speaker. I got these signals. They were more than positive, but we know that we have to separate words and particular result. Therefore, we will count on particular result. Thank you.
Return to ask a question.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Телеканал Інтер, будь ласка.
Inter, please.
Thank you for taking my question. Dmitry Anochin, Ukrainian television US correspondent.
Український кореспондент. Дуже багато республіканців сумніваються, що Україна може виграти цю війну.
Ukraine need to cede some territories to stop fighting. Pане Володимире, to be very honest, have you even considered such a step to cede the territories to stop fighting? And Mr. Biden, could you please clarify the policy and of your administration, the strategy of your administration on Ukraine? Is it about helping the country to defend itself or to win the war? Because it's obviously such a difference.
I will begin. Okay. Ваше запитання до мене, чи готові ми віддати територію?
So, your question is,
if we are ready to give up our territories?
Слухайте, питання
Will you cede territories to fucking end the
The question
fighting?
is not only about our words or thoughts. The question is about for what we are ready and for what we are not. How Ukraine is able to give up its territories. That's insane, to be honest. We are mentioning God very often. That's not about Christianity. We have our people there, we have our families there, we have children there. That's a part of Ukrainian society, and we are talking about human beings. They are being under tortures, they are being raped, and they are being killed. And those voices which offers to give up our territories, they offers as well to give up our people. That's not a matter of territory, that's a matter of lives, of families, of children, of their histories. I don't know whose idea it is, but I have a question to these people if they are ready to give up their children to terrorists. I think no.
We want to see Ukraine win the war, and as I've said before, winning means Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation, and that can afford to defend itself today and deter further aggression. That's our objective. Trevor, Reuters.
Thank you, sir. First, a question for both of you. Given the Republican skepticism of the Ukraine effort, do you worry that a second term for President Trump would be the end of an independent Ukraine? That's for both of you. And then for you, President Biden, just an update, if you could, on the situation in Gaza, on the reports that Israel has begun flooding Hamas tunnels, and just the offensive in southern Gaza generally. How long do you think that operation should last?
I think the major problem here isn't necessarily that their resources are diminished, which is an issue, certainly, but their major resource that is diminished is manpower.
Small number of Republicans who don't want to support Ukraine, but they don't speak for the majority, even the Republicans, in my view. We're in negotiations to get funding we need, not to promise, not making promises, but hopeful we can get there. I think we can. And you're right, the world's watching what we do. Would just send a horrible message to an aggressor and allies if we walked away at this time, and it would hurt our national security. If you want me to answer the other question as well, with regard to, say it again.
Sorry, so the question was just if you could talk a little bit about the Gaza operation, Israel flooding Hamas tunnels, and if you've had conversations with Bibi Netanyahu about how long that operation should last.
In Ukraine, no, it's not manpower, it's ammo and rockets mostly. From what I understand, manpower is a significant problem as well. Otherwise, why would they fucking increase the age of conscription to 40?
We don't
plan on
forget
doing that.
what we're doing here. We have to support Israel because they're an independent nation that's being, I mean, the brutality, the inhumanity, the way in which Hamas treated the Israelis, and I mean, raping and burning and beheading. I mean, it's just beyond comparison, And to anything else that I've seen since I've been here, and I've been around for a long time. But I think that we have made it clear to the Israelis, and they're aware, that the safety of innocent Palestinians is still of great concern. And so the actions they're taking must be consistent with attempting to do everything possible to prevent innocent Palestinian civilians from being hurt, murdered, killed, lost, etc. And look, it doesn't lessen their responsibility going after Hamas to innocent Palestinians and Hamas. Look, we have a responsibility to protect citizens and ensure they have
It's
access
wild
to
that, like, I mean, his faculties are so diminished.
Arab friends as well as the Israelis to get humanitarian assistance.
Because, like, he's having such a hard time switching it off from, like,
Literally getting up to
unconditional support to
140
Ukraine
trucks
and then
loaded
having to
with
take the exact
gear,
opposite
loaded with food,
position
loaded with
and being
everything
pro-Russia
that
on the
is needed
Israel
by the
shit.
Palestinians, including fuel. So, Israel has stated its intent
Like, it's hard.
to fulfill
To be fair,
these
even for
responsibilities.
those
It's very difficult.
who have all their mental
With regard
faculties in
to
order, that would
the
be a hard
flooding of the
switch up.
tunnels, I'm not, well, there is assertions being made that there's quite sure there are no hostages in any of these tunnels, but I don't know that for a fact. I do know that, though, every civilian death is an absolute tragedy, and Israel stated
He
its
does not
intent,
believe
as I
that at
said,
all.
to match its words with its intent with actions. That's why I was talking about today. Question 3. I guess I asked that. No, I just asked that. It's your turn. Your turn.
Якщо відповідаючи на ваше запитання,
So, addressing your question very quickly, I've been talking a lot with representatives of both parties. Both Democrats and Republicans proved full-fledged support. And we will see, but before this, we've always been trusting in support of our strategic partner, the United States, and we will consider that it will continue in this way, and Ukraine will not remain alone against such a critical terrorist as the Russian Federation.
Укрінформ. Так, будь ласка.
Did he just read the question that was asked of him and his fucking sheet in front of him and went, oh, sorry. Your
Next
turn.
summer, the United States will host an anniversary NATO summit in Washington, D.C., which raises a lot of hope, especially for Ukraine. President Zelensky, what does the Ukrainian side expect from this summit? And do you hope to hear direct invitation for Ukraine to join the alliance? And President Biden, under what conditions is the United States ready to support the initiative of inviting Ukraine to be member of NATO? Thank you.
Good question.
Thank you for your question. I will answer very quickly on this very complicated question. We are not allies till now. We are not we are allies, but we are not members of NATO. So that's why I think I will pass this question to our big friend, President Biden.
Look, I'm very proud that how strong and unified NATO has become. And now it's even larger. Putin wanted to.
Yeah, it's even larger minus Ukraine, though.
In Geneva, right after I was elected, and he's gotten the NATOization of Finland instead. And NATO will be in Ukraine's future, no question about that. But as we said in Vilnius, Ukraine will become a member of NATO when all allies agree and conditions are met. Right now, we have to make sure they win the war. And, we launched a joint declaration of support alongside President Zelensky and the G7 leaders in Vilnius, outlining a long-term commitment to supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, but there's 0% chance Russia stops fucking throwing bodies at the fucking meat grinder if you say there's no way, once the war is won by Ukraine, we'll let them into NATO. It's just a further continuation of the conflict, which ends up harming Ukrainians. If the goal overall is to stop the Russian invasion, then you're like, yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But a negotiation or you're pro-Russia? No, I'm not, man. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. It's so stupid. Please, just stop being fucking stupid for like 1 second in your life. The irony is that my position on Israel-Palestine is damn near fucking identical to my position on Russia versus Ukraine in this situation. I want a fucking cessation of hostilities. Okay? I want Russia to draw back their fucking forces. The idea that I want Russia to continue fucking invading Ukraine is idiotic. Anyway. Goal is to sell weapons to keep Russia busy while we're actually doing a good job on that front. Yeah, I mean, that is the major goal. That's huge. That difference in opinion is not just like a simple disagreement. that difference in opinion is what fuels the continuation, the attitude, the interest, the appetite that people have to continue throwing Ukrainian bodies on the Ukrainian side in the fucking meat grinder as Russia continues to do the fucking same.
Here today is the president is trying to make it very clear that Republicans will be to blame here, saying, as you noted, that you can't hold this kind of funding hostage. And that is exactly what the White House is accusing Republicans of.
I think we should ask what Ukrainians want. They're fighting invaders instead of going to school and having fun with friends. Brother, this talking point is so fucking stupid. I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay? Oh, we should ask Ukrainians what they want. Okay, they want to be a part of NATO. They want a fucking no-fly zone over Ukraine. They want that. Are they getting that? Fuck no. So obviously there's red lines. So if you're going to fucking dangle NATO like a carrot in front of the Ukrainian population and then tell them like, no, guess what? Like you keep fighting for it. Like maybe one day we'll put you in NATO. When the major partners have no interest in allowing that to happen, you literally, all you're doing is just continuing the fucking conflict. All you're doing is continuing the invasion. No matter what happens, all wars end with treaties, okay? All wars end with treaties. So unless you think Ukraine somehow magically is going to push all of the Russian forces, all the Russian invaders back into Russia proper, okay? And like clear out all the fucking minefields, do all of that. As that was what they claimed was going to happen in the counteroffensive. Unless you think that that is what's going to happen now magically with like new American weapons being given to the Ukrainian forces, okay? Anything short of that spells doom and the continuation of doom. I think that's where most of you Ukraine hate comes from. While you are correct, this is a truth they don't want to hear. Yeah. Ukraine's cause is just. Ukraine's cause is moral. Okay? There is nothing more moral than fighting against an invading force in your country. Okay? They are just as moral as what Hamas and Islamic Jihad and many other Palestinian militaries are doing inside of Gaza right now. Straight up. The problem is America is funding the Ukrainian side on the invasion, okay, which is understandable. It's objectively on the right side in that conflict, except its interests are making it so that the conflict continues. It's the worst thing you can do because they're offering a glimmer of hope or a shred of hope to Zelensky while simultaneously having no real interest in like legitimately stopping it at all, legitimately stopping the conflict at all. Simply saying, keep throwing bodies at the problem. It's fine. We'll give you some weapons. Don't worry. That's it. Of course, Ukraine has a right to defend itself, and Russia has no right to invade Ukraine. It's objectively not a fucking moral gray area. It's a black and white issue. America's involvement, on the other hand, is not due to their legitimate interest in Ukrainian emancipation. America's involvement absolutely is to keep funneling older weapons into Ukraine and taking some of our military budget and directly putting it into Ukraine in their moral cause of purging the nation of Russian invaders. While simultaneously they get to atrophy and destroy a foreign adversary's military prowess while beefing up NATO, growing the military-industrial complex, without a single care for Ukrainian civilians at all.
Now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Washington, D.C., making his...
Russia invading Ukraine is not defending itself. It's just like Israel bombing and invading Gaza, ethnically cleansing and doing a genocide is not defending itself. Do you think Russia has a right to defend itself, and do you condemn? Oh, you're joking. Okay. Oh. If U.S. cared about maintaining security in the region, they wouldn't be beefing up Zelensky on the side and I don't know, whispering sweet nothings into his ear, claiming that they're going to write checks that their ass can't cash or doesn't want to. And as the war continues, as the Ukrainian ranks wither away, as the Russian government keeps throwing fucking more conscripts at the invasion, at the gruesome meat grinder that has become the trench warfare that they're engaging in. No matter what happens, it's like it's a wrap. Like, there's going to be an end to this. It's either today or 6 months down the line. And if it's 6 months down the line, that means all that many more deaths have occurred on both sides. That's a calculation that America can easily make. Because it's not our guys dying out there. It's Ukrainians, so they don't give a shit. Never forget what Lindsey Graham and Elizabeth Warren collectively, like, they got together and said. Chris Murphy said the same thing. For 5% of our military budget, we've been able to take out 50% of a foreign adversary's military power without a single active duty service member dying in the process. I'd say that's money well spent. Okay? Some of you are going to die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, is quite literally the Shrek meme. The King's meme from Shrek. So yeah, ultimately, whenever people say like, oh, why aren't we listening to the Ukrainians here? It's like, we're not listening to the Ukrainians. We never have from day one.
His case for the United States to offer more aid to support his country's fight against the Russian invasion. The deal's been deadlocked in Congress over a row about more funding for US border security. President Zelensky's met leaders in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, and he'll later travel across to the White House for talks with President Biden. Well, we're joined now by our correspondent in North America, Nomia Iqbal. Always good to talk to you, Nomia. So we saw President Zelensky arrive to Capitol Hill just a few moments ago. What happens now?
Well, what a difference a year makes. I remember last year when he arrived here to make his first speech to Congress, he was treated like a rock star. People applauded him, they pledged their support, they were very optimistic about the spring offensive and saying that they would do whatever it takes to help.
Look at the coverage too. They're like shitting on him. They're straight up dookie-ing on Zelensky. Like being like, yeah, they treated him like a fucking king, a legend. Now they look at him like a fucking loser. He sucks. He's losing. He's losing the battle. He's making us look bad. We don't like that. Fucking nutty. They said fell off, L nerd, R.I.P. Bozo.
Ukraine win, but as I say, what a difference a year makes. He now comes to Congress where support for him, particularly amongst Republicans, is really fading away. And he's come here, as you said, to make that case, to continue supporting Ukraine. You've got this this spending package that's stalled in Congress, which would see more than $60 billion be sent to Ukraine, and he's making that case. So he has met all 100 senators. Have a listen to Senate Majority Leader Democrat Chuck Schumer and what he had to say after that meeting.
It was a very powerful meeting. President Zelensky made it so clear how he needs help, but if he gets the help, he can win this war. And he outlined in some great detail, the kind of help he needs and how it will help him win. Even many of our Republican colleagues talked about we are winning this war. And if we get the help if he gets the help he needs, he will win. On the other hand, he made it clear, and we all made it clear, that if we lose, Putin wins. And this will be very, very dangerous for the United States. So we cannot let Putin influence through any surrogate what we need to do for Ukraine. He also made one other point. He needs the aid quickly.
It's always the same fucking narrative. Israel is the first line of defense against Islamic terrorism. Ukraine is the first line of defense against fucking Russian imperialism. It's just like, it's so interesting. We're always on the right side of history, thank God.
If we don't give the aid quickly, several things will happen. First, the military needs, but
like,
second...
America's so bad that even when we're on the right side of a conflict, we're still on the fucking wrong side. Like, we'll be on the right side of a conflict and still take the wrong position. It is honestly something that deserves to be studied. Like, how do you do that? You're on the right side for the wrong reasons? What do you mean, me? Anyway, it's just, it's very, very frustrating. It's additionally frustrating when you hear like progressive people hit the fucking, you don't understand. This is about like Ukrainians and what they need and what they want. Meanwhile, like, that's just a selling point, dude. That is just a way to try and sell this. There's never ending fucking, there's never ending invasion. Eventually, one side is going to fucking run out of people. And right now, at least statistically, at least looking at populations, the side that's running out of people is the Ukrainian side. You know? It is about what they need morally. They're the ones suffering an invasion. Yeah, the problem is, I'll tell it to you like this, okay? Israel versus Palestine. If America gets involved as an honest actor in that situation, okay, and tries to put forward a real, legitimate peace process, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. The fuck? What do you think I've been pushing for? I've been pushing for a fucking ceasefire since the beginning. Pushing for an end to the occupation. It's the same principle in Russia versus Ukraine. All matter of war ends in peace treaties. That's how it ends. That's it. Lunch, try on, hog. What are you munching on? Same shit I munch on every day.
Europe and many other allies will say, what is going on here? They're not giving them the aid.
In Washington, Kirsten Harris, Channel 11 News.
Well, that argument is one that's just not working for Republicans. We spoke to Republican Senator Lindsey Graham after that meeting, and he was hardline about it. When we said, does it make a difference that Zelensky, who is a wartime leader, has come here to make the case? He said, no, no, no. And he said, to quote the senator, that he believes that Zelensky is being used by Democrats. So Zelensky has quite the challenge, and as you mentioned
listen to me. Listen, the Republicans aren't doing this out of the fucking kindness of their hearts either, obviously. They don't give a shit. They know that it's no longer as popular to fucking give, from the eyes of the American population, endless amounts of money and supply to Ukraine. So they can use that as a bargaining chip to push for other shit, like funding the border wall, which the Democrats will inevitably capitulate to because or I guess like wait for the military industrial complex to give a whipping to the Republican Party because this benefits their. I mean, this is like funding Ukraine is their priority. In not a single part of this conversation do we actually feature what is in the best interest of Ukrainians in general. I hope you understand that. Like it's not because like Lindsey Graham is pushing Z and he's like pro. It's not like Lindsey Graham is fucking pro Russia. He's the one who literally famously said the 5% of our military budget thing that I mention all the time. It's just he knows that this is a politically sound moment. This is a politically opportunistic moment for someone like him and the Republican Party to tack on, because military industrial complex spending is always going to be bipartisan. He can tack on some shit. The Republicans know that they can just, add additional agenda items to the Ukrainian funds. But not a single person is thinking, okay, how many more Ukrainians need to die in the hands of the Russian invasion until we say, okay, maybe they've run out of forces. Maybe we've privatized enough of the Ukrainian infrastructure, enough of their services, and maybe now we can just like start talking about ending this conflict rather than continuously managing it.
You know, he's going to meet the Speaker of the House.
I don't see how negotiations will allow Ukraine to get any land back. What Russia has occupied now, they will not give away after sacrificing so much manpower and equipment. It will be the end of Putin. He won't have achieved even the basic goals. It will likely also be the end of the Zelensky government, and the Ukrainian population will hate him and likely turn on the West, feeling betrayed. It's also unclear, understandably, whether Ukrainian units will stop fighting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a bad assessment of the situation. I don't think he's wrong. Like, we might disagree on NATO. I don't know what Elon's take is on NATO, but I don't think this is an unfair assessment. I think this is correct. The situation is fucked on every side. Okay, like there is. I don't know. I mean, Putin's political end is the only hopeful side of this that is not going to happen. That's like that I don't agree with. Because that's like, as someone who's Turkish, I know what that copium smells like. You know what I mean? Oh, Erdogan's going to die any moment now. Zelensky's done, though, for sure. Like, not only is Zelensky done, but the political chaos that will occur in Ukraine with a sense of betrayal, that the Ukrainian people will feel is real. I don't know if they'll actually turn the crosshairs on America. Kurds never did. You know what I mean? I think that ultimately, because they have an established nation state, they'll probably strive for political power. Like the more nationalist, more reactionary forces will strive for political power internally. And I suspect that the American State Department will offer that to them once they recognize that like Zelensky's coming across like a conciliatory force. In order to The reactionaries are super anti-Russia. It is their left who is in some ways always pro-Russia. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, I mean, I don't know what the exact opinion is now because war hasn't stopped. But I would assume that it's significantly more, it's their opinion of Russia in Ukraine is way worse than it was pre-invasion. Like, no question. Isn't it? Wait, hold on. This is a good take. Someone said, what are you talking about? Zelensky is actually very popular in Ukraine. Betrayal of what? Zelensky is so much respected in Ukraine by everyone. The only person that is as much respected is Zaluzhny, who is the commander-in-chief. Yeah, and as far as I understand, there's like internal conflict between these two figures that you just brought up. So, yeah. Do you think that that ensures stability?
House Republican Mike Johnson, and then he's going to the White House to talk to President Biden.
Nomia, we are less than a year away from the next presidential election. Is politics playing a part in all of this?
I think it probably is, because whilst Zelensky is coming with a powerful message, and we heard that from Chuck Schumer, which is, we need this money, we need it now. If we don't get it, we will not win the war in Ukraine, we will not beat Russia, and Vladimir Putin will become a nightmare for everyone. That's a pretty powerful message. But Republicans have a powerful message to send back, which is about border security. Border security.
This is so stupid. American politicians are looking at this and going, dog, we gave you tanks. You said they came in too late, which there's truth to. And your counteroffensive failed. Okay, what's 61 additional billions of dollars going to do? It's still not going to push the Russian positions. And then that'll look like a major waste of funds domestically.
US-Mexico is an issue that has confounded lawmakers here for decades. It's an incredibly contentious issue, and it's one that matters to the American public. And the Republicans are saying, you care about your security, we care about our security, we care about security on the border. And that is a powerful argument to make to the American electorate. So I think it's fair to say that politics, domestic politics, is playing a huge part in this discussion.
Never thought you were out of touch. Okay, so because you think U.S. is on the wrong side of the Israel-Palestine conflict, the Ukrainians have to pay for it? What the fuck? I never said that. Where are you getting that from? I said the United States is on the right side on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, they're in it for the wrong reasons. And what that means is that they will continue to prolong the conflict rather than get to the fucking table and try to manage a solution. And the only thing you do in that circumstance, because this is objectively a proxy war, regardless of what the Ukrainian people's opinions are, is it, do we kick the can down the road? Do we kick the can down the road another 6 months? Obviously, there's a long winter ahead, which is most likely going to halt conflict dramatically, but make it much harder to preserve safety, security, peace in Ukraine when Russia is bombing Western positions, targeting the fucking electricity, targeting the infrastructure so that the Ukrainian population suffers further on purpose. Which is precisely what they're going to fucking do during the winter. And they have been doing that already. So the point is, do you end it? Do you try to end it now? Which, by the way, Russia might not follow through on, for the record. And that part I do believe, right? And if they don't, then there you go. You now have reaffirmed support from the American population that Russia is not interested in peace. Now you could take an infinitely more militant position, and you're back to square one anyway. The point is, this conflict is going to end. It's either going to end now, it's either going to end a couple months from now, or it's going to fucking end a year from now. The only thing that's going to happen in that time frame is that, you know, people are just going to die. They're going to keep dying in massive numbers. We know Russia is not interested in peace. Okay. That shouldn't stop you from trying, though, right? That's the whole point. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that Russia is definitely an honest actor in this and that they are going to certainly abide by conditions of peace. My point always is, and it's just like the same for the apartheid of Israel, for example, where I say, like, look, end the apartheid. If hostilities continue in that degree, worst case scenario, you restart the apartheid. Back to square one. Engage in an attempt to bring all the actors to the table and engage in an attempt for a ceasefire. If fucking Russia continues bombing positions, if Russia continues going crazy, then okay, you go back to square one. It's the same shit. You know what I mean? That's it. That's my perspective on the matter. I don't think that's a fucking insane thing to say. You say, we know Russia is not interested in peace. Okay, then fucking you'll continue the war. What is so scary about trying to manage the conflict in order to avoid further casualties? Like avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. I don't even think Ukraine should offer Crimea. I think what Zelensky did early on was say, we'll talk about Crimea with the referendum 15 years down the line. That's a brilliant way to just kick the can down the road. So they've already suggested positions that Russians have agreed to, the Russian parties have agreed to. That's it. This fucking chatter is the one who's dense. If you care about human lives, don't you? If you do, then you should want to end the conflict. This judge just wants to beat his chest on behalf of Ukrainians from the comfort of his home. No, I mean, he could be a Ukrainian. There are plenty of Ukrainians who get very mad at me when I talk about this issue. There are plenty of Ukrainians who get mad at me when I talk about this issue. They're like, oh, you don't care about our perspective. And it's like, no, I just don't want more people to die for no fucking reason. It shouldn't take another year and hundreds of thousands of fucking Ukrainians to die as the age of conscription goes up, as forced conscription becomes a reality, as Ukrainian women are also now joining the fucking battle. You know what I mean? Like, is that better? Is that going to be better? I don't think so. It's horrifying. Anyway, like I was saying, 3-minute ad break is upon us. Here it is.
Nomia Iqbal, for the moment, thank you very much. Joining us live from Capitol Hill. Well, we can now go to our correspondent in Kyiv, Jessica Parker. Good to talk to you as well, Jessica. Jessica, how essential is this funding to the Ukrainian counteroffensive?
Hugely crucial. I mean, you ask in terms of how crucial it is the Ukrainian counteroffensive. It's not exactly clear that that counteroffensive really is happening in terms of on the land at the moment. Recently, we've heard President Zelensky actually talk about a new phase of the war. There seems to be more emphasis on defence and fortifications along existing lines as winter, as you can see, clearly has arrived across Ukraine. But longer term, it is really crucial. If you look at the statistics, America is by far and away Ukraine's single.
By the way, do you think Putin will accept punting 15 years on Crimea? Yes, I know they have already. The Russian delegation already did in the Turkish 15-point peace agreement.
Biggest backer so far in terms of military aid. No European ally or country really comes close in that regard, although the EU has donated a lot of economic assistance. And when you speak to people here, just people in the streets or officials as well, it's not like they turn around and say to you, oh, well, if US aid doesn't come through, then, you know, we'll find a way forward. I mean, of course, they will keep fighting, but actually the attitude much more seems to be, we're counting on that US aid. We hope it will come through. We have faith that they will find a way forward. So there is this sense that it's almost incomprehensible at the moment for Ukrainians to think that that aid could start to fade away.
And just briefly, Jessica, just want to pick up on what you just said about speaking to people in Ukraine. What is the wider mood at the moment about how the war's going?
It's a really difficult time, actually. I think it's fair to say, speaking to people, it feels like the most difficult time since around the start of the actual invasion itself. A few reasons for that briefly. The counteroffensive seemed to have faltered. Obviously, the world's attention has been diverted by what's happening in Israel and Gaza. And as well, there is this deep concern about wavering Western aid, because it isn't just the US. There's also been some struggles as well, ongoing struggles to approve some economic aid from the European Union, and that looks like it's all going to come to a head on Thursday at a summit in Brussels.
Political gridlock on Capitol Hill may be jeopardizing the fight against Russia in Ukraine. Right now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Washington pleading for Congress to approve more military aid for his country. Next hour, he's scheduled to sit down one-on-one with President Biden. This morning, he met with senators and House members arguing that the political bickering over Ukraine aid is exactly...
Bro, there's like a 7-to-1 artillery difference right now, I think. I looked at some numbers earlier with like Russian artillery versus Ukraine. And Biden is the biggest fucking fake friend of all time, where he receives Zelensky literally the morning after, like a couple hours after, sending a fuck ton of tank shells and artillery to Israel via emergency authorization. It's literally the equivalent of like fucking your ex-girlfriend's best friend, and then like while the nut is still in your fucking underpants, talking to your ex-girlfriend and being like, no, I'll cuddle with you. It's all good, baby. I still love you. It's insane. Straight up, dude. What the fuck are we doing? Incredibly cucked. Who needed that analogy? Me, dude. I needed it.
what Vladimir Putin wants to see.
And yet, so far, Republicans seem unmoved. Some GOP senators even walked out of their meeting. Also today, we have newly declassified U.S. intelligence about Russia's strategy and why the Kremlin is aiming for a winter stalemate. We have CNN chief congressional correspondent Manu Raju. He is on the Hill, along with CNN reporter Katie Bo-Lillis. Manu, let's start with you. I mean, as we await this White House meeting, what are you hearing on the Hill?
Yeah, nothing has changed. In fact, the stalemate persists, and there are real fears that there's aid to Ukraine. Even the supporters who back aid to Ukraine believe that this will drag into next year, despite the urgent pleas by the president of Ukraine, who is poised to leave Capitol Hill empty-handed. He met behind closed doors with Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats, trying to make his case about why aid is needed. I'm told that he told senators he expected that they would eventually come through, and he indicated that the money would be looked at. There'd be significant accountability in Ukraine for federal dollars. Then he met with the Speaker of the House and the House Democratic leader. But the fact of the matter is that Republicans are still insisting that there needs to be a deal to deal with the southern border with Mexico, to tighten immigration restrictions. They said that must come first before they agreed to approving aid to Ukraine, even as there is no path for a deal on immigration, as the two sides remain badly divided. Something that even staunch supporters of Ukraine aid, like Senator Mitt Romney, indicated must be dealt with first, immigration, before.
I think the funniest part about this back and forth is that, like, nobody is talking about the truth. Okay? What do I mean by this? Ukraine's problem isn't simply munitions. It's also human resources. Like, they don't have enough people, right? They're running out of people. Sure, bullets will help and artillery will help, but they're also running out of people. America's problem, on the other hand, isn't that they don't have enough money. Of course they have money. They just print it. It's fake. America's problem, on the other hand, is that there is a finite amount of resources. So yes, you can, as a matter of fact, it turns out, unironically run out of bullets, even if you are the American government, because there is literally a finite amount of munitions. So when you're giving it to Israel as well, when you're doing the unlimited tap to Israel, when you're redirecting it to Israel, you can't do it. You can't do it for Ukraine and Israel at the same time, to the same degree. That goes the same way for the Russians too. But it seems like the Russian economy is like full tilt war economy. The American economy, on the other hand, is not like World War II levels of war economy, where all of our industrial output is like completely redirected, where, you know, we're actually going to start rationing fucking certain things because certain chemicals and certain supplies have to be given to Ukraine, or have to be used in the front lines so that we can give enough artillery shells to Ukraine. Like, that would be fucking unimaginably unpopular. No American will be on board with that. Get the fuck out of here. We're incredibly selfish people. So like, obviously, as a country that's very far away from this conflict, we don't have, as a country that's very far away from this conflict, we're just kind of giving people a lot, giving people the best we can, okay? As many bullets, as many munitions as we can. But we don't have enough to ramp up production. There's still a finite amount of resources. There's still a finite amount in production that you can only achieve. Bro, just stop having takes on Ukraine and you're fine. Ukraina literally means the end of Russia, lol. Yeah, dude, you're right. Guys, Russia is going to fall any day now. China is going to fall any day now. Every single one of you guys are right. I promise, you're right. You got it. Are you advocating for the increasing of the military industrial complex? No, of course I'm not. But I also don't believe that that'll happen either beyond what we've done so far. Like, what we're talking about would require America to go back to like World War II levels of production so that Ukrainians can manage their conflict and hopefully not die or not run out of humans as they do that. That is a prospect that doesn't seem achievable. Me bringing this up does not mean I'm fucking pro-Russia, okay?
There's a deal on Ukraine.
Reality is that the House is not going to take up a Ukraine bill unless it includes securing the border to the level that existed under the 3 prior presidents. When people elect a Republican majority in the House, you have to listen to what they have to say.
Are you concerned that if there's no money, Ukraine could lose the war to Russia?
Well, that's always been a big possibility the whole time. I mean, I've never thought they could win to begin with, especially the way we eased into it.
What are the implications that if Russia wins? Are you worried about the implications if Russia wins?
Well, everybody keeps saying they're going to continue to go across Europe. I mean, they can't beat Ukraine on the eastern side. How are they going to continue to go the rest of the way through Europe? I've never believed that scenario. I think it's a good selling point to send more money.
So you're hearing the divide.
I can't believe this
GOP
fucking baboon
side.
is not wrong.
Some like Tommy Tuberville saying no more money at all for Ukraine. Others saying at least there needs to be a deal on border security first before agreeing on aid to
what are they
Ukraine.
going to do?
But
They can't get across
there is
Ukraine.
no deal in sight between the two parties on border security, which
Of course,
is why President Zelensky,
he's also contradicting
despite these urgent
himself,
appeals, leaving Washington without any aid.
'Cause he
Unclear
just said they
when
would lose.
and if that may happen. guys.
Manu, thank you so much for the update. We want to bring in Katie Bolilis now because, Katie, you have some new reporting on this declassified intelligence report that was provided to members of Congress, and it's really providing startling details about Russia's losses on the battlefield.
Yeah, some pretty staggering numbers here, Boris. This intelligence assessment provided to Congress yesterday reports...
I mean, they took parts of Moldova. Brother, if you think that, like, America gives a single fuck about Moldova, I don't know what to tell you, dog. We don't even give a shit about Ukraine. I've been trying to explain this to you. The fuck? Motherfucker said Moldova. Where is Moldova, Mama Liga, when you need him? Zelensky told senators Ukraine is considering conscripting men over 40 years old to bolster its frontline troop levels. This spells doom. This doesn't look like a situation that's good to me. That's what I was trying to explain to you motherfuckers earlier. It don't matter, even if you fucking hit. All right, what is this guy saying? The Ukraine defender in the chat that thinks I'm a Russia defender. Wraith 4M. Damn, if Ukraine falls and Russia attacks a NATO country, all these GOP will be proven wrong immediately. Well, will they? Because at that point, I didn't say you're a Russia defender. Okay, I apologize. In numbers, yes. In quality, no. This might be code for me, but Russia can't produce shells from themselves either. Yeah, no. I know. They're not doing it themselves either. They're getting it from Iran and North Korea. I read something about a test of 1K shells fired, only 82 reached a point. Certainly, even if they don't have the best fucking shells, though. And this is like the report we read from the Ukrainian dude. What was his name? The one, I think it was like the one-eyed Ukrainian soldier guy who literally was like saying, it doesn't matter. Even if a conscript snake, yeah. Even if a conscript has a shitty, rusty fucking weapon, they can still hold a position and hold up our line for extended periods of time. And in a game of inches, when war is won and lost on hours, right? One fucking shitty conscript with a shitty ass weapon can still hold up a fucking line. A rusty shell will do the job. That's the point. So ultimately, this is what I'm trying to talk about when I say, like, there's an end to this, right? Yeah. And increasing productions of shells from the American side is going to be much more difficult. And it will take time to, like, basically get to the industrial output that you need for Ukraine to defend itself. That's why America is going to South Korea, a nation state with a lot of shells and artillery directed into North Korea, and Russia is going to North Korea. I think ultimately the real major point of contention that is going to happen in the inevitable treaty is whether or not Russia takes over the annexed positions that it has already annexed into Russia formally on their end. Like LPR, DPR, already Russia is like, yeah, we're taking those. But then beyond that, do they advocate to continue managing the annexed territory of Ukraine, which in my opinion is impossible and would 100% be the shittiest deal that Ukraine is not going to agree to. And they shouldn't. It's fucking bullshit. So we'll see. There are inputs you may be missing. 1, Ukrainian drone squads have incredibly high kill counts compared to RU drone squads. 2, Ukrainians retreat after running out of ammo, while Russians retreat after running out of bodies. Fatality rates 90% have been consistently witnessed. 3, Russian Air Force have been forced to base further out due to longer range missiles. All 3 points show that better tech and more ammo from the USA would have a real effect. Okay, but they already have better tech and ammo from the United States. That hasn't stopped. The battle positions are still fucking hardened. That's my point. If that was correct across the board, like if that actually yielded the results you're claiming it yielded, then Ukraine would not be in a stalemate right now. I already acknowledge that Russia has infinitely more human resources to throw by force at the fucking problem. They just straight up don't give a shit. They don't care. They could just keep doing mass human waves. Then why would they negotiate? Then why would Russia negotiate? Because throwing mass human waves at a fucking stalemate on annexed territory is not the same as no longer throwing mass human waves and permanently annexing certain parts of the territory that you can manage. Obviously, stability is a necessity for both countries here. So yes, it is still in Russia's interest to also maintain some semblance of stability. Russia isn't using human waves, and saying that is going to hurt your credibility. Okay. Sorry. Russia is actually super tactical, and they're doing precise striking and definitely not outmaneuvering their opponents by sheer numbers. Or even in instances where like there is a larger Ukrainian military presence, even one singular person is able to hold up a line, obviously. And when you have so many more people to throw at the problem, you're making it much harder for the Ukrainians to utilize their limited resources adequately. Weasley Little Lion, dude. Russian losses in the war so far have reached 315,000 deaths or injuries. The Russians have lost about 63% of their tanks, which have been a fleet of 3,500 before the invasion. And the war has set back efforts to modernize the ground force about 15 years. Russia is definitely incentivized to end the war, lol. Ukraine's counteroffensive has now been underway for more than 4 months, and they may have now achieved a breakthrough ahead of the usually harsh winter. This was on the 16th of November. Look at this. This is not what people were looking at when they were talking about this counteroffensive.
And I'm going to give you some of these figures. Reports that of the 360,000 troops that Russia sent into Ukraine initially and that made up their entire standing ground force prior to the invasion, of those, 315,000 have been lost on the...
Man, when I say human waves, I don't mean like directly fucking sending bodies. I'm exaggerating. Jesus Christ, everybody. I don't mean like literally fucking having a lineup of humans rush the trench. I'm just talking about how Russia has the capacity to fucking Russia has the capacity to just fucking keep sending people and having people in areas to hold areas, even if some of them die. They just have more people. And even if some of their guns are fucking shitty, it doesn't matter. It still shoots. Yes, Russia is just having soldiers who are willing to take risks as defenders or not.
the battlefield. That's an 87% loss of Russia's standing ground forces before the invasion. Now, look, important to understand that Russia has been able to defray these losses. They have been able to lean on, for example, the Wagner Group with some of their convict fighters. They have also launched a number of conscriptions and mobilizations to try to sort of throw more bodies at this fight. So they have been able to defray some of these losses. Still, this assessment warning, and again, I'm going to quote from this directly, this assessment warning that
Look at that. The liberal on television is saying the same shit I'm saying.
the war has sharply set back 15 years of Russian effort to modernize its ground force. So huge and important figures. But again, I think very important to be reading this in the context.
Bro, that is not a fucking Pyrrhic victory at all. You understand? Why would that be a victory for Ukraine? That is directly analysis talking about the United States of America's interest in the proxy war. You think that's a victory? Wow. Fucking stalemate where Russia objectively has more fucking bodies to throw at the goddamn problem. But guess what? Their military capabilities have withered away. They actually can't advance their ground operations. Oh my God, what a setback. And it's like, dude, that's not a victory for Ukraine or Ukrainians. They're hardening their fucking positions while America is doing fucking the champagne rain dance in the thousands of miles away going, oh, fuck yeah, dude, look at what we did.
Context of what Manu has just been telling us, of course, which is that the real peril for Ukraine here is that U.S. funding may run out. And so I think you're going to hear these sort of staggering numbers, these Russian losses really talked about as evidence that, look, the Ukrainians are capable of exacting costs against the Russian.
Pyrrhic victories when one wins the cost is too high. Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's not a fucking Pyrrhic victory for Ukraine, because it's not a victory at all.
Military, if they are provided with the military support to get it done.
Yeah, Putin's sort of hoping that maybe they can wait this out and sort of get through the winter and, you know.
That's exactly right. I think one of the other things that you are seeing the intelligence community here in the United States watch very carefully is sort of the way Vladimir Putin is thinking about, you know, the next 12 months or the next 2 years. And right now, the belief is that Putin believes that he can essentially outweight the West, right? That he's going to be able to sort of take advantage of this kind of moment in which there are some real divisions in the domestic politics in the United States, and sort of public opinion seems to be kind of in flux about supporting Ukraine, right? And so I think for Putin, there's a real kind of benefit to, let's just sit back, let's wait, let's see if the United States will get tired of this.
Katie Bo-Lillis, thank you.
I got in trouble, got criticized very badly by the southern part of my state and some of the southern parts of the country when 35 years ago I said, you don't.
Russian soldiers aren't taking risks. They're hoping they're thinking they're going camping and get drawn to the first hour in the front. Dog. If what you're saying is true, then how the fuck, like, there's some truth to what you're saying about the conscripts, except if what you're saying was like consistently, objectively the truth, then what the fuck does that say about the Ukrainian military? This kind of consistent posturing is part of the reason why so many people are just misguided about, like, not moving towards a peace process or any kind of treaty, any kind of cessation of hostilities. Because people that want to have this conversation are the ones who are like in the OSINT community, even though the OSINT community fucking let go of Ukraine too. They just like literally, after the counteroffensive, it feels like no one in the OSINT community even gives a shit about Ukraine. But as far as the sad part of all this is that Russia still has a lot of military vehicles. There's some guy buying satellite pictures from a Russian storage facilities and counting them one by one, and the numbers are pretty high for a country like Ukraine. The problem is that no matter how much you chip away at the Russian military, it seems clearly not enough. It seems clearly not enough to defeat Russia and to purge the invasion in its entirety. And ultimately, that means that battle lines harden, people are fucking camping these positions, Russia is moving on with annexation, and Ukrainians are getting shelled and bombed in the process for no fucking reason. When you kick the can down the road to a year in the future, all you're doing is contributing to the death toll to arrive at most likely the same exact solution, if lucky.
Matt, thank you. Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I just return to the images of the Palestinians stripped and in the back of vehicles and seemingly handing in weapons? Why not just condemn the images now? Why wait for an investigation as you've asked for?
As I said, we found them deeply disturbing. I just don't have any additional comment on it.
But can I follow up? Is there any circumstance in which those sorts of images would be acceptable?
Again, we found them disturbing. I don't want to discuss other potential circumstances. We have found them disturbing. We've asked them to clarify the circumstances of these detentions, and we're going to look to them to provide those details.
And how long will you wait?
Wait a minute. Matthew Miller? That's so confusing. Everyone on Twitter told me this is how you deal with terrorists. Shocked to find out, lo and behold, even the American government, responsible for Abu Ghraib, by the way, Abu Ghraib, by the way, even they're like, this stuff looks kind of bad. It looks kind of fucking bad, dog. It looks kind of similar to what we've done. Start down.
I'm not going to, again, that is how long it will take is a question for them. We have pressed them for details about these circumstances. We expect them to provide them.
Because the reason I ask is because on many different moments over the course of the past however many weeks it has been, we've heard the American administration say we've asked for, we're concerned, or we've asked for clarification, we've asked for more detail, and yet the moments keep coming. And I wonder...
what will it take?
Is it actually the case that you are behind the scenes actually not that worried about Israel's tactics, its military tactics on the ground?
So let me just
for the record, that was yet another moment where Israel got too horny and too arrogant. They were desperate. They were incredibly fucking desperate to get a dub. They kept reporting on casualties. There was a Yediot number that was at 5,000 wounded, severely wounded. They lowered it down to 2,000. There was like some confusion there. Israel needs to show a dub. But if you're a fucking dog shit ass military whose major victims have been children, elderly, and you mostly rely on your air superiority, okay? You got to go in and try to find something. Okay? These diaper babies are fucking sitting around. So what did they do? Oh, they went up and did a fucking dragnet. And then how do they do the dragnet? Well, they do it because they're fucking piss babies in their diapers. They do it in the worst way possible. They do it in the worst way possible by fucking stripping them naked. Because they have suicide vests probably. Oh, I'm so scared. I've shit my Pampers multiple times. So then, the Israeli diaper force takes dragnets the fucking people, takes photos of it, sends it to Israeli media to be like, look, we captured Hamas militants. They're literally surrendering. They're literally surrendering. Look at that. Okay? And obviously, while that might get you some praise in an otherwise incredibly fucking right-wing environment in Israel, the rest of the world looks at that and goes, dog, what the fuck are you doing? That is like, those are war crimes. You're doing war crimes, man. The fuck are you doing? You can't humiliate. You can't do a dragnet upon a civilian population that you're a belligerent occupier of, and then you strip them naked and you fucking humiliate them. And then they fucking post the photos. Here's another demonstration of arrogance. Okay? Here's another demonstration of arrogance. Eli, whatever the fuck his name is, one of the biggest Zionist accounts on Twitter, posted a photo of the people that were Hamas terrorists, right? Remember? Except in the photo itself, in the photo that he posted on his own volition. I didn't post it. He posted it. He straight up, look, he straight up posted this. He said, Darwish Garbawi, UNRWA, Ahmed Akram Lubad, UN. This is a perfect demonstration of the Israeli arrogance. Because he posts this going, hey, Israel told me they're Hamas, so they're Hamas. The rest of the world looks at this and goes, no, dude, you're just posting a photo that shows you apprehended an UNRWA and a UN employee, and you stripped them naked. You fucking idiot. Like, how do you not understand? You just posted that thinking that's an own, because in your distorted worldview, you're like, oh, that's Hamas. UNRWA is Hamas. UN is Hamas. To the rest of the planet, they look at that and you go, what the fuck? Why did you post this as a dub? This is literally, you're snitching on yourself, dog. What the fuck? So he's trying to say UNRWA is Hamas? Yes. Look at him. He literally says, hi, Antonio Guterres, your staff are among the Hamas terrorists who surrendered yesterday. Any condemnation or busy invoking Article 99? You're a disgrace. Resign. Now, they thought that they would have gotten a dub, but of course, Israeli media is still going to do fucking real journalism. And yes, now, at this point, we know most of the dudes aren't Hamas at all. I think it was like, what, 90% of them were just like regular old fucking people that they dragnet. As I read in Israeli media yesterday, most of the people stripped and took interrogate are being released back into northern Gaza. Yeah. 10% are suspected Hamas, for the record. Hamas. How is that a dub? You just did a fucking war crime again, and then you celebrated it. You fucking idiot, you dummy, you dumb fuck. You think people are going to look at that and go, you think people are going to look at that and go, oh, okay, yeah, no, totally. Thank God. Thank God you guys did that. So my point is, it's the fucking bloodlust that the most normal ultra-Zionist has that ends up unironically making Israel look way worse. Here, this is Israel's Channel 12 via journalist Nir Dabori, reporting that this is a mass detention of prisoners in the Gaza Strip. No geolocation or further details yet from Eric Toller. They made a pit. They strip them, make a pit, put them through the fucking face detection thing, and then release them back into northern Gaza. How are you going to sit here and tell me this is some normal shit? It's wild how horny they are. They keep fucking showing their asses, dude. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, and that's where America's at.
Or have you lost all leverage with a close ally?
So I appreciate the gotcha nature of the question.
It-
Let me
genuinely,
just
genuinely, it's not. It's not.
Sure.
I'm not, no, no, I wanna be clear.
Genuinely it is, but that's okay. It's fair.
It's not a gotcha.
That's like police tweeting, we just killed a 7-year-old. Any response, black people? Yeah, no, literally. It's like even the American police, which are so fucking arrogant in a similar capacity to Israel, right? Because they get so much defense. Even they understand that they can't just like fucking execute a 7-year-old and then like post up and be like, yeah, dog, we did that shit. What's up? What's up? We did that shit. That was a fucking victory, dude. That was a dub. Even American cops fucking know you can't do that no more. This ain't 2013. You can't do that. People are going to go, oh, what the fuck? I'm rioting. I'm rioting immediately. They used to do it. They still kind of do it in their private groups, but not to the fucking same, not to the same degree that the Israeli force is like posting their quote unquote dubs. And then their dubs are just, you know, they stand for war crimes. Okay. That's what the W is for. War crimes.
Sure. Genuinely it is, but that's okay. It's fair.
It's not a gotcha moment.
If you stop, I'll answer the question. Sure. I answer questions of all types. I will say that you should take our words at face value. When we're concerned about something, it's because we're concerned. And when we say that we have direct, candid, sometimes quite difficult conversations with the Israeli government, it's because we do. And I will go back to something that I said earlier in this briefing. When you look at the totality of our engagement with the Israeli government over the course of this conflict, there have been a number of times where we went to them and said, this...
Cut it out, man, please. Israel blows up buildings who were Hamas. Israeli military celebrates Hanukkah by indiscriminately firing tank shells into homes in Gaza. No fucking way, man. No fucking way. This is such evil villain shit, dog. Bro, this is comical, man. This is like fucking... Half the stuff that Israel does, unironically, if you're just uninitiated, you're like, that's anti-Semitic. You're literally making this up. You're saying that like a country that brands themselves as like the Jewish nation state is doing that because you're saying that they're evil. Like they're evil. This is straight up like without watching this video, if someone approached me and said, oh, did you know that Israel lined up 8 tanks? Okay. Like a menorah and fired indiscriminately in the vicinity of buildings to celebrate Hanukkah, like as a meme. Did you know that they did that? I'd be like, dude, shut up. You're the fucking piece of shit. You're lying to me. That seems... No, there's no fucking way. That's just like, there's evil, there's blood libel. You're making this shit up. And then they do it. It's like, yeah, it's literally like some shit that you would hear in 4chan. It's like the cum thing being fake. Exactly. It's like, come on, dude. No shot. No shot. Come on. It's a parody. And then you realize it has nothing to do with Judaism. It has nothing to do with Jews. And everything to do with being reactionary. And then you're like, oh yeah, no, that's actually par for the course. That's it. Every part of this issue, every part of this process, you could 100%... Wait, the cum thing is fake? No, it's not fake, bro. What do you mean? Every part of this you could describe by just being like, yeah, this is what happens when you unshackle fascism. That's it. Like what you are experiencing, what you are watching, what these guys think is like good propaganda is just what happens when you literally leave fascists to their own devices. They're literally just hyping each other up because there's no one to go, hey man, this seems fucked up. we shouldn't do this. There's nobody putting the foot on the gas. So, of course, in that situation, when you feel like your cause is righteous, you're just going to go crazy. So many historical reactionary governments and reactionary movements have engaged in these sorts of atrocities, thinking that their cause was just, and nobody fucking put the foot on the brake, not gas, sorry. Nobody tried to pump the brakes at any point where they went, oh yeah, let's not do this because I'm not going to lie, this looks really fucking bad, boys. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we... Do you really want people to remember, like, do you really want people to associate Judaism and Hanukkah with, like, blowing up random Palestinian homes? Like, probably not the best idea. Let's not do that. Like, how is this for Hanukkah? Well, I mean, it seems like they have lined up 8 tanks on purpose. I mean, also, according to Wall Street Journal, Israel has begun pumping seawater into the Hamas-Gaza tunnels. So they're doing that too, which is going to, again, destroy everything on top of it, ruin the fucking aquifers. It's like complete death and destruction. It's like they're basically nuking Gaza without nuclear fallout that would end up harming people in Israel. They are literally harming the land. They're salting it. They're salting the earth. It amazes me how many Israelis who I know do not understand, or more likely don't care how radicalizing this stuff is. I had a hard time trying to get someone to understand that leveling a building because an RPG was found under a bed of a 3rd floor might be a little overkill. Yeah. Yeah, I saw this Shlomo Kari, who is like, what's his position? Is this the one that Evan Hill posted, right? Minister of Communications, member of Knesset on behalf of the Likud faction. Okay, this is not some fucking random guy. Not some random schmo. Schmuck. We respect and cherish the President of the United States, Joe Biden, who went out of his way during the most difficult period of the state of Israel. This is true friendship. But we live here. This is our country, the historical estate of our ancestors. There will be no Palestinian state here. We will never allow another state to be established between Jordan and the sea. We will never go back to Oslo. And in the words of President Biden, the security of the Jewish people is at stake here. Definitely yes. A Palestinian state would endanger him. Thank you, President. Woo! It's really fucked.
I Must Die by Rifat Alaria.
Wait, whoa, why is Brian Cox doing this?
November the 1st, 2023. If I must die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings. Make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself. Seize the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale.
That's crazy that, I mean, it's like shocking that Brian Cox read that. That's genuinely surprising. So rare to see any British celeb not be completely unhinged. I mean, I think he's Scottish. What's your take on the UN vote? I mean, I've told you this already. It's good because it shows the rest of the world that, like, no, people are not standing with Israel and their endless effort to engage in genocide. But also simultaneously, it's meaningless without America actually fucking turning around and doing something about it. It's always good though. It's in the right direction.
How many wars our kids survive?
Weeks before Palestinian professor Rafat Alaria was killed by a strike in Gaza, he gave what would be his last interview with CNN. He gave CNN permission to release the audio of his interview if he did not live through the war.
My parents and my brothers and sisters all had to evacuate. But there's this thing about us moving and, scattering the family members across different places. It's just an archetypal Palestinian debate on should we stay in one room? So if we die together, or should we stay in separate rooms so at least somebody can live, can survive?
Alaria, a father of 6, was killed on December 7th in Shuja'iyah, Gaza. In his final interviews, he spoke about what it means to be a parent during conflict.
The toughest thing, parents' feeling of helplessness and despair, your inability to provide the protection, the safety, even the love and the hugs. You want to hug your kids like you usually do, but you don't want to do it because you don't want to feel or make them feel that this is like a farewell hug.
That's crazy. That's actually interesting to see. Like this level of humanization of a Palestinian on CNN instead of what you see on Twitter, which is like people desperately trying to legitimize his assassination by being like, he made fun of misinformation, like, or that he hated Israel. It's like, oh, okay. Like, no, I got it, man. Thank you. Yeah. I guess that's what we do now. You know what I mean? Guys, I heard a bunch of kick streamers hate Israel, okay? Please, at IDF, deal with it. Like, what are we fucking calling out hits like this? Like, is that what we're doing now? It's like, oh, dude, if you hate the occupying countries' gruesome acts of genocide, then, yeah, you're going to get fucking lasered and your family's going to die, and we're going to sit here and celebrate that. Humanization is starting to come around, and I guess what happens with the tens of thousands of murders? No. But yeah, there it is. Israeli communications minister, a member of Netanyahu's Likud party. There will be no Palestinian state here. I mean, what is that? That's genocide. That's genocidal rhetoric. There was a very, very hateful anti-Semitic tweet of Refat's from over a decade ago that was circling Twitter. People forget that people change. Even a Jewish colleague, friend of him, said that he didn't have an anti-Semitic bone in his body. Also, like, straight up, this doesn't justify like being anti-Semitic, but like, obviously there's no excuse for that. But even then, even if someone is anti-Semitic, like, that doesn't mean they get to be killed. You know what I mean? And his family too. Like, this is something that I have a hard time getting liberals to understand always, is like, I fucking hate Nazis. You guys know this. I mean, they are the people that are most responsible for the death threats that I receive, right? My family being fucking pursued, shit like that. And I still want them to get health care. Like, Medicare for all doesn't mean Medicare except for Nazis. Like, it means Medicare for all, which includes Nazis. The entire point of this is to stop the radicalization where it begins. Economic volatility, economic instability, and the underlying material conditions worsening is what creates more fucking Nazis. Okay? So no, I don't give a shit if people have like copies of fucking Mein Kampf in Palestine. You know what I mean? They don't need that. Let's be real. I was born and lived most of my life in Gaza under Israeli occupation and siege, and this work by Jewish people is important and matters to us. I never met a Jew who didn't want to harm, shoot at, beat, or prevent me from traveling until I was 36 years of age. Israel is not all the Jews, and more Jews shoulder responsibility to prevent Israel from abusing Judaism and genociding us in the name of the world Jewry, like Muslims and Arabs stood firmly against ISIS that was abusing Islam and killing people in the name of Islam. Yeah, this is one of his tweets from, obviously, closer to before he passed. But this is what I also mentioned. It's like, this is what I also mentioned. Like, dude, if you're fucking Palestinian and you grew up under the Israeli occupation and the fucking bombs being lobbed your way have the Star of David next to them, like the fucking tanks of the Star of David on them, like the dudes who are killing your family members are wearing the Star of David on their fucking shoulder patches, like, yeah, no shit. There's going to be some fucking resentment because, like, Israel is doing it and saying they're doing it for Judaism. If you're a victim of that, you're going to be like, yeah, I think these guys are all bad, is what your assumption is going to be. It takes a tremendous amount of effort to unlearn that shit. And then for the first time in his life, you meet somebody who's like, oh shit, no, this is crazy. Like, everything I've seen, everything I've known has pointed in the exact opposite direction. My bad. I didn't realize it was like that. It takes a big man to fucking grow from that. That's why I think it's fucking disgusting that Israel does this and claims they're doing it. Israel does this and claims they're doing it for Judaism. Like, it's so fucking gross. And that's precisely the reason why there are plenty of places around the planet that are not the United States of America, that are not like the Western world, where, yes, unironically, Israel's actions are genuinely putting Jews in harm's way. 100%. And for some fucking weird reason, people don't comprehend that. Go ahead, dude. I mean, look, this doesn't mean anything. Obviously, this doesn't make it acceptable. But, like, go ahead. Explain to some fucking dude that has only seen, like, what Israel is doing in the Middle East, that, oh, yeah, this is actually not a consequence of all Jews wanting to kill you, when that's what Israel is saying. Israel's like, no, we're doing this for the Jews. Yeah, at a certain point, that guy's going to go, I don't understand. Should I listen to the American fucking stupid ass gay liberal commentator, or should I look at what I'm seeing in front of my eyes? You know what I mean? Oh. That's why people don't understand. Like, there's no difference between what fucking Nazis say when they say, oh, 95% of Jews love Zionism. 95% of Jews are Zionists. Nazis say that. You know who else says that? Dumb fucking Zionists who think that that is a way to defend Zionism and that is a way to defend Israel. You dumbass. What the fuck are you doing? I'm telling you, it is sheer arrogance. It's like people can't fucking pull themselves out of this mentality. People can't pull themselves out of this mentality where they just like are relying on people basically agreeing with them for a very long time because there's never been like a sea of information directly from the ground. People have never paid attention to it like this. Yeah, there was an attempted pogrom in an airport in Dagestan a while back. This is true. Except it wasn't it didn't turn into a pogrom because there's no Jewish people in Dagestan. There's like 100. But like that is a great example of people just being like, "Oh yeah, that's great. We're doing this. We're going to find Jews now." And it's fucking psychotic. Obviously what they're doing is unimaginably wrong. It's cruel. It's bigoted. Luckily there's not that many Jewish people in Dagestan. But it's like fucking, yeah, I mean, your Borat anti-Semitism is right. It's like comical levels of anti-Semitism. America suffered one attack from a fundamentalist Islamic group and all collectively took up the banner of anti-Islamic hate, but can't comprehend living under a daily occupation that uses Judaism as both a shield and criticism against a blade against them and their families. And did you see the security forces in response in Dagestan to beat the fuck out of the protesters? Yeah. Dude, there was a guy literally looking in the airplane engine, okay? Like, they weren't doing 5-head level plays, okay? Motherfuckers were looking for Jews in the engine of the plane. Like, at that point, it's like, okay, maybe not the smartest guys, I'm going to say. Obviously, if you are that level of a fucking rabid anti-Semite, you're probably not very smart to begin with. But it is pretty funny when you're doing that. Like, what do you think? You think Jews have the capacity to survive inside of the engine of an airplane? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Anyway. But yeah, stuff like that happens as a consequence of people being like, a consequence of people already having anti-Semitic perspectives. Some already have anti-Semitic perspectives and are opportunists and use Israel's actions to be like, oh yeah, look, this is what all Jews love. And others look to the direct imagery that Israel is putting forward, saying, no, we're doing this for Jews. Look. That would be incredible. Thank you. Huh? Şakasını da yaptı. Oo, yürüteceğim mi? Yürüt. Yok artık. O zaman peki götür.
This is an action we need you to take. And the reaction from them has been, oh, it's something that we can't do. It will be very difficult. You've seen them come out publicly and reject it. And we work on it behind the scenes and we deliver results. We've done that with respect to pauses. We've done that respect to us do it with seen us do that just in the past week with respect to fuel. You've seen us do it with deconfliction zones in the South to ensure that there are places where civilians can be that are the deconfliction sites, so they're not struck by the Israeli military. So we mean very much what we say. We follow up with the Israeli government. Sometimes things don't move as quickly as the public would want. They don't move as quickly as we want. But we engage with them on these tough conversations because we care very much about getting this right. We care about protecting civilians. We care about getting access to the care that they need. And so we will continue.
It's so funny to talk about Israel. Like, they're the they-them non-binary roommate in the fucking anarchist commune named Sock that doesn't want to do the dishes. Like, oh, yeah, well, it would be really inappropriate if you did not also take on your fair share of labor, Sock. You know how it works. And Sock is like, man, you're making me do emotional labor right now and also physical labor. Except we're not doing that. The stakes are a little bit higher. Like, the stakes are a little bit higher. They're like, please, the stakes are, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You have the opportunity to see the ad break. You have the opportunity to avoid seeing the ad break. Never been higher before, stakes. I mean, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
To engage with the Israeli government at all levels on all of these issues.
So lastly, if I could just...
I'm just
okay.
That's a lot.
Are you saying that non-binary people like ethnic cleansing? Yeah, that's what I meant. I saw Gilad Erdan. We watched him earlier today. He said some dumb shit. Okay. Let's talk about this stupid fucking bullshit before we move on.
We have
Harvard president to remain in office, guys. It didn't happen. It didn't work. We tried to get a scalp here. All the fucking brave. This was posted 3 minutes ago. Yeah, but I think it's the same from the UN speech, isn't it? Anyway, the brave, the bold, the beautiful free speech defenders who we know hate when free speech is attacked. I mean, they hate it. Surprisingly, they hate it only when Nazis' free speech is being attacked, by the way. When, like, actual anti-Semites are being actually unironically anti-Semitic, they're like, whoa, hold on. That's a constitutional right. They have to do that. When people are not anti-Semitic, but instead pro-Palestine, they're like, that's the worst anti-Semitism I've ever seen in my life. Bill Ackman, Ben Shapiro, and so many others have been looking at these presidents of Ivy League, these Ivy League institutions, these brilliant, hallowed halls of intelligentsia, have been allowing the worst kind of anti-Semitism to continue. Okay? The worst kind of anti-Semitism. Which is no to ethnic cleansing, no to genocide. Let's take a look.
Breaking news this morning, Harvard University's president will not be forced to resign. Claudine Gay has been under fire since last week's controversial testimony at a congressional hearing on campus hate speech and anti-Semitism. As Nicole Killian reports, Gay still has strong support from Harvard faculty members.
Harvard President Claudine Gay will remain at the helm of Harvard University after
Do you think American University has been taking Zionist money, or is that conspiratorial thinking? What? Talking about fucking colleges. What do you mean? Americans are broadly Zionist. What the fuck do you mean? Are you saying like Jewish money or something? Like, are you like what? There's not really an institution that in the United States of America where like a person in a prominent position has like a genuine anti-American State Department position. Like, there's no deviation. Like, there's no institution in America where someone is like, oh no, actually, like I despise what America is doing in Cuba, for example. And the same goes for Israel as well. Unless you think like there is something specific that you mean when you say Zionist money, because it's just American money. Yes. That's why all of these presidents, when they went up against Elise Stefanik, who I fucking hate, oh my God. Elise Stefanik was able to shred them because she kept saying, is it appropriate? Is it in your code of conduct to fucking call for the genocide of Jews? Yeah, just say no. Just fucking say no, dumbass. Say no. Of course it's not. Because it's not. It's not. That's not an appropriate thing at all. You can't just be like, you can't be doing a genocide of the Jews rally, okay? That's insane. And they couldn't get themselves to say it, partially because I described this to you early on, that like they're Zionists themselves. They literally also believe that Israel has a right to defend itself, and like what Israel is doing is great, and that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So Palestinian rallies are actually calling for the ethnic cleansing of Jews. Like, they believe it too, but they also kind of understand that they have to maintain a presence of like free speech, because you can't have Congress literally limit whatever you are allowing at your campuses. After all, this is part of the reason why, the psychopathic Westboro Baptist Church weirdos are allowed to operate on campus, right? So they arrive at this weird position where they're free speech maximalists, which they're not, right? They're not actually free speech maximalists, but they have to advocate from that position while simultaneously holding out of the same exact perspective of Elise Stefanik that, like, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So they literally say, yes, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Yes, pro-Palestine rallies are actually calling for the death and destruction of all Jews. And yes, it's allowed on campus, which is psychotic. Just fucking say, no, of course that's not a part of the code of conduct. That's not a legitimate thing to say. It might be protected by the free speech. It might be something that you learn in classes, but that's not something you can advocate for as a serious position. And no, I don't believe that the fucking Palestinian rallies are doing that. But of course, there were 4 journalists on the byline of the New York Times article Above the Fold, as Adam Johnson, formerly of Fair Media Watch, I think he's no longer there, co-host of the Citations Pod, points out, where is it? God damn it, this motherfucker posts so much. Oh, here it is. Wait. I can't find it now. Too busy making fun of Blinken. Bro, please listen. That chatter meant specifically not that university, not all American universities. No, I know he meant American university. I understood what he was saying. My response to him is all colleges get paid by Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists. Like, there's just, Zionism is the normative position for the American population, for the broader American population. It's not like a nefarious agenda for the Jews. It's more so just the exact same position that everyone fucking holds because it's one that is aligned with American foreign policy. And all of our institutions of higher learning are there to regurgitate talking points and to reaffirm your belief in the neoliberal American structure, the American global hegemonic superpower. There might be some deviations from that, as college professors often will have takes like that. Is AIPAC funded by Israel or domestically? It is technically funded by domestic American donors. It is not funded by Israel. If it was, even though, you know, let's be fucking real. Come on. Come on now. But if it was directly funded by foreign donors, it would be considered under FARA. It would have to be registered as a foreign lobbying organization. Of course, it doesn't really matter because ultimately they corrected themselves after Hassan explained. Sometimes people ask their questions in the wrong way. Sometimes people have bigoted views and they need to unlearn. Be charitable, chat. Stop jumping on everyone. Yes. My family member said that they thought Elise Stefanik did well in the hearing, so I had to hit them with a Carl Palladino incident. Oh, in 2022, Stefanik endorsed Carl Palladino and the election succeeded retiring U.S. Representative Chris Jacobs. Stefanik reportedly had a history of disputes with Palladino's rival in the Republican primary, then New York State Republican Committee Chair Nick Langworthy. Palladino made comments on a radio show in 2021 praising Adolf Hitler, saying he was the kind of leader we need today. So shocking to me that ultra-Zionists always find the most Hitlerian guy. After Stefanik condemned Palladino's remarks but did not withdraw her endorsement. It's just like that girl who was like, you know what the real problem is? Anti-Semitism on American universities. You know where I can talk about this? On the fucking television show, or not even television, on the podcast of the Vitesse Ren's very own Dragon of Budapest, Sebastian Gorka. It's like, there's not a better place that you could do this. Yeah, after Palladino called for the execution of Attorney General Merrick Garland, former Republican Congresswoman Mia Love called on Stefanik to rescind her endorsement of Palladino. Stefanik actively campaigned for Palladino, hosting a tele-rally for him the night before the primary. Palladino lost the primary to Langworthy. It's so funny. Remember when the ADL supported Elon after he said Jewish people hate white people? Yeah, I remember. I was there. I do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because, hey, guys, for the record, it's not that confusing. Israel is more so a reactionary entity than a Jewish one. That's it. Once you realize and once you start analyzing Israel not as a Jewish state, but as an incredibly reactionary apartheid state, you start to come to this conclusion that it is not so different than our fucking psycho hogs here, which it's not. There is no uniqueness to Israel. There's nothing unique about it. It's just what happens when you fucking let the far right go off the rails and completely control every aspect of civil governance. That's it. That's it. That's straight up it. That's the difference. So all domestic support from American progressives towards Israel has to reckon with that reality. This was another funny Adam Johnson take, but he's talking about how Blinken reportedly warned Israel about unacceptable Palestinian death tolls on October 11th, October 16th, October 29th, November 3rd, November 10th, November 29th, and December 6th, and yet the death toll remains at an all-time high, up 40% from before the truce. At what point do we end this perverse faux humanitarian pantomime? The most generous reading is that it's terribly humiliating and embarrassing to Biden and U.S. credibility. The most sober and realistic reading is that these warnings are a polite fiction among staunch allies designed entirely for American domestic consumption to buy Israel time. December 10, he's serious this time. No more Mr. Nice Guy. December 12, this time he means it. This time he's not playing. 100% serious. Oh, by the way, trigger warning, anti-Semitism. Forgot to show you guys the grossest thing that ever happened. But I wanted to pair this up with the college campus intrigue, right? It's a why am I talking about how Israel is reactionary? Because the American consumption and the American defense of Israel is also one that you probably are familiar with if you're familiar with how reactionary ideology works and how reactionaries defend one another. Okay? Here it is. The New York Times is staggering in its prioritization of college campuses over murdered Gazans, says Katie Unger. Okay? In its ongoing centering of Israeli over Palestinian lives and its endless parroting of Israel's military claims, no matter how many Gazans. Wait, did you say this was done by a Zionist group of people? What? I don't know what you're talking about. What is a Zionist group of people? Okay. Anyway, Israel's military claims no matter how many Gazan civilians are under the rubble, shame. As you can see, above the fold, as Harvard president faces calls to resign, faculty members show support. Is anti-Zionism always anti-Semitic? A fraught question for the moment. Are academics best suited to lead big schools? Okay. And then below the fold, Israel says strikes are targeting 3 Hamas strongholds. A ravaged Israeli border community ponders. What's next? Barely fucking mentioning, at this point, Gazan casualties, like Palestinians that are being fucking killed. Okay? And Adam Johnson correctly calls this out. He used to work at Fair Media Watch. Says this has been the New York Times editorial prioritization for a week now. 1, bullshit campus meta controversy above the fold, followed by 2, parroting of Israeli framing of siege and bombing of Gaza. 3, oh dearism, passive voice article about Palestinian suffering. And that's the major reason why America is talking about college campuses. 1, because it is a battle that Americans love having over and over again. Everyone remembers or has an opinion on college or either remembers college. All the people on Twitter remember college was the most fun they ever had. These are the motherfuckers that love doing homework, okay? There is not a more homework-loving ass, I'm going to remind the fucking teacher that we had a quiz today ass nerds that have ever gotten together and behaved in this fashion other than Twitter, okay? It's the most dumb motherfucker shit. And of course, all of those stupid idiots that love doing homework are getting together and talking about the most fun time that they had, the last time that they had to do homework. Okay? Which is college. They can't let go of fucking college. They're doing too much college. So all they do is talk about what the fuck's going on in college. It's like, bro, I am 32 years old. I don't give a fuck what's happening in college, okay? It's been 10 fucking years, dog. I don't give a shit. I don't get it. Okay? I'm old. I don't get it. I don't care. I don't care. Stop trying to make me care. Stop. Who gives a fuck? But oh my God, free speech on college campuses is under attack. Now, actually, too much free speech. There's too much free speech. We've got to stop this free speech a little bit. Okay, actually, we should fucking start literally imprisoning college professors for saying free Palestine. The cynical reason as to why we're talking about this is because every moment spent on this kind of argument, which where the battle lines are drawn and everybody fucking loves talking about it, where there's a lot of intrigue, is a moment not being talked about, is a moment not being spent on talking about casualties, Palestinian deaths. Every time I tune into your stream, you're never giving us dino facts, only sad news facts. Here, let's talk about this. A Harvard Jewish student reached out, reacted to the news that Claudine Gay will keep her job. By the way, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a Jewish students group went and purchased this fucking Palestinian flag and the thing that says like Harvard hates Jews, and then flew it over the campus. It's like, dude, you're unhinged. What are you doing?
2023 calling for the genocide of Jewish people would be considered context dependent according to the best academic institution in the world, and the individual who calls for that is able to keep their job. So the faculty letter talks about the importance of resisting outside political pressure, and I would actually agree with that. I'm hardly a billionaire, but I certainly welcome open discourse concerning the university's hiring and firing practices and their fair enforcement of the student conduct standards, something that we have not seen before. I'm also one of 1,000 current students and alumni who called for the president to resign. So what I would ask those faculty, and I certainly disagree with them respectfully, but I would ask them to, number one, talk to us, talk to Jewish students and see what our experience has been the past 3 months. And then I would also ask them, what if this was a different minority? What if Claudine Gay had said this about black people, about gay people, about Asian Americans?
Ugh. I just hate it. It's like the most unfuckable nerds, dude. God, young Republicans need to just stop, okay? They need to stop. And it's like, they're the most annoying motherfuckers out there, and now they're also using, like, liberal emancipatory language to fucking make their arguments, and then they just sound so fucking whiny. A bunch of weenie bobinis, dude. I'm protesting my genocide. I'm doing a bodies and spaces. You're doing a no growth. If you tell me I can't do a genocide, like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Get some pussy, dude. Get some bitches, bro. Oh my God. Ah! Fuck!
Would you be as defensive as you would be now? And let's also be very clear, under Claudine Gay's leadership of the last 3 months, there has been an almost complete destruction of Harvard's reputation, the loss of more than $1 billion in donations, 2 different congressional investigations, calls for further federal action, charges of plagiarism and falsifying her own data in her.
And then the funniest thing is, like, yeah, they're like, yeah, Claudine Gay plagiarized, like, the classic anti-black tropes too. Immediately, like, oh, she doesn't deserve to be there, and the only reason why she's the president of Harvard is because she's a black woman. You know what I mean? That was the funniest heel turn when, like, Ackman and everybody else so quickly went back and, like, dropped the whole, oh yeah, I'm actually under attack for being Jewish and also defending genocide, and like people are saying don't do the genocide, but definitely for being Jewish I'm under attack. They dropped that so fast and we're like, actually this black woman is a plagiarist and literally does not deserve being in the position of power, and the only reason why she's in a position of power is because she's a black woman, and American colleges are woke. And it's like, what happened? I thought, what? Like, he literally went from, what if they said this about black Americans to, well, this black American doesn't deserve her position. Let's be real. She's fucking stupid, and also only there because she's a black woman. Like, okay, so you don't give a shit about the whole, like, what if they said this about black women? It took you 3.5 seconds to fucking undermine her and be like, she's a DEI hire.
Falsifying her own data in her dissertation, a total moral abdication of leadership. So I'm confused as to why people ask me why I think that she should resign, as opposed to me asking them, why should she stay? And they welcome the sudden interest in committing.
Just leave, bro. You don't have to be at Harvard. Just leave, dog. Fuck it. Go to Liberty University, okay?
commitments to free expression and the First Amendment. But we have to keep in mind that this is a president whose university mandates that all students attend a Title IX training where they...
I just fucking hate, like, again, on Fox News, by the way, remember, on Fox News, ripping into DEI initiatives. Bro, stay the course, stay on message. You don't need to fucking immediately betray the position of victimhood that you were, like, proposing.
They are told that cis hetero sexism and fat phobia are forms of violence. Using the wrong pronouns as a form of abuse. Where Ronald Sullivan, who was a beloved professor, was fired for representing an objectionable client. Where only 3% of the faculty openly identify as conservative. And as you said, ranked 248 out of 248 universities when it came to free speech. So the fact that
So why are you there? Why are you there? Like, you don't need to go there.
we would love to do something for Jewish students and protect Jewish students, but we just can't.
So that's the thing. It's like, okay, here's what I don't understand. Are you saying Title IX sucks? Or are you saying it's actually good, but it's not doing enough for Jewish students? Okay? Because it's an inherently dishonest proposition to shit on Title IX on the fucking Fox News network and then simultaneously be like, why won't there be Title IX for the Jews? Which, by the way, of course, Jewish identity is protected under Title IX, for the record. So, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, all of the protections, of course, are equal. Like, you can't just fucking dunk on someone and shit on them and do hate crimes towards your fellow students on any kind of, like, religious boundaries. That's ridiculous, right? So what's your position? There should be a Title IX only for Jewish students and also within the boundaries of what I consider to be acceptable? Like, what's happening? What is the argument? What the fuck do you want? Are you saying I want hate crimes to be unshackled? Or are you saying only hate crimes that I think are hate crimes against Jewish people, which is, of course, not even like Nazis, by the way, but literally just pro-Palestinian demonstrations, that should be prosecuted? I don't get it. It makes no sense. He's literally he's just shitting on, he is shitting on all of the diversity initiatives while simultaneously trying to do IDPAL. And not even IDPAL for Judaism. IDPAL for Zionism as a protected identity. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing. It's no different in many ways of, like, the Christian right-wingers literally being like, I love the Iraq war. I love America's war on terror. And I am now unfuckable. I'm rendered unfuckable by my peers. None of the freshmen want me, okay? And that is actually a hate crime. I, as a white Christian guy who loves the war on terror, am now permanently unfuckable. And I think that's akin to literally saying the N-word to me every day. Which I should say, by the way. I should be able to say it, which is also another hate crime, actually. Me not being able to say the N-word with a hard R is literally also a hate crime. That's double the amount of hate crimes. This guy's Jewish, by the way, not Christian. No, I know. I'm talking about him and, like, his arguments here. His arguments here are akin to someone literally being like, oh, yeah, I'm a Christian white guy. And honestly, like, me not being able to say I love the war on terror and I think I should kill as many Muslims as I want is akin to a hate crime.
Because we have a commitment to the First Amendment, when you and I both know that Harvard does not have a legal obligation to protect students who are engaging in violent rhetoric concerning Jewish students, and they don't have historical precedent of ever enforcing these policies to begin with.
Yeah, like, you want to know how he's not? You want to know how he's not talking about Jewish students at Harvard? Because a lot of the Jewish students at Harvard, at least statistically speaking, because we've looked at the numbers of Zionists versus anti-Zionists, and Jews in America are no different than any other group in America, with overwhelming support for Israel all the way until the age 44, and then anything below 44, the dynamic changes in the opposite direction, 18 to 35 being the highest level of support for Palestinians. American Jews, when you look at American Jews, 18 to 35, there's majority support for Palestinians over Israel. So that means, statistically speaking, most of the Jewish students, the majority of the Jewish students at Harvard are very likely pro-Palestine, not pro-Israel. Well, you won't see that on fucking Fox News. This guy's not defending Jewish students. He's pushing for Jewish students to be expelled. He wants Zionism to be a protected identity. And he is willing to make Zionism conflations with being Jewish. And he's willing to literally punish Jewish students to get that across.
Just last year, when a student was engaged in a homophobic incident, he was condemned almost immediately and he was expelled. A couple of years ago, when you had about 10 different students who were accepted, and it turned out that they had submitted racist posts on social...
Bro, very few Jews are pro-Palestine. That's literally not true. In our age group, 18 to 35, majority of American Jews polled are pro-Palestine over... They prefer Palestine over Israel. That's 51%. So you're fucking wrong. Our age group for now? Okay, shut the fuck up, bitch. Yeah, I'm 32 still.
Social media, the university suspended them and rescinded their acceptance. Right. So the fact that when it comes to Jewish people, all of a sudden we wish we could do something, but we just can't because of the First Amendment is breathtaking in its hypocrisy.
All the other bullshit aside, fascinated by the seemingly very popular idea that even hinting at anti-black racism in the U.S. gets one instantly fired, that black people are uniquely defended and protected. I would love to know what universities guys live in. And if you're wondering, that's because he only sounds progressive. He's not. He's a typical fucking racist piece of shit. The universe he lives in is one where he's drinking the reactionary Kool-Aid, where he thinks, oh, people are getting fired left or right for even hinting that a black person might be disqualified for their position, which, by the way, I'm going to do immediately and uncritically after talking about, like, everyone always hates anti-black racism. Can you even imagine what would happen if this was said about black people? Well, aside from the fact that what you said wasn't. We had a guy openly traffic in anti-black racism for 25 years, and NBC gave him a show called The Apprentice, and he became president. Anyway. By the way, my insane Zionist mother just sent me a podcast to listen to that basically reassures all parents that Gen Z anti-Zionists that they didn't do anything wrong by raising their kids who later became anti-Zionists, and that there's nothing to do about fixing your kids. Unhinged, but not as unhinged as my mom saying she'd blow me up to kill a terrorist. I mean, that was pretty funny. When you asked your mom if you were in a school and there was a school shooter, would she be fine with blowing up the school? And she said, yeah. I don't think she would. To be fair, I don't think she would. I think she just knew that you were presenting an argument. Okay. I don't know if your mom also is a lawyer or not, but I suspect that she knew that you were trying to lawyer her and immediately hit you with a fucking counter of like, yeah, fuck around and find out. No, my mom's in marketing. That's like lawyering to make people buy stuff. As a DEI recipient for a tech scholarship, I definitely know I can't speak on Palestine Matter on LinkedIn, etc. Yeah, I mean, dude, you shouldn't feel afraid. There are more of us than there are people that can silence what you have to say. You know, moral courage is important. Also, then there's incredibly horrifying things like this. At Yale, The years-old popular Israeli couscous salad with spinach and tomatoes has been renamed in our dining halls as the same exact dish, but without the word Israeli. So weird. National Review, Quillette, Wall Street Journal, and Free Beacon writer? So interesting. So interesting. Oh, that's right. She was lying. Oh, fuck. Good afternoon from a Yale dining hall. Photo taken minutes ago. Israeli couscous salad. I don't know. I mean, someone needs to do something about this gross hate crime. Which, by the way, I've said this before. This is not Israeli food. I'm sorry. Okay? There are Mizrahi Jews from all around the MENA region. Their food is the food of the culture that they come from. It's not Israeli. It's so weird. I don't know. It hasn't been long enough for it to be factored in as like Israeli food. 75 years is not long enough. Forget Gaza. What about the couscous? Yeah, I mean, it's just like silly as fuck. Anyway.
Members of Harvard's governing body said they unanimously stand with her this morning. In a statement, they said Dr. Gay is the right leader to help our community heal. The decision comes after calls for her resignation over this testimony last week on Capitol Hill.
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
God, I hate her so
much. It can be, depending on the context.
Alumni and staff rallied to Gay's defense Monday. To date, more than 700 faculty members signed a letter urging Harvard's governing boards to resist political pressures that are at odds with Harvard's commitment to academic freedom. History professor Allison Frank Johnson co-authored the letter.
We need to make decisions about leadership based on a sober...
Yeah, what the fuck do you know about history? What are you, a history professor? Shut the fuck up. Excuse me. Fuck do you know about history? Huh? Yeah, I got him. Guys, don't worry. I got this one. Huh. How about getting someone who knows a thing or two about history? Talk about this kind of thing.
View of what a person has done and what they have the potential to do, and not in a moment of panic.
Gay apologized for her testimony, but it did little to slow down the calls for her resignation from Washington lawmakers.
It's just so dumb. She could have just literally been like, no, what you're saying is hate speech, not appropriate in our code of conduct, and therefore is not permissible, except what the Palestinian protests are trying to do does not meet that standard, because that's just literally a call to end the genocide in Gaza. That's it. That's it. All she said was, it depends. No, she shouldn't have said it depends. She should not have said it depends. You have to fucking recognize that when you're sitting in front of a charlatan in Congress, like, they're trying to cut videos, okay? They're trying to make ads. You just have to be very, you have to be very clear with your language. You can't come across like you're being like, you can't give a mealy-mouthed bullshit answer to fucking, do you condemn the genocide of Jews? That is going to look horrible to the broadest majority. Those gray hairs have increased your dad joke output by like 85% at least. I'm shaving my fucking beard, dude. I hate this.
To wealthy donors, including Harvard alumnus and hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, who said,
"Fuck this guy."
And all the university presidents who testified last week should resign in disgrace. Saturday, Penn President Liz McGill resigned, while MIT President Sally Kornbluth has received strong backing by the university.
You're watching C-SPAN. Later, is Taylor Swift now dating Marco Rubio?
But first, testimony from 3 university presidents on the subject of anti-Semitism on college campuses.
It's honestly remarkable that she didn't step down. The Jewish Zionist students on campus think she's pro-Hamas and pro-Jewish genocide, and the Palestinian students on campus think she's a hyper-Zionist and is pro-Palestinian genocide. It's just a lose-lose for Harvard if she stays in my opinion. Not really, because it doesn't really matter what the fuck the pro-Palestinian students say, and ultimately the ultra-Zionist like donors and whatever are gonna most likely shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? What the hell is my dad watching? I don't know if I want to watch this, but here's Bill Ackman, by the way. The last email Bill Ackman wrote to MIT was advising them to please try to obscure his wife's relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. You know, now he's talking big game about fucking getting the MIT president to be fired or whatever. But here's what he was saying last time he was talking to MIT. Joey, Neri forwarded your email to me. I would please ask that you copy me on all Epstein-related communications going forward, as I and members of my legal and communications teams are working to help her. And Neri already has enough on her plate breastfeeding a 3-month-old baby, a very beautiful one, I might add, without baby nerves until early September. Our advice on handling the recent press request. You want your statement on the recent incest situation in Hoscourt? I don't know. Please stop. Okay. I would suggest that on background that you let the press know that Epstein did not receive a disobedience award, but he, like the other donors to the lab, although I would, of course, not mention their names, received a gift from Media Lab of a unique design object. I don't think it's necessary for you to say it was your request, which, as I understand, in this case it was, but it's very important that you don't mention Neri's name or otherwise get her involved, or she will have to issue her own statement to protect her reputation, explaining why it was sent and at whose request, who else received similar gifts, how she met Epstein, who else at MIT received funding from Epstein, why she declined to attend meetings and dinners with Epstein, which other faculty attended. This will, of course, blow this up even more, which we would certainly not like to see happen. I love that he's just like blackmailing the university to be like, listen, motherfucker, if you put my wife's name on this, she's going to blow this shit up. Although I don't think it's necessary to mention this, according to Neri, the gift Epstein received differed from the disobedience award, as it had a different base. The orb had a different pattern, and it did not come with a certificate, among other differences. Wait, Bill Ackman's wife gave Jeffrey Epstein an orb? I'm sorry, what? I didn't know the orb part. I thought that was just a joke, dude. That's weird, brother. What kind of orb? The fuck? The fuck? An orb? The fact that Neri, as the designer of the Media Lab, was asked to produce nearly all, if not all, physical gifts for donors using her and her students' time and resources at either your, Raphael's office, Nina or Jess's request is not a good reason for Neri to be outed as a supplier to Epstein. Because of Neri's profile, her upcoming MoMA show, and the large amount of recent media about her, she would be an appealing target for the press, as I'm sure you understand. To be clear, Neri's interests are not adverse to you, the Media Lab, or MIT, but I don't want to see her forced into a position where, to protect her name, she is required to be transparent about everything that took place at MIT with Epstein. What? What happened with Epstein, man? Once her name appears in the press, she will face a barrage of questions, and anything other than perfect transparency to the media will make her look like she's hiding something. This has regretfully become a witch hunt, as I am sure you already understand. Someone from HuffPo leaked her with the orb? Uh-oh.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government. Legalize nuclear bombs.
True. I mean, I stand by that. That's a good take. Legalize nuclear bombs. Yeah, the Orban question, guys. I'm just saying. Think about it. Where the fuck were we? Oh yeah, White House giving $6 billion in California to build high-speed rail, and I'm kind of stoked on that. So good job to the White House on that front. I fucking can't get myself to read this Gronk shit. Billboard trucks are doxing or yelling at the Harvard president. Oh, we forgot to talk about that guy. Oh, this is pretty funny. So remember that guy, Shai Davidai, who was like, guys, it's going to be really scary for me, but like, I might get fired from my job here. I might get fired from my job here, guys, but like, I'm going to say something controversial. What happened on October 7th is really fucked up. Remember that guy who like wrote like a fucking 50-point thread condemning Hamas? And I was like, bro, what do you mean you're going to get fucking fired from your job for condemning Hamas? The fuck do you mean? And he was like crying and stuff. He's like, someone has to say it if no one will. Hamas is fucked up. It's like, it's literally, it's like being against pedophilia. Like, what do you mean, dude? Oh, wow. Yeah, you think October 7th was fucked up? Damn, dude. Brave take, brother. Shit, you're about to get fired. Anyway, he's got more. He has more, okay? Intifada, long live the Intifada. At Columbia has two choices. At Columbia has two choices. Expel organizations that explicitly call for violence against Jews and Israelis to show the world it can't/won't enforce its own rules and face legal consequences for unequal enforcement. So I like that we move from the river to the sea to just like Intifada. Hopefully we will move to just like any Arabic. We should just ban all Arabic. Because Intifada, for these dumb fucks, is like, well, that also means the genocide of Jews. No, dumbass. It means struggle. It means resistance. Okay? That's what it fucking means. It's just Arabic. You don't have an issue with the word itself. You have an issue with Arabic. Okay? That's it. That's it. You're just basically saying Arabic's scary. And by the way, 6,000 dumb fucks like this. I hate it. Like, these are supposed to be liberal academics at liberal institutions, by the way. And they talk like fucking neocons in 2004. Yeah, I saw that too. The Warsaw Uprising is called the Warsaw Intifada in Arabic. Okay? Which also very scary. I can't believe, because Intifada means kill all Jews. I can't believe the Warsaw kill all Jews happened. Yeah, that was really fucked up. When the Jews living in the Warsaw Ghetto did a Warsaw kill all Jews. That was really fucked up. It's so stupid. Do you hear yourself? What are you doing? You're supposed to be an academic at a fucking really, like, supposedly really important liberal institution. And you're straight up saying fucking Intifada is violence against Jews and the Israelis because you just go, oh, that's Arabic and that's fucked up. What the fuck? It sounds suspiciously close to Antifa. Meanwhile, 2-month bombing campaign with cutting off power, water, food, and mass relocations. Yeah, exactly. In 2019, 56% of Americans said Arabic numerals shouldn't be taught in schools. Brother, I get that, okay? Except this fucking guy knows better or should know better. He's a professor at Columbia, man. Like, that's what's crazy, okay? Like, come on. And I think he knows better. I think he's just being a fucking asshole. You can't convince me that this fucking asshole doesn't know. Just, yeah, no more Arabic, no more Arab numerals, brother. Fucking hell. That shit's scary. Algebra sounds a lot to me like Al-Qaeda. Is quite literally a joke that I made like fucking, what, 4 years ago now. And now we have arrived at that position in our schools, in our fucking colleges. Alabama. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, the pro-Israel propaganda war finally found its big soft targets, Ivy League presidents, who they correctly calculated are as devoid of courage as they are of smarts. Breaking these elite American leaders turned out to be as easy as dropping 2,000 pounds of bombs on Gazan children. Ivy League economists ethnically profiled, interrogated for doing math on American Airlines flight. I mean, wait, in 2016, what the fuck? I was going to say, that seems like some post 9/11 shit. He was wearing navy diesel jeans and a red Lacoste sweater. He would later describe as simple elegance. A Syracuse home, she asked. No, he replied curtly. He similarly deflected further questions. He appeared laser focused. Oh my God, they wouldn't fucking, they kept the plane grounded? Psychos. All right, whatever. I can't do this. Oh my God. What is wrong with everybody, man? Shit is fucked up. Anyway, just because the pro-Israel propaganda war has been shockingly incompetent thus far doesn't mean it can't still score big kills. It's not like they're going to give up or that there's any lack of resources and powerful friends and malevolent that will to keep trying. Quantity over quality. I said the presidents agree with them too. They're all totally in agreement that most pro-Palestinian emancipatory sentiment is anti-Semitic. They only cared about saving their own asses, so they chose the path of least resistance at that moment, i.e. agreeing that human rights for Palestinians is worse than Nazism. What is this?
No, I'm okay. No. No, I'm okay. No. 俺の名はドン・キホーテ・ド・フラミンゴ。
What the fuck? Someone said this is wine mom humor. It's so true. It's wine mom humor, but like because they slapped the One Piece on it, it just all of a sudden is like funny and cool, kind of. Not really, but better. Which I kind of agree with. One Piece does make everything better. Anyway, Bill Maher goes scorched earth on Harvard, UPenn over anti-Semitism. This is the last part that I wanted to talk about, which is classic. Mr. Free Speech himself. Our college campus is too woke nowadays, okay? Yeah, what is he doing? He's talking about how fucking college campuses need to be more woke. Okay? The comedian then began listing various phrases heard for pro-Palestinian rallies on campus, including one word he described as one vague terms like jihad. But, you know, let's give the benefit of the doubt. That could be, well, we just want the Jews to move and not die, Maher said. And then there's the phrase, by any means necessary. Okay, now I'm kind of peeing my pants. Fucking bitch. Old ass bitch. Fuck you. No, I'm not going to watch the fucking HBO And this is SNL humor? What?
We all watched the television coverage of just yesterday. That's on top of everything else that we know and don't know yet, based on what we've just been able to see. And because we've seen it or not doesn't mean it hasn't happened. But just limited to what we have seen.
What is this? I don't even understand what the fuck she's saying. New rule, Mr. Beast is helping wrong. Wait, what? Okay, let's watch this.
Decades ago, the leaders of Britain launched a frankly
I've been meaning to watch this shit for the longest time.
incredible plan to provide every kind of medical treatment to everyone free of charge. It had never been done on this scale under capitalism before, and Britain was broke. But with courage and vision, these politicians pulled it off. The National Health Service was born in...
Straight up the greatest dub. I mean, I'll say it. I don't give a fuck. Oh, my sword has been tempered? No way. The blades on the live stream have been tempered? Let's fucking go. One more year and they will be done, lol. Can you show a bigger picture of your heat treat oven? I would love to see it. Not loading, chatter. This is the greatest dub for England, okay? I'll say it. NHS.
And overnight, every medical treatment, from blood tests to brain surgery, became available to millions who could previously never afford it. No deductibles, no co-pays. Here in Britain, we're fiercely proud of the NHS. It's this towering monument to social generosity, rooted in the belief that healthcare is a human right, not a luxury. We love it more than the royal family and football. I mean, even ISIS thought it was worth copying. We Brits haven't had much to...
Wait, what? Who made this video? This is kind of a banger, dude. Wild that the New York Times made this video and it hasn't gotten like, what the fuck?
We love it more than the royal family and football. I mean, even ISIS thought it was worth copying. We Brits haven't had much to brag about of late, but the NHS was one of them. Not anymore.
The worst crisis ever to face.
Bro, what timeline? What world are we living in that ISIS has a better policy on civil governance than the United States of America, dog? They're like, yeah, we'll kill you if you're not fucking the right type of Muslim. But if you are the right type of Muslim, after we fucking light you on fire, you'll get health care. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? What is happening, man? I thought under no circumstances do we hand it to ISIS. I thought under no circumstance do you hand it to ISIS. What the fuck's going on?
The NHS departments are described as war zones.
NHS trusts have cancelled half of their elective surgery. We don't have enough beds.
Staff are striking. Up to 500 people are dying each week because of delays.
It's an absolute mess. Millions are waiting months to get treatment. People are pulling out their own teeth. All of it compounded by wave after wave of strikes. It all feels like we're at the end of a badly played game of Jenga, and we're all anxiously wondering, is the best thing we've ever created about to collapse?
Yes, the answer is yes. Lads, this is privatization.
I was brought into the world by NHS doctors in this hospital right here, and I've grown up like many Brits.
My father was writing his PhD dissertation, doctorate in economics at the London School of Economics, as my mother was pregnant with Hassan Abi Piker. They thought that I was going to fucking die. They went to an NHS doctor, a local doctor, down the street. And they asked, do we abort this fetus? And the doctor said, no. This fetus will survive. That's right. Real true story The NHS saved my life. I was about to fucking die. I was about to be aborted. I am an abortion survivor.
It's kind of taking the service for granted. So this whole situation is really confusing. How has such an incredible institution been brought so close to the edge of ruin? Now, talk to some politicians and pundits around here, and they'll give you two explanations. Firstly, that universal healthcare just no longer works, and secondly, that it's too expensive. After all, the NHS was built for a 1950s world, and a lot's changed since then. Britain's population's ballooned, we all live a lot longer.
Well, the economies scale, don't they? Like when there's more people in the chat, there's more people to see the ads at the top of the hour. But of course, that means there's more people that will no longer see those ads by subscribing for $5 on this Tuesday afternoon or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub by someone if you're lucky. The likelihood, when you have more people in the chat, that you will get lucky increases dramatically. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, on this beautiful Tuesday.
But this doesn't really hold water. Throughout most of its history, the NHS has largely grown to meet the nation's needs. Until recently, it frequently ranked as one of the best healthcare systems in the developed world. And as for the cost, well, Britain spends just $5,500 a year per person on healthcare. That's less than almost all other European countries, and way less than the US. Its efficiency makes it one of the best value healthcare systems in the developed world. It's not perfect, but universal healthcare works just fine, thank you very much. So what's really going on? There's clearly more to this. So my colleagues and I spoke with doctors and health experts around the UK, and they told us a different story, one that should worry all of us really, of a long, slow undermining of a public institution by the governments who are supposed to be protecting it. Alright, let's start with something really basic. If you want to run a health service, you need doctors, nurses, paramedics. Well, not only that, you need enough of the right kinds of doctors and nurses, right? You need to plan ahead, forecast your medical needs, and replenish the pipeline accordingly. Well, for decades, the UK government's failed to do any of that. And so holes appeared in our workforce. We used to fill them by hiring medics from other countries, but Brexit put a squeeze on all that. The NHS is now short of more than 100 and...
Seasonal Secrets, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 British people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. In many ways, this resembles how the NHS works.
50,000 staff. The British government finally put together a long-term plan to train new staff, but it takes 15 years to train a doctor, by which point our needs will have changed again. This kind of short-term thinking and incompetence, frankly, isn't isolated. It's part of a pattern that's done a lot of damage to the NHS. To show you what I mean, I need to tell you a different story, one that begins more than 30 years ago. 1990, Margaret Thatcher passes legislation requiring hospitals to compete against each other for patients. 1997, Tony Blair forces the NHS to take expensive loans to build new hospitals. 2012, David Cameron gives private contractors access to even more of the NHS. And then 2022, yet another bill gives corporations more control of NHS spending. Brick by brick, parts of this public institution are being handed over to the private sector. And look, privatisation isn't necessarily bad. It encourages innovation and efficiency perhaps, but here it's had a destabilising effect, draining the NHS of its own doctors and nurses and burdening it with debt. All the while skimming what should be public money into the pockets of American healthcare corporations.
Wait, Palantir is an American healthcare corporation? What is it? Isn't it a fucking spy? What? How'd that get there?
Now, we're not anywhere near the two-tier US healthcare system yet, but today, some NHS hospitals, including this one right here, have whole floors reserved for private patients. Those GoFundMe campaigns for medical costs you see all over the US, well, they happen here too now as well. How rich we are is...
It's awesome. It's just like slowly but surely privatizing and crippling an entire system with the inevitable goal of, privatizing it in its entirety so it resembles the gross American system of excess.
Beginning to determine how quickly and how well we get treated. And that's a violation of those core ideals at the foundation of the NHS. Now, there are a whole bunch of other things I could tell you about, from the frankly embarrassing failure to digitise patient records to the woeful underfunding of home healthcare. But I really want to tell you about this last one because it's a doozy. It's the thing few in government will mention, but it's critical in explaining this whole mess. Britain's leaders always understood that the NHS budget had to grow a little each year if it's to work, and for its whole history, even the most conservative governments obliged. That is, until this guy. After the 2008 financial crisis, David Cameron effectively froze the NHS budget. The system's lost $50 billion of investment each year for most of the last 13 years. It's one of the main reasons these doctors keep striking. Their salaries have effectively fallen more than 10% in that time. And don't forget, this is in one of the most cost-effective health systems in the world. Weakened by privatisation, gutted of staff and money, the NHS was in a bad way in 2019. And then, right on cue, COVID.
I don't think the model of the NHS as it was set up some 70 years ago is sustainable for the future.
I think we should privatise the NHS. I don't think it's fit for purpose as it stands.
The NHS should be stripped down to providing emergency care, and all the hospitals should be privatised.
We don't need a different healthcare service. We need to rebuild the one we already have, brick by brick, from the foundation up. But the political will, the courage and the vision required to do that is evaporating. We're at risk of abandoning the idea of universal healthcare itself, and if we do, we'll all lose the world's most famous example of an ideal, that healthcare is a human right and a public responsibility.
Freight trains. Ozana, I can't understand this. Look at America. How would anyone praise U.S. healthcare when it fails? David Cameron is now Baron Cameron of Chipping Norton. UK is not a real country. The video was titled, the fuck was it titled? Politicians ruin a brilliant example of universal healthcare. A brilliant example. I know I'm a big train fan, but I kind of want to skip this right now for some other fun shit. I don't know. I've had so many. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do the train thing. A lot of people are throwing up their hands in the air going, no.
We'll see you next week. Good night.
That makes me actually sad. That was the saddest fucking thing. That is so profoundly sad. I can't believe it, dude. EU is officially E3 is officially dead, ladies and gentlemen. It's finally Jover. I just wanted to point that out. It's finally fucking Jover. As a young boy, I used to dream of one day going to E3, and then I actually did go to E3. And it sucked. It actually sucked a lot. It sucked big dicks, okay? Major doinks. And not in a bad way. It was not good. It was not fun. I think I went in like 2019 or something, or one of the last times that the EU was like even around. Maybe 2018. I don't really remember. It just sucked. And everybody knew that it was going to suck. The EU is dead. No, I mean E3. My brain is so stuck with fucking stupid ass politics memes. All right, let's watch this guy. This guy's awesome. This guy's awesome. This is my favorite guy.
I'm in a natural diamond mine right now. Here in this remote part of Sierra Leone, these guys are searching for diamonds. The way they do it is during the dry season, when the water's not there, they pack away all of this mud, and during the wet season, they crush it down, and then one shovelful at a time, they throw it into something called a rocker, where they wash away the mud, and what's left is the gravel that's later to be packed away because it may contain a diamond. Now, when people hear Sierra Leone, they usually think conflict or blood diamond, but they don't understand that this is the only source of livelihood for some of these people, and there's something threatening to take that away. And that, of course, is the lab diamond, which is considered to be conflict-free, but of course there is a conflict. It's taking away the opportunity from some of the poorest people in the world to make their living, and that's why we're here, and I'm...
He's like, why is the guy with the weapons there? What's going on? Like, he's like, oh no, he's there to end the conflict.
Here with Martin Rappaport to explain what that's all about.
There's a reason God gave diamonds to the poorest people in the world and made the richest desire them. And fixing that connection is what the...
Martin Rappaport to explain what that's all about.
There's a reason God gave diamonds to the poorest people in the world and made...
The reason God gave diamonds to the poorest people in the world...
The richest desire them.
And made the richest desire him. The diamonds.
Fixing that connection is what the diamond business is really about. Behind the diamond.
Fixing that connection is what the diamond business is really about.
Business are the people.
Right.
And people are more important than diamonds.
I want to
Yeah. What's important is the people behind the diamond industry.
thank Martin for inviting me out here, and I want to thank the beautiful people of Sierra Leone.
I love this part. This is my favorite. Just posting up like, yo, what's up? Just me and the homies. Wait, that wasn't a joke? No, this is a real fucking video. These guys hate lab-made diamonds. I guess like because lab-made diamonds are virtually impossible to figure out if they're lab-made or not. And it's like it's getting to a point where it's unironic because like diamonds in and of itself is just fucking bullshit. It's made up. Like the pricing is just completely made up, right? So if you have something that like dramatically increases the supply, all of a sudden its scarcity goes away. And even if professionals can't fucking figure it out, if professionals can't distinguish between lab-made diamonds and like conflict diamonds from Sierra Leone, all of a sudden it's over. There's no reason for it. Which is awesome. I was thinking for a second it would be a parody by someone who managed to bullshit Rappaport. No. This guy that's talking is like a fucking psycho.
The reason God gave
Trax New York City is very pro lab diamond, but you're right in general.
Diamonds to the poorest people in the world.
Poorest people in the world to make their living. And that's why we're here, and I'm here with Martin Rappaport to explain.
The guy, Martin Rappaport, is like, I mean, he is like the guy, the diamond guy. Martin Rappaport is the founder of the Rappaport Diamond Report and the RapNet online diamond trading network. He's the guy who fucking verifies and like prices diamonds, dog. This guy used to be my boss, no troll. He's actually like that all the time. He's not just acting like that for the camera. He's hella crazy. I like how he doesn't even remotely touch on the issue of why these people are so poor and this place is so underdeveloped that they fucking farm for tiny diamonds in the mud. Yeah, he also doesn't question why, despite the fact that there's this like thing that they want real bad, they have this resource, it seems, but it's just they're not arriving in their pockets at all for some reason. I love the idea that like conflict diamonds, blood diamonds are actually much better than lab diamonds because those guys, they're no longer, they're out of a job. You're taking beautiful blood diamond blood diamond slaves out of their beautiful jobs. It's really fucked up. Trax New York is definitely open about liking LabMate, but overall seems very scummy. I don't know anything about Trax New York, but this is the first time I've watched a video, and I looked into this guy. Okay, and he seems like not a great guy. And also, anybody that fucking tells me he hands out silver to random people in New York, anybody that comes at me and fucking tells me that, like, it's actually good that conflict diamonds exist or blood diamonds exist because it's giving artisan traders a job is a fucking psycho. On top of diamonds being easily created in labs, they're actually not scarce compared to the other minerals and materials like gold and silver. The leak fixes and controls the price of diamonds by releasing a certain amount per year.
All right, you got $50 cash, or you got gold. Pick one. You pick one. Very smart choice. That's $1,000. It's for you. This or this? You choose this. It's yours. So you saved me some money. Thanks. Appreciate it. One silver, one is gold. Chose the silver, bro. You gotta choose. Pick one. This. Go.
This is the one.
Which one you want? Yeah.
I love this one.
Good choice. Good choice. It's $1,000. This or this? Is this 2 grams of gold or $20? You gotta choose gold or cash. Ma'am, would you like to choose gold or cash?
This is one of the most insane things I've ever laid my fucking eyes on, dude.
The traction figure in gold or the $100? You took the traction figure? That was smarter. $100 or the traction figure? Take it, please. Question. Which one would you rather have? $100 or the traction figure?
Dude, this is so funny. Dog, where's he gonna go with the gold? It's not like it's as easy to convert. I suspect. Like, take the fucking cash. No shit. Also, it's so patronizing. Like, oh my God. Gold talks everywhere, bro. If you're going down the gem talk rabbit hole, please watch Avi, the gem guy. It's ridiculous. He's a gem trader, and the numbers and sourcing they will throw around as wild. Uncut Gems IRL.
This is worth, take it please. This is worth $1,000. Next time, do your research. All right, gotta go.
Next time, do your research. What the fuck? Bro, he should be able to beat his ass with that shovel. Okay?
Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
The dehumanizing treatment by colonizers needs to be legislated away across Africa. That's not a shovel, that's a machete. Okay, beat his ass with the machete then. Don't take it out of his sheath. I don't know what the fuck happened with Fantastic, but it seems like they're not very fantastic. The drama-filled saga behind one of Steam's most anticipated games of 2023 just took its weirdest turn yet. I saw Lyric trying to play this fucking game, and it looked kind of cool, so I downloaded it. And guess what happened when I downloaded it? The world doesn't want me playing any video games because it turned into nothing. I bought it. I downloaded it. Fucking scam, dude. Absolute scam. Donkey made a video on it. Let's see.
Hey guys, here I'm with the latest, hottest game the day before. I already wish I could go back before the day before I played this game. Oh, what voice? This is important.
All right, the first rule is cardio. Now I get it. All right, the first rule is cardio. Now I get it. All right, the first rule is cardio. Now I get it.
It literally felt like Tarkov, so I got excited. And I thought maybe it's going to pop off. I was wrong.
Give me funnier hair than this. This hair sucks ass. I'm like Dale. Hell yeah. Oh, this is beautiful. Select server? What? It's multiplayer? Oh, bring me to Chalkston. I love Chalkston.
Oops.
Yes. Hell yeah. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Connection problems. Okay, let's go to Grovetown. Now, Grovetown, this is my server. Oh, look at that Uncharted loading. This is gonna be better than Last of Us. Now, before we even start playing this, I want to say that this was one of the most anticipated games on Steam. This game had 15,000 reviews on Steam. Like, people were genuinely excited for this. Do you hear me? No, I can barely hear you at all, actually.
Hey, can you hear me?
No, I can't hear shit in this game.
How are you feeling?
I want to uninstall.
By the way,
I watched Lyric go through this entire process.
Welcome.
He was like trying to play it in the fucking Asian servers because the American servers were, of course, not working. And he finally was able to get in.
to Woodbury.
I thought this was Grove Street.
Try to get off the bed.
Or does this game have getting off bed? Does it have that mechanic? Oh, you can get off the bed. Oh, Leonard is in this? Wow.
Great. My name is Leonard. And you are?
Damn. Apparently cardio is a big deal in this game.
All
Apparently.
right. Your speech organs seem fine. You can grab your bag and go take a look around.
Fuck yeah,
Don't
let's
worry.
play this shit, man. Man, this game's fucking... Man, I love this shit. Oh, look at this. Spaghetti? Spaghetti? Uh-oh.
I mean, I saw this and immediately downloaded it. I was like, oh, it looks a lot like Tarkov.
I knew this was better than Last of Us. Give me the spaghetti. Oh, I get all this? Oh, get those beans. You can drink water in this. Look at the tree graphics. Dude, this game is crazy. Look at that man sitting over there. This game is crazy.
It just sucks. This is the one time I watched Lyric because I never have time to watch anyone on Twitch. It's the one motherfucking time I'm watching him, and I'm like, damn, this motherfucker's making this video game look good. Download it. Scam. Never again.
Easy. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is good. Why are people making fun of this? Hey, Smokefire. Apparently cardio is big in this game. Okay, I gotta go talk to Chris. Chris? Where the hell is Chris, man? Fuck this game. Chris. That's Chris. Chris. Are you Chris?
My name is Chris,
Oh,
and I'm in charge of this shelter called Woodbury. Each of us would like to live in a better world.
He's hot.
The day before was never released.
This dream is what unites all of us. Talk to the weapons trader, Edward, the storage keeper, Abby, the bartender, Rob, and Dr. Leonard. After you're done talking, come back to me.
I don't want to talk to all those people. I just want to shoot zombies and play a video game. I love that games now. It's just, you know, instead of like doing like fun stuff, it's like you just talk. It's like talking to people. Are you Chris?
I'm Eddard, the weapons trader.
Talk to Abby now. Let's go talk to Abby. Are you Chris?
I'm Abby, the
Oh.
storage room keeper. I can see your backpack is pretty full. Leave the
Is this AI? Is this AI voice acting?
things you don't need right now with me.
I'm never going to give you my spaghetti. You'll never get that from me. Okay, now let's go talk to Dr. Leonard. Shut the fuck up, Leonard. Get me the fuck out of here with this fucking dumb fucker, Leonard. Shut the fuck up.
See you again.
Stupid piece
Take
of
care
shit.
of yourself.
I like your
motherfucker.
attitude. Making progress.
Thank you. All right, let's go talk to Rob.
The storage is always available.
What'd you say? Rob, where are you, Robbie? Rob.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going terrible, actually. Sup, Chris?
I'm Rob. Enjoying your time here, huh?
Yeah, I love this game.
Actually,
oops.
Nice, Rob. You always got my back.
Great. I see you've met everyone. So,
I see you talk to everyone. My name is Chris. Now go talk to Kevin, Phil, Daryl, Mitchell. Oh, this is like Animal Crossing now. This is a beautiful house. This is like the game that your grandma would think was The Last of Us.
it's good to hear that. It took a lot of effort.
You have entered the danger zone.
Bam, 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 bam. Danger
Apple
zone.
pies?
Applebee's. You guys remember The Division? This is like the subtraction because they took all this stuff out of the game. Are there like any zombies or players? Or like anything in this? I feel like I'm walking around like an empty PUBG map. The danger zone is not as exciting as it sounds. There's one zombie. I found one zombie. Oh my god, they're gonna get me. Oh my god, they're coming to get me. Oh my god. You'll never get me on this couch. This is the safest place to be in a zombie situation. Come and get me. You can't. I'm too high up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I outsmarted him.
That's crazy.
Oh, you'll get me. You'll get me. Got him. Alright, this reminds me of Metal Gear Survive, kinda. Chips! Nice. Okay, nice. Money, fork. Nice. Nice. How do you get, like, I need, like, I should have talked to Phil. Eat the chips. Oh, he actually pulls out the chips. Okay.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Why do they talk to you like you're a little kid?
What's new? Can you tell me about your zombie fighting tactics?
Well, basically, I look for a sofa and I jump up on the sofa and they can't attack me anymore.
How are you doing?
I have questions. How did he get up here? Oh, Nintendo Switch. I can play better games. I can play games developed by real game studios. Remember, like, the most fun part of Last of Us was opening all the filing cabinets, right? I'm glad that they, like, quadrupled down on that mechanic. This game is like pure adrenaline. Remember Doom Eternal was like you were like constantly like battling demons and doing crazy stunts? I hated that. I love this. I love to just walk in an empty environment. Joel's. Hey, Joel's. Last of Us. Oh, I missed that game. Empty Space. Is that like a movie based on this game? I think I see a human player. I'm gonna team up with them. Hey, don't shoot me, you ass! No! Man is the true enemy. Because man made this game.
That's insane. That absolutely sucks. Okay, well, it turns out they also decided after it got fucking panned by everyone that has a brain and eyeballs, they announced the closure of the Fantastic Studio. Began a statement tweeted by the studio on December 11th. Unfortunately, the day before has failed financially, and we lack the funds to continue. All income received is being used to pay off our debts to our partners. Fantastic wrote that it worked tirelessly for 5 years on the shooter without ever taking money from players through early access, pre-orders, or crowdfunding. While the future of the Day Before and the studio's other online games is unknown, the service apparently will remain operational for the time being. At the same time as cutting losses, Fantastic also seems to be denying accountability for the current mess surrounding The Day Before, one of Steam's most wishlist games earlier this year. Players flocked to the relatively unknown release, which hit over 400,000 viewers on Twitch and 30,000 concurrent players on PC on its first day live. How many people bought and refunded The Day Before? According to a leaked Telegram message from Fantastic CEO Eduard Gotovtsev, it's had 201,000 buyers and 91,000 refunders, a 46% refund rate. Unreal Engine, the game shined in trailers, was not the zombie survival MMO originally marketed, but rather a buggy and relatively empty extraction shooter. The $40 release was panned in thousands of stream reviews of players calling it a scam, complaining about server issues and broken levels, and many submitting refund requests. The flash in the pan launch, which left the day before with a rating of mostly negative, followed months of debate about whether the game was even real. After accusations of exploiting voluntary labor, misleading fans with plagiarized trailers and asset flips, and a legal dispute that temporarily got the game pulled from Steam amid multiple delays, players began to wonder if the day before was all smoke and mirrors. Turns out it fucking was. The day before release, lol, they tweeted this, and it is a section for the haters that were accusing them of scamming. To our volunteer who supported us, not only with words but deeds, your support helped us to get to this day. To a person who didn't believe on us, we made this game for you too. We accept any kind of criticism and don't hold a grudge against you. That's cool, man. They didn't close the studio. They just renamed it. That sounds so sketch. What do you mean, dude? They didn't. Hassan, you got to do your research, my guy. How much of the stream did you watch? Because the game is so bad. I'm not even kidding. I just saw the clickety-clackety sound that you get from Tarkov when you put stuff in your inventory, and it hooked me. Like, immediately, as soon as I was like, oh, this is like MMORPG Tarkov in a fucking zombie universe. That seems sick. And I got fucking debated. You saw like 2 seconds of stream and everyone told you it sucked a few days ago? Yeah, I mean, I had already downloaded it by the time people said it sucks. That's what Tarkov players experience when they see Tarkov. I just thought it's sick. You thought you were smart? I mean, first of all, I don't give a shit. Like, I buy a shit ton of games that I never even play. So isn't that just DayZ though? MMO Tarkov? Yeah. Can't tell anime games apart. False for this. Are you going to play the God of War DLC? Isn't it a roguelike now? That's what the DLC is, right? That's just what it is. It's not like a thing, right? Brother, please stop asking me to check out Lee Fang's Substack on Israel propaganda, okay? Please stop. We've moved past it. We've moved past Israel stuff. Can we just, like, we've done it so much today. You need to compare this announcement trailer from 2 years ago that was entirely fake.
Welcome to the short gameplay demonstration trailer for The Day Before, an upcoming open-world multiplayer survival game. The Day Before features a huge, stunningly detailed post-apocalyptic world destroyed.
Damn, dude, this shit looks like Alan Wake graphics.
By a terrible virus.
I'm running out of fuel.
Great, man. Awesome.
We'll look around here, I guess.
God, they're so fake. Even.
Shall we split up?
Yep.
I'll find out what's in the skyscraper.
Okay, and I'll look around here.
Okay, these guys are terrible at acting, bro.
Let's see what we have here. All right, all right, all right. I have found a great cowboy hat. Tell her everything's all right. And there aren't any more guns in the valley.
Easy, cowboy.
Listen up. This is Woodbury Survivor Colony speaking. If you can hear this message, it means that we have opened our doors for new survivors. We can give you food and shelter and ensure your safety. Here are the coordinates.
Did you hear that?
Yep, I got a message too.
Great. Maybe I can sell my junk there and get myself a better rifle.
Let's find some fuel and go.
In the Survivor Colony, you can sell and buy any items, as well as cooperate with other players.
Why would the music still be on?
In The Day Before, you can enter abandoned buildings and take whatever you want. The main thing is to be careful, because not all players are friendly.
Let's pick up some supplies and get out of here.
Let's check it out. Oh shit. Got company. Could use some help now.
The things are about to get heated.
Over here.
What the fuck? There's a third guy. Where's he at? This guy's ass at fucking shooting. He's looting in the middle of a battle with humans? What the fuck?
Dude, there's too many of them. I gotta go upstairs.
Okay, I'm running toward you.
The snowstorm is starting right now, and the temperature is falling fast.
Is this how it looked when Lyric was playing it? No, but Lyric actually was clapping a lot of zombies. Like,
that when you shoot and make unnecessary noise, it can attract unwanted guests even more terrifying than other players. The world of The Day Before is teeming with hungry hordes of bloodthirsty infected, ready to tear you to pieces.
Phew, that was close. You should have seen this shit.
It seems he dodged a bullet. Now he's crafting a bandage so he doesn't die from bleeding.
Hey, are you upstairs already? Shit.
wait, where's the fucking guy? Where's the other guy? Didn't he go up here and see all the zombies?
Psst, where are you?
What
The Day Before, coming.
To be fair, even the trailer doesn't look that good. Why are you invested in this? None of this is real. I just wanted to see. I wanted to see how they fucking build it. As me.
Do I shoot this guy? Like, I mean, I don't really know. Okay, well, I guess I'll just go up and shoot him. Or at least I'll try to.
What the fuck?
Number 3 highest earning YouTuber, 38 million. But you don't lead with money.
No, I make an ungodly amount of money, and it feels unfair. I'm open to talk about it because it just seems like such a cheat of the system to be able to have this much success when really all I want to do is make content and inspire others to make content. But at the same time, it's something I can't deny, because to deny it would be a hypocritical thing to do. It's just stupid when I have what I have and I'm able to do what I do and I'm able to eat, have a roof over my head, able to do.
I've literally watched this clip before. Every time I get clickbaited, I'm seeing it the first time ever.
whatever I want, whenever I want. The next thing I do is give it away to people that need it, or try to invest in my friends to be able to lift them up, and hopefully they find success. And it's like, at what point does it become too much?
What's your living arrangement look like? You driving a Bugatti to Beverly Hills every day?
I rode my electric bike here.
Oh, so you're the Elon Musk of the two games. Do you live in a foldable container?
No, I have a nice house.
Okay.
Like, I'm very happy with it. It's not.
Yo, that's fucking bullshit. This motherfucker has a nice house and $38 million. Everybody going, he's so nice. I have I don't even have a tenth of his goddamn net worth, and a house that is not even a tenth of worth of his house, and everybody's like, you're a fucking piece of shit, asshole. Fuck you. Kill yourself.
It's not a huge house. It's not exactly a cheap house. I have a Tesla, like most YouTubers do, but that's about it.
That's crazy. Get your money up, not your funny up, broke boy, is what people would say to me. And then I tell them at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, bitch. This associate
Husky has an Italian accent.
Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. What the fuck? That's crazy. Markiplier doesn't say he's socialist, though. Bro, that is not an argument, brother. That's not an argument. Stop playing with me. Zylax, thank you for the 50. Get the subs. Just a 3-minute ad break now. Oh, I was going to watch Naked Jakey's video about Starfield. Well, that's because people don't like your attitude. No, people don't like what I say. A chatter compiled this year's donations you were asking about. If I remembered everything, that we have a total of $2.8 million. This year, publicly, we have $10K donated for Juniper's trans charity stream, $19K for dog shelters, $2K for the DSALA, $51K for RAP, $10K for Connor's Immune Deficiency Fund, $10K for the Humane Society and Alzheimer's Association for Creator Clash. No, more than that. More than $10K. $5K for the families of Jacksonville shooting, 30K plus $15K raised for Hassan's Day for Maya's Amazon Rainforest Gala. Then the big ones, $1.5 million raised for the victims of the earthquake. $1.2 million. Okay, there's also ones that I haven't talked about publicly. Goddamn. Okay, that's sick. That's $3 million almost. Or maybe it is. Not 5 million? Okay, yeah. Light work, baby. Remember, this is a time when everybody's like, yo, you fucking suck, you're a piece of shit. But guess what, dude? This is why I do it. Not just because of the not just because of the amount of money to be able to donate and whatnot, but also $10K to the IDF. No, there's actually, this is crazy that this chatter was able to figure out my public donations better than me, because I have no fucking clue. I just give, whenever I see an opportunity. The abortion one was last year, not this year, I don't think. But yeah, no, there's a lot more than this. This is not public. Did you see OTK's first game, roguelike shooter, and it's in playtest right now, but it was promising? Yeah, it's fucking dope, man. That's sick. Money for Protect's college fund. Oh yeah, there's that too. I gotta ask my accountants. They would know. You have an accountant who would know? Yeah, I have a bunch of accountants. I have accountants. Yeah, that's right. Anyway. No credit card, multiple accountants, Giga Shaz shit. Yep. That's how I do it. But yeah. However much was raised by the reconstruct meet and greet. Oh shit. There's also more. The last fucking drop, the last secret merch drop that we did, all of it went to Palestine too. All of it went to PCRF, Palestine Children's Relief Foundation. See, this is the problem. I'm a fucking idiot, okay? I'm an idiot. I do a lot of this stuff, and I do it all the time, and I do it daily, and I have no fucking, like, I don't even think about it. Like, so when I look at lists like this, I'm reminded of some of the other stuff that is still technically, that's still technically a part of the, a part of the process. Anyway. Well, anyway. Yeah. Sorry, just joined. How are we looking at gaming tonight? Yeah. We're doing Bethesda's gaming is outdated. Gaming design is outdated. That's I mean, that's cool. I think that's a good thing that I can do stuff like this. Sometimes the haters do get to me because, like, haters do make me feel like maybe I am a bad person because I hear it so much. And then I see stuff like this and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not so bad, you know? But yeah. You know, the haters don't care. I mean, fuck them. This is not for the haters. You're just too thin-skinned and get any random gray name in the chat to get in your head. You can say rent-free all you want, but you're the one building them housing. Yeah, dude, you're right. It's because I'm too thin-skinned. Look, brother, I'm gonna keep it $150 with you, Hideo Offliner, one of the consistently worst chatters in the community. Like 100% infinitely worse than Megaphonics. Okay, you don't understand what it's like. Like, sometimes I pull your name up and you get dogpiled by random people in the chat. Okay. And you feel the smoke for like literally a fraction of a second. That is just rude to say. It's just true. You say the most you say the most hateful ass shit all the goddamn time. Worse than Megaphonics, 100%. At least Megaphonics is like good natured. And a long time ago, he made me a music box, and it's very cute. That plays Waiting for Hassan. Anyway, my point is this. Okay? I'm getting this shit on all avenues in every social media platform. You probably catch some strays just for being a fucking out and about fan of mine. You know what I mean? It's just, it's ridiculous. It's like a barrage of hate. There's really not much I can do about it. You gotta remember, the haters who were super vocal are basically Keemstar employees. I know, but it sucks. I got a few death threats years ago, and I'm not even getting paid. Yeah, but I made that decision. I can't blame you for the bad actors online. No, my point is, like, it sucks, and it doesn't go away, and I don't know how to deal with it. But yeah, sometimes it's just like, sometimes it gets to me, and I'm openly admitting that, and it shouldn't. This is a moment of reflection. But not let it get to you. But not let it get to me. Anyway, let's watch Nakey Jakey's latest video. Bethesda's game design was outdated a decade ago.
I have made not one, but two separate videos claiming that Blank's game design is outdated. And while I'm very proud of those videos, and I pretty confidently stand by those critiques, I wasn't planning on ever using the same outdated title again because I just didn't want it to become this gross YouTuber-y series where I'm just the outdated guy.
What is up, gamers? Welcome back to part 39 of Outdated Stuff. Today, we're going to be taking a look at this expired banana on my counter. If that ain't outdated, then you better call the dog catcher, because it must be raining cats and dogs out here. But when thinking about the past 10 years of Bethesda Game Studios' catalog, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, a billion more versions of Skyrim, and now Starfield,
there is not a more succinct or accurate word to describe how I feel about these games. I have personally made things that some people did not like and criticized, and that's great. Honestly, that's fine. That's exactly how it should be. Why am I saying that right now?
just to say that I know what it feels like. I want to make it clear that I have a lot of respect and appreciation for the hardworking individual devs that crunch 12-hour days to release AAA games on time that we all get to play.
Thank you for making video games, everyone who makes video games out here in the prairie.
So I promise I don't mean to be hyperbolic or dramatic just for the sake of it when I say I am truly baffled by Starfield. It is seriously shocking to see just how little this game attempts to improve or even successfully reuse the same formula and same Frankenstein game engine that Bethesda have been selling to their fans for well over a decade. I cannot understand how this is the space adventure Todd Howard has dreamt of making for 25 years and cooked in the oven for 8.
But I wanted to try. I really wanted to understand. I wanted to love this troubled game so badly.
And I stayed committed to this relationship for hours and hours and hours, ignoring every possible red flag that came my way. But I can't do it anymore, and I feel like I have to make this video just purely for my own sanity.
No, this one is for me, because this damn space game changed me.
People often describe Bethesda games as Bethesda games, but what does that even mean? In 2011, I would have said open world action RPG where you could go anywhere, do anything, good or evil, knight or wizard, but you're definitely gonna be a sneak archer like every single time without fail. To me, it meant giant world with total player freedom to do what they wanted to do. Don't like someone? Shoot them in the face. Want someone's stuff? Sneak behind their waist. Want to climb that mountain? Hump it on the face. Fallout 3 was my first Betty game after convincing my dad that, nah, dude, it's not violent at all. You don't have to be violent. You could choose to be good and talk your way out of every situation.
Which was total fucking bullcrap.
Yes, these games might be RPGs, but they heavily lean on the action part.
I have verbatim used that argument on my family. It didn't work, but I have verbatim use that argument on my family.
Of action RPG. Can you sometimes do quests non-violently? Definitely. But more often than not, your to-do list.
I also talked about, this is a fun time to remind chatters, that I told my dad at the dinner table, I remember it vividly. I'm living in Ankara at this point, capital of Turkey, not Istanbul, okay? And I remember playing the video game Freelancer. Okay, created by the creators of, what is it, Starlight or whatever, the game that never came out, that is a scam that NMP Lol is has bought into. Star Citizen, sorry. Okay. Yes, Ankara, the Ohio of Turkey. I'm sitting at a dinner table, and I'm having a conversation with my dad where I told him, Dad, Freelancer is so great. Freelancer had a lot of these, like, a lot of the freedoms, like you were flying around. It wasn't on rails, right? It was one of the earlier, like, sandbox type spacefaring adventures. Incredible space combat, but also a little bit of, like, going to different planets and walking around and having conversations with people. And I told my dad, Dad, it's crazy. It's like I have friends in different galaxies where sometimes I'll see them in one galaxy and then later on in the game, I'll see them in a different galaxy. And I get caught up with what's going on in their lives. And my dad, I remember, thought that I was schizophrenic. I'm not even kidding. That's so sad. Man, shut up. It's a single player game that I was playing when I was like fucking 12, okay? Whenever Freelancer came out. How old was I? Oh, God, it'd be really embarrassing if I was older than 12. Came out in... Fuck, what year did it come out? 2003. Yeah, there you go. In 2003. Which means I was... Wait. Yeah, I was literally 12. Okay, thank God. I was literally 11 to 12. 11 going on 12, okay? Holy fuck. Okay, safe. Everybody, you're dunking on a 12-year-old. Shut the fuck up. Anyway. You got it day one. I know this trick. No, I got it day one because it was illegal. Like, it was all fucking pirated. Anyway. So, yeah, when I had that conversation with my dad, he thought I was schizophrenic.
This revolves around you killing people and things and spiders and ghouls, and there's usually not a whole lot of wiggle room around that part. A lot of the time your choices are boiled down to, okay, so do you want to set them on fire first and then shoot them, or just do them raw? If you play Fallout New Vegas, made by Obsidian, those are some RPG-ass RPG choices, where I feel like the player has way more freedom to express themselves morally, ethically, whatever, in a given quest. But as much as I gush about New Vegas on this channel, there is something missing in this game when compared to Fallout 3. Atmosphere. I think Bethesda typically crushes that shit. Even though New Vegas is a much better game mechanically, Betty's World felt a lot more engrossing to explore. Even if a lot of the supposed freedom promised to the player is kind of an illusion. You know, you can't actually kill anyone if they're an essential NPC for a quest line, they just take a nap on the floor. Still, Bethesda does a really great job at making you feel like you're on this grand adventure. And the soundtracks, dude, oh my god, the Skyrim soundtrack alone might be up there with Chrono Trigger for like the greatest video game score ever made. All of these songs make you feel like you're living inside of an ancient blade made of suede. Oh my god, I'm getting really fucking tired of always coming home to this dude saying some more stupid crap. Hi, I'm Jakey, and Jakey, attorneys at law. Thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Is your browser boring? Does it make you want to go outside? No, don't go out there, there's wolves out there. Opera GX is a web browser for gamers that you can customize. In the GX store located over here, you can get a variety of browser mods, such as my own, that have their own background music, keyboard sounds, opening and closing of tab sounds, theme and color of the browser itself, unique wallpaper. You can also disable and enable specific mods in the mods menu located on the sidebar. Does your web browser keep you informed on all things gaming? It doesn't? What the hell? With the GX corner located over here, Opera GX will keep you up to date with free games, the best deals, the hottest new releases, and gaming news all in one convenient corner. Look at this deal. Look at this deal. Are you seeing the deals? Look at the fucking deals, Derek. Don't worry about losing all your stuff from those other browsers. Opera GX has a handy import tool to quickly take all of your shit like bookmarks and cookies and browsing history from your old rinky-dink browser to your sexy new sports car browser. And Opera GX also works with every Google Chrome extension. If you download Opera GX using my special link located here or down below, you'll also have access to a unique feature where you'll see all of my 12 most recent videos in your GX corner, so you'll never miss it when I upload a new video in 3 months. Use this link located down below to download Opera GX today. Thanks again to Mr. GX for sponsoring this video. Now let's get on back to whatever the hell Super Nakio Jakio 64 is. He's counting stars. Let's see if he counts all 120 of them. He probably didn't even do TikTok clock yet because he's a worthless piece of shit. But because Bethesda games are so unique and so dearly beloved by so many fans, people often give them a free pass when it comes to certain issues because, it's a Bethesda game. What are you gonna do? Issues such as dated melee combat and extremely dated gun combat, even for the time. Brain dead enemy AI. Clunky UIs that always have to be fixed with mods. Optimization and performance issues that always have to be fixed with mods.
Okay, this is making me feel like Mythesda. More like, instead of Bethesda, it's making me feel like it's called Mid-Thesda.
Enough bugs to fill a fucking terrarium that always have to be fixed with mods. If any other AAA shooter had the same issues that Fallout 3 had, where the guns barely even functioned and cast bullets from their mouths like spells from a wizard's sleeve, and the game ran at 6 frames per second on the PS3 because, oops, you saved too many times, don't do that, people would riot. But because these issues are part of a giant package and the appeal is usually greater than a sum of its janky parts, people just kind of go, what are you gonna do? It's a Bethesda game. Which, sure, maybe in 2008, maybe some of this stuff could be ignored. But it is not 2008 anymore.
Hell, it is not even 2011, my brother.
In a post-Skyrim world where they have re-released that game so many times and it has sold over 60 million copies now, the whole "but it's a Bethesda game" excuse is, you guessed it,
shit from a butt.
Fallout 4 was when I could no longer stay blind to Bethesda's strong reluctance to leave the caveman Stone Age prehistoric time.
Dude, you could still feel all of the typical creation jank underneath everything.
You still had to edit an INI file to change the FOV or turn off mouse acceleration. The physics were still tied to the frame rate. The load times could still go on for an eternity. But hey, at least they made guns function like kind of actual guns this time, which should be the bare minimum for a first-person shooter in 2015. Meanwhile, Halo's 14 getting ready for her winter formal. Simple things for a shooter like swapping weapons or throwing grenades felt super unresponsive and wonky, like the game was constantly fighting you on every delayed input. And again, 2015, this wasn't like a long time ago. But man, I still played the shit out of this game, and it is the...
Dude, this video is making me... This video feels like I'm coming out of a cult. Like, it literally... I feel like I was brainwashed. I remember all of these games way more fondly than the way he's describing it. I mean, I guess it's because in spite of all of those issues, it was still fun.
Fallout 4 is the most bare bones RPG. Where Fallout New Vegas went left toward old school traditional Fallout games, Fallout 4 was like, alright, so it's kind of like janky Minecraft but with guns. Which turns out is actually pretty fun. The gameplay loop of exploring a detailed Bethesda world filled with cool stuff, getting loot and supplies from fighting baddies and using VATS, using those supplies to upgrade your guns, working on your settlements with the janky-ass builder that also has to be fixed with mods. It was all pretty fun to me. Objectively, my critic brain is like, yeah, this game has a lot of flaws and the dialogue system really sucks and the perk tree sucks and the role-playing options are basically non-existent. And the main story makes like zero sense if you stop and think about it, because if someone was searching for their kidnapped baby son, why would they stop and help a bunch of other families first and eat 100 rad roaches? But subjectively, my Bethesda brain is like, ooh, boy, I better scrounge up some more of these desk fans. Even with all its jank, and there is a lot of jank in Fallout 4, like any area downtown just straight up doesn't run well at all. For what it was, I had fun with Fallout 4. But what it was unfortunately a very crystal clear sign that Bethesda was falling behind the times harder than ever before.
God
also,
damn.
I went to kindergarten and first grade here and walked home from school one day and realized we got out early because of 9/11. I don't know why I'm talking about that right now.
I wish I could say I was shocked when Fallout 76 turned out to be shit from a butt, but dude, I wasn't shocked at all.
Not trying to be
Yeah, Fallout 76 was definitely
on some cool
ass
guy
cheeks.
shit, but the second I saw the reveal presentation and how it was gonna run on the same janky ass engine that barely manages to work as a single player game, and now it's gonna be multiplayer online, like www.com type online, yeah, Todd, and I'll be a monkey's uncle. Oh, my sweet bimbo, you have returned. You all know this story. Game comes out, one of the worst launches ever. Bug terrarium is like 16 times the detail. Bethesda gets super scummy about refunds and then gets super scummy about pushing these overly priced microtransactions. Also cheaps out on the canvas bag that's supposed to be included in the collector's edition.
It was awful. Fallout 76 is like the poster child for taking advantage of a devout fan base and releasing a clearly unfinished, faulty product.
I'll see a lot of people online chalk up 76's failure to, well, it wasn't Todd and his main team that made the game. It was their B team.
People still bought Starfield? I did. Dude, I think at the end of the day, it's the side quests that just keep it going. When I play a Bethesda game, I don't give a fuck about the main quest. Faction quests are just, they carry. Like, guild quests and faction quests are just so good. And the world just sucks you in. I play Starfield. I spent a shit ton of time. Exploration on Starfield, kind of mid. Which is ironic because exploration is the other part of Bethesda games that's awesome. That's what's weird about Starfield, is that like they took out one of the fucking components that like made Bethesda games what it is. And what did they replace it with? Pronouns! fucking pronouns. Bethesda. Fucking pronouns. Sorry, I had to do that one time. We're doing fucking
Bethesda Austin, but I'm pretty sure that's not the full story. According to several
California shit.
anonymous devs that worked on 76, as quoted in this Kotaku article that you should check out, people from multiple Bethesda studios worked on this game. Senior staff from Fallout 4's team, staff taken away from the Starfield team, staff taken away from the Redfall team at Arcane, which, Jesus Christ, that's a whole thing on its own. Jiminy Cricket and a jockstrap. 76, as described in this article, sounded like a massive live service black hole that no one wanted to touch, because the writing was all over the bug-covered walls that it was never going to end well. But in typical AAA game dev fashion, QA teams get treated like total shit and upper management ignores issues raised and continue.
Does Bethesda even have a QA team? No. Come on. That's a lie, right? There's no shot. It's like one dude.
To force everyone to crunch toward this deadline they knew they were never gonna make. And yeah, Todd Howard may have not directed 76, but he's still listed as executive producer. And he's the one that went on the big stage and was like, this is the biggest fucking game we've ever made. It's 16 times awesome. You're all gonna nut. Yo, run that John Denver joint. And the pre-orders go crazy and everyone's hyped out of their minds. And then it comes out and it's atrocious. And suddenly now Todd is all, yeah, we knew it wasn't gonna be like a high Metacritic score game, but you know what? It sold really well. It's not about how it starts, it's about what it becomes. Thank you very much. Yo, run that John Denver joint.
Come on, man.
According to that same article, Todd was very adamant on the whole no NPCs feature, no matter how much the dev team pleaded that it was an insane choice for Bethesda. You know, the studio most closely associated with NPCs. But also, maybe Todd isn't the main bad guy responsible, you know? Maybe he was just under a lot of pressure from big money investors at parent company ZeniMax to make a live service cash cow that would exploit fans and inevitably make a ton of money.
I don't know all the details, but there's enough breadcrumbs to make it insane to me that someone along the food chain with authority, whether Todd or otherwise, didn't stop and adamantly scream,
hey, let's maybe delay this game permanently.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Regardless of whose fault 76 was, the damage was done and the pressure was on. After an underwhelming and outdated Fallout 4 and an underbaked and severely malnourished Fallout 76, Bethesda really needed to reach for the Skyrim once again and dunk another classic into our laps. But Todd, he don't play basketball.
He plays chess.
I was the kid. I was writing games when I was, 12, whatever. And the other kids in the block would say,
Yeah, if Elder Scrolls 6 is not on a new engine, is Jover. That's it. Bethesda. You can put all the pronouns you want. You could put xenogender in that shit. It don't matter.
I'm going to play quarterback for the Cowboys. And I'd be like, I'm going to make video games and everyone's going to play them. Like, you dork. Go back to the chess club. Who's laughing now?
I've seen all of these videos so many times. Oh my God. I feel like I've also heard Nakey Jakey make this commentary, almost identical commentary, before in other videos. This is like his final. This is like his final masterpiece of just like one last strike across the bow. Like it's just this is the final. This is the final hit.
Club.
It's hard not to like Todd Howard. He has this Michael Scott type charisma that's weirdly hard to resist.
And I find his story of repeatedly applying to Bethesda only to be rejected over and over really inspiring.
Because once he got his leather jacket ass wearing ass through that door.
You almost got canceled last time you watched this video. You said something very not funny. Yeah, some of you love trust in the white man or something. What the fuck did I say? And then people got so mad at me and they were like, I can't believe he would make a joke about a video game Starfield being made by a white man. Hassan hates white man. That was the funny ass fucking fake cancellation. God, I fucking hate everyone online so much. objectively the worst scumbags hate me. Just like it is an assortment of the absolute worst, stupid fucking scumbags that basically just like rip half of their commentary from fucking Reddit. Distillation of the worst Redditors of all time get together and they're like, wow, this guy. Oh, I was so right about Starfield, even though I liked it myself. Oh, my fucking Lord. Okay.
He would direct Morrowind, executive produce Oblivion, direct both Fallout 3 and Skyrim. Love him or hate him, the man's resume speaks for itself. And good God, would you look at that jacket. For being considered AAA.
Bro, there was a person that literally bought Starfield angrily and wrote in the Steam review. Wrote in the fucking Steam review that they bought it to piss me off. Like, that's how there was like a Steam review, remember, of a dude who was like, I bought this to piss off that Hassan Piker fuckbag. He hates white people.
Bethesda is not a very big studio. Around 100 people made Skyrim, and they currently only employ like 420 people across all of their studios. For comparison, at least 1,000 people worked on GTA 5 before its release, and 6,000 different people have worked on it since, which is crazy to me considering how slow GTA Online still is. On the one hand, I think it's really impressive that Bethesda is much smaller than other big-name studios because it means they must have some really powerful paladins over there casting some serious buffs. But also, when you're making that...
Is what I would say if I was a consumer of pornography, which I'm not. I was just testing you guys, and a lot of you failed. Oh, fucking got them. Let's continue.
AAA money and your games continue to come out janky as shit. Maybe hire some more fucking people to make your games actually function properly when you sell them for $70. One source from that same article said, Bethesda is a big company that thinks it's a small company with a mentality of, well, this worked in the 90s, so we're just gonna keep doing it. I mean, yeah, after playing Starfield, that's definitely what it feels like. Boy, I'll tell you what, I booted that son of a bitch up. It was like seeing an X for the first time in 8 years, a poorly optimized X who struggles to have human-like facial expressions. Starfield isn't even just Skyrim again, but in space, which was always Todd's elevator pitch. No, it would be such an improvement if it was. But no, this is not a Bethesda game based on the definition the dumbass by the piano gave earlier. That signature Bethesda open world exploration and sense of scale and freedom and that feeling of, ooh, there's something interesting around every corner. Gone. But Jarbo! There's like 1,000 planets. How can it get any more
procedural generation?
Yeah, and you want to know what you do on 99%?
I fucking told you this was my biggest lock of Starfield. I stand by that shit. That was my biggest lock. Procedurally generated fucking worlds are going to be empty as fuck. And it's going to absolutely suck ass. And it did. And I was right. And I called it. Okay? It's just barren wastelands. Guess what? Guess what I didn't call, though? I thought at least, like with Mass Effect, you'd be able to drive around the empty space. And Todd was like, nah. Actually, you don't even get to drive around. You have to run everywhere. You have to run everywhere and try to jetpack to make things faster.
Hassan Piker is a fucking racist idiot.
Reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude. Y'all ride that dick. You guys are riding the dick of white men. Okay? White men that have lied to you in the past. They've lied to you and they've led you astray and they've hurt your feelings and you're still riding it.
Apparently you can't get behind Starfield because the man behind it, Todd Howard, is a white man.
That's so funny. They always look like this. Look at these fucking gremlins, dude. Yeah, that was a joke about how Todd has lied to you and me as well, as a big Bethesda fan. How can you not get that that's a joke? Dude. I think a lot of people need to remember that there's a lot of gross motherfuckers out there. Okay, maybe most of us will be that gross motherfucker if like things were 3-4% different in our lives. Okay, And the internet is a perfect place to gather all these gross motherfuckers together. Someone said Reddifile build, like pedophile, but with Reddit. I love that. Yeah, straight up. That's usually how this works. There's a lot of gross dudes out there. There's a lot of gross dudes out there, and they get together online, and they're like,
Percent of those 1,000 planets.
This, you walk and walk and walk and sprint and jump and jetpack jump and get really good at watching your O2 sprint meter go up and down and up and down. There is no rover to drive. There is no ship to fly. You just walk and walk and walk until you get to the most copy-pasted structure that you have already seen a bunch of times.
Starfield is the exploration equivalent of holding the Player 2 controller that isn't actually plugged in. It is the illusion of planetary exploration duct taped together by 1,000 loading screens and a strong desire to waste so much of your time.
Let's talk about fast travel. Can you say fast travel? Fast travel. Can you say loading screen? Loading screen. Loading screen. Loading screen before fast travel? After fast travel. Loading screen. Fast traveling to complete a quest. Fast traveling to start a quest. That's so silly. Loading screen. Peekaboo. Loading screen. Can you say fast travel? Wasting your time? No. Wasting my time? Yes. 2023? Bethesda released this in 2023. Oh no! Can you say leather jacket?
In other Bethesda games, you wanted to walk to your destinations because fast traveling meant you might miss out on some neat dungeon or cool, unique structure or wacky enemy along the way.
Yeah, don't worry. There's none of that in Starfield.
Not only is fast travel highly recommended whenever possible in Starfield, but it is straight up required.
You cannot fly your ship from planet to planet or even on a single planet. You can enter your ship with a nice loading screen and then sit in your pilot's chair with a nice unskippable animation and then take off with another nice loading screen and then pick your destination from space and fast travel there with another loading screen and then click on the planet to land with another loading screen. Or if your destination is in space, do another unskippable animation to dock your ship followed by another immediate loading screen. But hopefully if you've already discovered the specific location you want to go to, you can just fast travel straight there. The second I realized I was avoiding my ship whenever possible, you know, the central core part of a space exploration game, it was over. The most heartbreaking part is that the shipbuilder is fucking amazing. It's like virtual Legos. It is by far the best new thing Bethesda.
Which, by the way, also kind of difficult to work around on the Steam Deck at least. But it is, at first it's like a little confusing, but when you figure out how to do it, it's awesome. And it was so sick. Except the only thing that your shipbuilding helps you with is it lets you fast travel further. And it stopped you from accessing other fast travel points that you could only get to later down the line in the fucking video game. It's so stupid.
Bethesda did with this game. But where do you get to fly your ship that you just lovingly spent 3 hours making? In orbit! Yay!
Let's fucking go!
If you want to see your magnificent creation actually move around, then fast travel on up to space and float around fighting bad guys and running away from cops with the awful bounty system, which I will get to later. I will spend way too much time talking about that later. What's really weird is that between the different elements...
But yeah, look at all the exploration, dude. On every fucking planet, there's more space junk that you are not going to have enough space in your trunk to carry. That's right. There's never enough carry. There's too much carry limits. There's too many carry limits in a game like this. Yeah. All the rocks that you fucking took, put that in the spaceship. Guess what? Oops. Now Now it doesn't fit. You don't have enough space. You're encumbered.
Elements you can mine on planets and the different things you can prioritize within the shipbuilder, there's enough breadcrumbs here to assume that at one point Starfield was probably more of a survival type space game, meaning that landing on a planet maybe served more of a purpose than just sort of wandering around aimlessly. Maybe the temperature changes in extreme conditions actually mattered more than they currently do, which is like, not really at all. The shipbuilder even has options to upgrade the fuel tanks or grav drive so that you can jump further into a system. But if you don't upgrade those things, that's fine too. You'll just have to fast travel to a closer system first, and then fast travel to the one you actually want to go to. So upgrading that stuff in your ship just saves you from seeing 2 loading screens, and now you only see 1. How is this game real?
Starfield has 1,000 planets.
Also, worst UI of all time. Oh my god.
And I wish it had like 5.
Yeah, not every planet in real life space would have a bunch of cool stuff on it either.
Yeah, duh. But that's not my point.
My point is that this is not really a good illusion of anything other than the unfortunate passage of time. No Man's Sky can also have some boring-ass procedurally generated planets. But you know what? At least you can actually fly to them. Playing Starfield is like watching a magician pull a rabbit out of a hat, but every time he's about to do it, he's like, no, you gotta close your eyes while I do it though. But what about I'm not a Best Buy Geek Squad looking ass. Don't say I am. Starfield may have been made with the shiny new Creation Engine 2, but you ain't fooling anyone with that 2, Todd.
I like that. I feel like the Creation Engine 2, the 2 was just for... The 2 basically was a stand-in for the physics are cranked up in every item for no reason whatsoever. Like, I feel like they made like a tech demo for an engine that has physics for every single item, which makes no sense. Like, I would much rather not have as many loading screens and have a seamless experience than to have 1,000 cheese slices with physics for all of them. Okay? With the engine trying to fucking hold that shit together. It's very shocking that they spent so much time on it. Which is weird. That's not unique at all, and it is a thing functionally any and every physics engine can do. No, I don't think so. I feel like it's more realistic than any other game I've ever played as far as like that goes. I can't think of any game where you can literally grab 1,000 fucking sandwiches from your inventory and just like dump it. I think in most circumstances, like a lot of that shit, they stick a lot of that stuff specifically so that it doesn't become such a costly endeavor. Which I would rather do that.
May have slapped a spoiler on it, but it's still a fucking Geo Metro. I'm still editing an INI file just to change the FOV or turn off mouse acceleration to make aiming feel better. I'm still clicking on doors and seeing that all too familiar fade out loading screen all the time.
Why did you not optimize this game for PC?
Oh, this was a great take.
We did. It's running great. It is a next-gen PC game. We really do push the technology, so you may need to upgrade your PC for this game, but it's got a lot of great stuff going.
Cyberpunk slapped on the Steam Deck, by the way. Unplayable. Starfield, unplayable on the Steam Deck, especially if you went into a city. Cyberpunk, on the other hand, seamless experience. Incredible. Just incredible to think about.
Going on in it, and the fans are responding awesome.
All right, Todd, I upgraded my PC. But I still can't turn on HDR or even mess with the brightness settings, even though the Xbox version already has HDR. And to get a decent frame rate, I have to use upscaling, but I have an NVIDIA card and you only have FSR supported with no DLSS. Oh, someone already modded DLSS into the game within like a couple days. Oh, programmers are making comprehensive breakdowns on Reddit detailing just how poorly optimized the game is.
Nah, if Todd said it's optimized, then it's probably optimized. I believe him. I will follow my Nord brother into the pearly gates of Sovngarde and finally raise my hand upon that holy leather.
Breaking news, as of November 15th, Bethesda is finally patching Starfield, adding an FOV slider, poorly implemented HDR, and much needed DLSS support. Along with clear massive performance gains for both CPU and GPU areas, it's almost as if the game did in fact launch very unoptimized. The timing couldn't be better, 2 months after everyone already stopped playing it.
This game hurts my stupid giant head. I can't understand it. I can't seem to do anything right after experiencing this so-called game.
Completely unrelated, Skyrim Together modders aren't making a multiplayer mode for Starfield, but the code is now open source in case anyone wants to take over. The modding team behind Skyrim Together has announced it is canceling the work on the Starfield multiplayer update. That's crazy. They were like, fuck it. The modders are saying we're not doing it anymore. Dude, when the modders give up, it's done. It's
Oh
over.
my god, I didn't even bring that up yet. God damn it.
In Starfield, you can build settlements, and you have more freedom than ever with the builder, but there's not a whole lot of motivators to interact with it other than harvesting resources from a planet largely void of life. Add that to the super confusing structure of actually trying to connect your settlements across star systems and all the fast travel screens in between and your ship cargo and your inventory and getting over encumbered and ugh. In Fallout 4, it wasn't fun because the builder was good. Hell no. It's janky as hell and super frustrating. But it was fun because you were bringing life back into the apocalypse and building off of really cool existing unique structures so that the dumbass settlers could take back the land. But all of that was powered by the initial core desire of actually wanting to go out and explore and shoot stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right. You shoot guns in this game. Starfield also has guns.
Okay, I don't know if he's going to shit on the gunplay. I do feel like a lot of the takes that you give in this area are kind of ignorant, though. You're too old and too unfamiliar with the video game industry to understand there are more issues at play than at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break. You didn't even try to incorporate that into your debate, dude. You fucking asshole. Gunplay's fine on Starfield. They actually did a decent job with the gunplay, in my opinion. Also, fuck you. Also, if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Suck my dick, chatter. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Starfield has perks just like Fallout 4.
Oh my god.
And one of those perks is called
forgot
Rapid
about
Reload, and it does exactly what you
Zylax, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
think it would do. It makes your reloads faster.
At least that's what it should do. I'm a gamer. I like going fast. Throw it on, Todd. Send me the bill. It's on the house.
Days later, I'm playing the game and I throw my last grenade. I reload my gun, and it's way faster than usual. What's going on here? Come to find out, that perk hasn't worked the entire time I've had it, because evidently, if I have any sort of throwable equipped rapid reload, just doesn't work. I thought maybe I was alone, but nope. I looked it up, and apparently it's a common bug that, at least as of November 15th, still persists. Also, you know that text that appears at the top of the screen in Bethesda games when you're doing stealth that says hidden? Not only does this 2023 game use the same bare-bones stealth mechanics that are like 20 years old at this point, seeing that text up top, that's a perk now. And you can spend another whole ass perk point, and I quote, to upgrade the stealth meter, which just shows you if you're being close to being detected, which is basically exactly what the eye reticle thing already did in Skyrim.
Well, this is way better and worth spending the point, trust me.
The gunplay in Starfield is an improvement over Fallout 4, but that's like saying a bicycle is an improvement over a Razor scooter. It's still not an AK-47. The guns generally work a bit better with less delay. You're a bit more agile. You have a jetpack, which sometimes that can be fun. But as a shooter, in 2023, this game is still getting
Oh, the AI is dog shit, as always.
lapped by games from 2012. Hell, games from 2007. 2004. I'm serious, sit down, play Starfield for an hour, and then go boot up Far Cry 3, or BioShock, or Call of Duty 4, or any game in the orange box, and then go back to Starfield and tell me how it feels. Especially on controller, it just feels wrong. Fallout 4's shooting was barely serviceable only because of everything that surrounded it. It worked good enough because you got to explore a cool map and frequently fight cool, varied enemies using VATS. In Starfield, the cool map is gone. The enemies are sometimes varied, but it is predominantly brain-dead humanoid space pirates that will just stand there and let you shoot them. And VATS doesn't exist anymore, so the act of shooting someone needed to feel really, really good. Throw in the still clunky melee combat, the super unintuitive UI of menus inside of menus, and the D-pad weapon swapping from Fallout 4 because apparently having a weapon wheel might make the creation.
Dude, that, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, the fucking user interface. Oh my fucking, oh my God. Oh my God, how? How? Okay, that, oh, Jesus. Yes, the combat is fucking dog shit in comparison to Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk also, like, locks you into first person, though, even though it does a much better job. So there's that. At least in Starfield, you have, like, third person, and then far away third person. God, the fucking user interface. Oh my God, it's so bad.
Engine.
Yeah, it's worse. It is somehow worse than Breath of the Wild. I don't know how they did that. How did they do that?
Explode, and what you have is a worse version of something that you have already played 8 years ago.
All right, so what about quests? Bethesda has always been so strongly associated with NPCs and quests.
Here's an example of the most common basic ass type of quest in Skyrim. Hey, can you go to this dungeon and kill a bad guy? All right, sounds good. You know what? I'm even just gonna walk over there because it's not that far. Whoa, what's this? A dragon in this economy? Well, I mean, I'm here. I may as well ladder stall tomahawk the dragon real quick. All right, that's done. What was I doing? Oh, right, the dungeon. Oh, well, hold on a second. There's a cave right here. I mean, I'm here.
20 minutes later.
All right, that was a pretty cool cave, and I feel like I got some cool shit out of that. Anyways, oh, dungeon. All right, let me just stealth archer these freaks real quick. Get some loot. Okay, I'm done. That was a pretty enjoyable, fun hour of gameplay I just got to experience. Here's an example of the most common basic-ass type of quest in Starfield. Hey, we lost our scientist friends. Can you go find him? We don't know where he is because we don't have any walkie-talkies or email or texting or cell phones in this planet, in this world. Yeah, sure, I guess. All right. Damn. He's kind of out there. Whatever. I'm sure some cool stuff will happen along the way.
5 minutes later.
Man, I sure am getting pretty good at sprinting and jetpacking, and you know, I bet the cave will have like a cool monster in it or something once I get there.
No.
Oh, it's literally just you. And now I have to take you back with me? Well, okay, apparently I can just fast travel back, but I don't take you with me. So I just went to tell you that your friends are looking for you, and now you're finding your own way back and going back. So why the hell did I even need to come find you in the first place? What the hell even is this game?
Okay, that's a bit unfair. I will say that, like, the side quests are the only thing that fucking carries the game. It's nowhere near as fun, nor interesting, nor diverse as, like, the previous example that he gave. Obviously, it's more, the spontaneity is gone. However, there are some decent side quests. Like, there are decent side quests.
Game, dude. I shit you not, that type of quest pops up all the time. And even if it is an Operation Go Rescue Baby Scientist, it is something similarly mindless and uninspired. A lot of quests in Starfield just play out as a game of fast travel telephone, where you talk to one person and they're like, hey, go tell this person in another galaxy that I said this. And you're like, okay, and you go through several fast travel loading screens and land at a place and go through another loading screen and then walk through a city and get to another place and talk to them. And then you finally talk to the person and they're like, well, tell them that I said this. And so you do all of that again and you go through all the fast travel loading screens and the loading screens and the entering building loading screens and you're like, all right, well, they said this. And it's like, is this what we're doing now? Like, if I'm like 8 years old and you told me, like, take all the graphics and stuff away that, like, hey, this is what video games are gonna be like, I'd be like, what the fuck? And this game is not a super in-depth choice, complex, branching, narrative, rich dialogue CRPG. Like, I don't expect that from Bethesda, and that's fine, I never have. But if you're not—
Only one I can think of is the Crimson Quest was decent, not even as good, just as decently, not as bad as the rest. No, the Crimson Quest was awesome. Come on, dude. The fact that you can choose either side as well, like, that shit was great. Crimson Fleet was incredible.
Not that, and you're also not successfully doing the thing that largely defines your games, aka satisfying and rewarding open world exploration, then what the hell even are you? Like, I don't know what genre I would even call this game. Oh no, I'm being... Hold up, we're here to collect on a bounty. Oh man, we're gonna talk about the bounty in a bit. That's really funny timing. All right, well, sorry, gaming. Before the game came out, Phil Spencer, Xbox guy, said something along the lines of, I don't remember exactly, but it was like, I played it so many hours, whatever. I'm going full space pirate. And I got excited when I heard this because I love game systems that let you f around and find out. I'm sure some of you remember how I obsessed over the Wanted bounty system in Red Dead 2 because I just love pushing things and trying to understand how they mechanically work.
What? Am I? Why is it? Huh? No, the video still is not muted. Did he get hit with a copyright? No fucking way. No, he got hit with a copyright, so he deleted it. Or he had the fucking... Oh, he got copyright claimed.
Hey, we don't actually want to throw you in jail, but we want you to be an informant in the space pirate fleet Departed style, you fucking rat.
What?
Did that. It was a total bloodbath. Like, I killed so many dudes and I racked up such a high bounty, but I noticed that a lot of the named NPCs wouldn't actually die when I shot them, which was a bit concerning, but I just kept on fighting. And eventually I fought my way all the way into the cockpit, and there was a second where I was like, oh shit, am I about to hijack this police ship and get the fuck out of here?
Oh yeah, nope. You can't do that.
Can't fly this ship. And before people go in the comments and say, oh, it's because you got to upgrade your pilot license.
No,
thing.
you still can't.
You still can't fly it. You can't fly this ship.
Yeah, there's a lot of iconic ships that I tried flying. Like, I tried desperately. Like, there was like an assassination mission where the dude had like one of the sickest spaceships with like the coolest stuff in it. And I tried flying it and it was just like, nope.
Or a whole lot of other ships for that matter, no matter what. Just like you can't kill a lot of NPCs, no matter what, because Bethesda wants you to do space their way. This ship, bullship, isn't exclusive to just that quest either. If you've played the game, you know that a lot of the times when you land on a planet, another ship will coincidentally land around the same time, and you can see.
Would you still recommend trying the game out? I mean, if you like Bethesda games, like, you'll like it. If you don't mind the system, then yeah.
Them and run over there and fight them. And you would assume, I just killed all these pirates. All right, logical next step, loot the ship, take the ship. But a lot of the time, not every time, but a lot of the time, at least for me, it just wouldn't let me. Most of the time I just saw this prompt and I didn't know why. So that bounty I mentioned during the shootout with the space cops, yeah, it's very easy to quickly rack up a very high bounty in this game. And whenever you travel to a planet that has a major city, they do a forced contraband scan on the ship before you can land. Do I even like video games anymore? They also check to see if you have a bounty in that.
Except the contraband situation is like relatively easy to avoid. It's not going to make you spend endless fun hours, but you won't regret playing it. Yeah, it's a solid 7 out of 10 game. But of course, the expectation is a 10 out of 10 game, so it's like, nope. But yeah, you just go to Planet Wolf or whatever, and they don't have any bounties there, or they don't have any contraband, so you can just like offload all of your shit there and then fly in.
That star system. Contraband can be hidden to help avoid detection on the scan, but it requires having hidden cargo space on your ship. Why am I here? Why am I doing any of this? Normal items that you can pickpocket or steal aren't marked as contraband, but they are marked as stolen items, and they have this little red icon, but contraband items always have this orange icon because it means they're extra illegal. Help me. So let's start here. Say you want to be a grimy little space thief, so you're constantly pickpocketing and stealing stuff.
But it doesn't matter because the red items trigger your contraband too.
In typical Bethesda fashion, a lot of the time, if you're sneaking and stealing, you won't get caught stealing. Hope you spent the perk point on the stealth thing, but oops, sometimes you just do get detected, even if no one is around to witness you murder that person except that person, or no one is around to witness you steal that cup except that cup. Suddenly, everyone in the galaxy knows that it was specifically you that stole that cup, even though apparently cell phones or email or fax machines or texting don't exist based on the context of most of our fucking quest objectives.
I don't want to do this anymore. Please let me go.
So now you have a bounty in that star system, and then you're like, well, if I already have the bounty, then I guess I'll just keep doing it. And if anyone gets in my way, I'll shoot him because I'm a freak. That's my identity now. I'm a freak. I wasn't born this way, but I was molded by Todd and his leather. So you're traveling around, stealing stuff from all these planets, trying to have a grand old time, and your bounty is getting pretty stacked. But oh shit, there's a main story mission in a city that you haven't been to yet, in a star system that you have that giant bounty in. You get scanned, the cops are pissed. You can choose to fight them off and grab drive fast travel away, but if you want to ever enter that city, you're gonna have to do something about that bounty. So you warp back, and this time you're like, all right, well, I can't pay the bounty because it's insane, so I guess take me to jail. And when you go to jail in this game, the cops will not only remove every single item from your inventory that was ever stolen, which slowly lists away at the top of the screen one by one, which this is never explained in the game as like some lore accurate space technology that tracks ownership. It's just magic where a cop 4 planets away knows that you stole this specific pen. But your punishment for jail time is an XP debt. It will never lower your current level, but it will erase any current XP progress that you've made towards leveling up, and potentially even put you into the negative as well, if it's high enough. Which it will be. This is kind of like how jail time in Oblivion could randomly lower some of your skills. Starfield says, hey, we know we can't actually force the player to sit in a jail cell, but we want there to be some sort of consequence for it being bad. And part of me is like, damn, that's actually kind of interesting and creative, except leveling up takes a long ass time in this game. For example, to level from level 10 to level 11, it's around 900 XP, and it only gets exponentially more grindy the higher you get. So if you have a high bounty, which is not hard to get, you will be in this much debt. Have fun crawling out of that hole, you filthy little pirate bitch. It's also worth noting that much like a lot of stuff in this game, this mechanic is barely explained at all, and the only way to realize that you are in XP debt or track it is to look at the status screen.
I understand having some sort of punishment for doing something bad and getting caught. I really do.
But when leveling is this grindy, and the perks you get from leveling up don't actually work, or just straight up aren't worth it, and the game requires you to be scanned in order to land on certain planets because you can't.
I think one of the saddest parts is like some of the perks are just like, they're like literally quality of life adjustments for the game, and you just have to grind it so you can get this thing that is literally a necessity. And you literally have to grind the perk as well.
Can't actually just fucking fly the ship to the planet in this goddamn space game. Being punished this harshly for choosing a playstyle that is supposed to be viable in this so-called RPG is just super disappointing.
Starfield would be a disappointment regardless of whatever year it came out, but unfortunately for Bethesda, 2023 was obscenely stacked with fantastic games in each of those specific genres that Starfield takes turns cosplaying as.
It is an open world exploration game with little to no actual meaningful exploration. It is a glorified looter shooter that is still catching up to games that are now old enough to be in high school. And it is a role-playing game with so few meaningful roles to actually play and relationships to engage with.
I really want to like this game. I
just wish that Baldur's Gate had like some way of making it not be turn-based. I know I just can't I can't get into turn-based combat. Like I wish there was a KOTOR style. I wish there was a KOTOR style way of doing it. I know everybody gets so mad when I say this, because Baldur's Gate's story is fucking awesome. Speaking of Baldur's Gate fans, here he is. NoPixel in 4.0 in 3 days. I don't know. Oh my god, you're the worst. Turn-based is fine, you baby. Give it a shot, bro. A lot of people who weren't fans of turn-based tried it and loved it. Guys, I don't know why people get mad at me for this. Like, it's just, I just can't do turn-based. Like, it fucking cooks me. I used to be the same way, but I really did get used to it. Of all the shit you've said, that is the most offensive. I know, man. I know. The only turn-based game... Fuck. The only turn-based game I fuck with is... Pokemon.
I am always going to cheer for Todd and Bethesda because they have given me so many amazing, memorable experiences for the past 20 years that have largely influenced my love for gaming. I want the next Elder Scrolls game to knock it out of the park. I will...
You said KOTOR's turn-based, but it's like VATS. Knights of the Old Republic is like a VATS style system as well. Or what was it, Dragon's Dogma or Dragon Age? Like, you just queue it up, which is what I used to do. KOTOR is just a D20 system. Is literally D&D. Man, you mean real time with pause? I guess. I've been holding off on playing the last Yakuza game because it's turn-based. Like, I've been worried about how I'm going to feel about it.
Always root for anyone trying to make an ambitious video game.
But after seeing what Bethesda has put out over the last decade, I just couldn't contain these thoughts and feelings any longer.
I hope this video was at least kind of interesting, or at the very least digestible in a way that sort of made sense, even though I feel like I should be in the psych ward. If you could still see me right now.
For me, for Baldur's Gate, the biggest issue was I played Bard thinking that I could do like funny character and everyone else will carry, and it was so fucking hard. And I just kept dying over and over again, and I would have to do the combat over and over again in like literally the first mission, and it was annoying as fuck. No, Bard is so OP. No, they just kept one-tapping me, dude. They kept one-tapping my ass and then fucking up my entire... They kept one-tapping my ass and fucking up my entire crew. And basically, I couldn't get through, like, the first fights. And it's just, like, I kept playing it over and over again. Nothing feels strong until, like, level 5. Yeah, early game really kicked me out of it. Especially because you just keep repeating the very limited actions that you have early on, because like you're too low level, so you don't have a lot of different skills, especially as Bard. You don't have a lot of different skills that you can utilize, and like they're just cooking you.
Thank you so much for watching my video, and I'll see you next time. This is actually my off-road ball because when I was filming the campfire scenes, my dumbass didn't realize that a yoga ball that I've been using for like 6 years shouldn't go out in the woods where there's like prickly goat head things, and I popped a bunch of holes in it. But fortunately, my sister, the same one that I stole the original yoga ball from, had another gray yoga ball that's like got a bunch of ribs on it. So this my off-road ball. Also, I only realized recently that there's like no aliens in Starfield, like big-eyed gray fuckers from Signs, not a single one.
That was fire. Respect. Okay, man, I'm gonna watch the NoPixel 4.0 trailer. Y'all are fucking annoying as shit about this. Jesus Christ.
Welcome to NoPixel 4.0, a complete overhaul of GTA 5, bringing players, viewers, and modders a brand new experience and an entirely refreshed game world. Players will be provided with the best possible experience and tools to roleplay, while visually the entire game will be brought to the modern age with a complete graphic overhaul. Let's show you what we have built. Customize your character with our high-quality updated face.
Wait, they got fucking pronouns, dude. What the fuck? Fucking pronouns. Not woke Bethesda. Woke Bethesda. Stop current name us, NoPixel.
Customize your character with our high-quality updated face options and altered appearances. Keep your character looking unique and refreshed using our brand new clothing line with options for everyone that will see new clothing drops monthly. Los Santos has been given a facelift. The entire world has changed and will feel more modern. Thousands of textures.
More trash. More homeless people and trash. I watched every minute of your GTA RP gameplay. Yeah, it fucked my life up.
And props have been edited or added. Server-side visuals improve lighting and particle effects, which change the way you experience smoke, explosions, shadows, wound effects, and much, much more. UI elements have been reworked from the ground up, so you can experience more fluid and well-rounded systems throughout your character's life. All of our items have been modeled into 3D space, so drop or throw each item and see them in the game world.
That's crazy. No way. Like, that's so much RP that you had to fake that is just like automatically in the fucking
Truly
game.
immerse you and your character into the gameplay experience. A new crafting and health system has been integrated. Weapons come in varying qualities, impacting their reliability and performance with in-depth crafting. Attachments aren't just cosmetic. They significantly impact your firearms, so inspect and transform your guns just the way you like. Our health system breaks down your body into different parts. Wounds directly affect your health, so keep it.
How did they even do this? Like, I don't understand. Like, okay, how do you even do this? At this point, it's like, it feels like a different game. What, they put a fucking, they put a Tarkov mechanic in a game that doesn't have it? Like, what?
Keep an eye on your character state, and if you need help, EMS players and doctors will get you back on your feet. Vehicles play a major role in life in Los Santos. Your car will have a new look, sound, and more realistic handling feel. Every car in the city has been overhauled, from visuals, handling, and sounds, all the way to the addition of performance parts, like manual and sequential transmissions, all simulated to act similarly to real life, where you will have to learn what works best. Oh, and there are some other vehicles working again too. Housing is being overhauled to now allow walk-in property all over the world. The furniture system has more advanced features to use. Craft furniture and make your house your own. From rare items you buy to items only found in other parts of the world. New interiors have been added from police stations and hospitals to your trusted electronics store next door. You will find a huge variety of new places to explore and interiors that can be used in multiple ways to be run by you as a player, as well as your next lucrative target to fill up your pockets. A network of catacombs and sewers stretches across the entire south side that can be seamlessly entered and exited. Will you play cat and mouse games between gangs and cops? Or are you longing for a dark, damp home? It's up to you. Welcome to Sewer City.
What the fuck? They built Hamas tunnels under the fucking... Dude! Terror! Tunnels of terror!
The economy will be fully reset and will feel more realistic. All players will have to start working their way from the ground up to reach their goals. How you do that is up to you. The context system is anyone's key to unlocking a progressive life of crime and opportunity. Connect with a network of influential individuals around the city, each specializing in unique criminal domains. Embark on missions and illicit activities to build your reputation and trust. Complete heists, craft weapons, trade on the black market, or even help start the next drug epidemic. As a civilian, you play an equally crucial role in shaping the world. Connect with a diverse range of contacts spanning various professions and industries. Contacts offer opportunities, mentorship, and collaboration, allowing civilians to thrive in an ever-evolving city. Build relationships to unlock career advancement, business ownership, contact unlocks, and a vibrant civilian life where being caught for any crime could ruin your entire career. There's so much more waiting for you, so join us, explore, and have fun. This is NoPixel 4.0.
Bro, I swear to God, I'm like a crackhead. I'm like a crackhead, and you just showed me rocks, okay? Looking at this is not good. It's not good. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do this. I'm like, it looks so sick. I feel like this is gonna fuck my life up, dude, if I play this. XQZ, and then it's a money printer. Just one stream, what could it hurt? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is just like... Here you go. There's a list. Stop. Why you sound Italian all of a sudden? No, I'm not. Fuck do you mean? Hey, chill out. What are you doing? Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. I have a family now. I have a family. Genocide is never ending. Just give us a good shit and let me watch Donnie. RP has an idea of soldiers coming to search tunnel systems of Los Santos. No, no, no. Dude, this shit looks so fire. I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably gonna bite the bullet. There's a whole Italian mafia family, the Cenzos, on NoPixel now. You can put Kaya in the game. I'm making this up. I just want Donnie back. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if I'll bring Donnie back. Like, I was talking to Will about doing like a Irish crime family or something. You know what I mean? So much in it. The server is a time jump, not an erase, so you can bring him back if you want, if you do want to at any point. NoPixel split into like 3 different servers because of drama. Really? I don't know anything. I don't know anything, and I don't want to know anything. That's that was probably one of the worst aspects in NoPixel, is that like the fandoms are so crazy. People develop parasocial relationships to the characters, not the people who are creating the characters, but the characters themselves. So they just like. I mean, 90% of that was just XUC. RP drama is insane. And yeah, missing a day of RP is worth like missing months of content. The GTRP community makes politics seem sane. Yeah. Greatest RP clip of yours? Oh.
Can they hear me? You think?
Restricted airspace.
You're flying in restricted airspace. In very low altitude. Oh, fuck!
There's the multiple angle one. Oh, here's the other angle. Well, this is happening while a heist was happening, which we didn't even know was going on.
Bro!
What a god. Who's that?
Hey, you guys good? What the hell is that? Oh my god!
Look up!
Oh my god!
What a legend.
He's landing on it! He's landing on it!
No way.
Wait, what the fuck is
Oh!
Oh my god!
There's somebody falling out! He has a parachute. Who is that?
Hello.
What is this helicopter? What is this? Watch out! Watch out!
Literally an unmatched gaming experience.
Do your duck sounds, your duck noises.
Oh, I always tell her about the cussy, you know what I'm saying? The cussy.
The cussy.
Fuck, she fucking hates that word.
Yeah, no, the fucking the cussy.
Sliding my dick in the cussy, baby.
I'm just saying, like, you know, how else would fucking Cars in the movie Cars in the cinematic franchise, like, how else would they fucking repopulate? You know, there's got to be a cussy in there somewhere. You know, the other car is like stuck in a fucking trunk of the other car, you know, like a kangaroo.
Oh, like, oh, stamp, bro. Oh, M3? It's me, M4. Oh,
yeah,
fuck
exactly.
Me,
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Don't
Popping
worry,
out little fucking cars.
Dad M5 will never find out.
There's so many legendary moments from RP. It's nuts. Like the state trooper being in the trunk of the car. That shit was crazy. Like when it was me and Summit. God, my other problem is I'm just so bad. I was so fucking bad at everything. Like, I was bad at shooting. I was bad at driving. I couldn't do any of the fucking mini games. I was decent at the RP.
What does she mean by the bag?
What do you think she means by the fucking bag? She gave a fucking hummingbird.
I'm keeping my cool right now, but deep down inside, I am exploding. I'm a volcano. Just tell me she meant like, you know, she just meant like she found mock pills or something. And that's what she meant by a bag. Or that she's using like slang. She's using street slang to say bag, like I got the bag. You know what I mean? Like not like meth.
What do you think she meant by that, Donnie?
I think she meant methamphetamine, Nino. That's what I think she meant. Okay? You want to hear my honest opinion? I think she meant meth.
Yeah. RP doesn't have to be a commitment that you have to keep up with every day. Some people do great RP characters who pop once in a while or only for one day. No, that's not true. Oh my God, cum stacking. Oh. Is it hard to get whitelisted? I mean, I don't know what it would be like for someone to randomly get whitelisted. The one time the restaurant got haunted, that shit was awesome too. The stuff Hassan did, you had to play a lot. Yeah, I guys, I think you don't understand. There's like an application. I don't know what it's like. But let me explain something, okay? I streamed this game more than like I was in like the top 20 most streamed, like I was one of the top 20 streamers in Grand Theft Auto RP, okay? Months after I had quit. I had already quit playing for months, and I was still in the top 20 most hours logged. And that was just on stream, because I would also roleplay off stream. I'd be fucking doing RP at like 2 a.m. I would do 14-hour streams, grinding my fucking dick off. DanCon Massacre?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh no! Are you guys all right?
No,
man! No, man!
Oh, no.
No, man!
Wait, how did I survive that?
Please help me.
I'm
fine.
DanCon.
This is definitely not Layla.
Oh no! Wait, are you guys all down?
This is perfect.
Yes,
man!
Oh,
Yes,
no.
man!
Yes,
man!
What have I done?
Yes.
It's a fingal damn massacre.
Man. Ow.
This probably seems so stupid watching for people who are just completely uninitiated to what's going on. Your chat is a bunch of guys telling an alcoholic they're over the addiction, that one drink won't hurt. I agree with Chad on all this.
Oh! Sorry.
Friendly fire.
Combat has been engaged and the dice have not been rolled. Buddha,
No,
this is your
no,
initiative.
no.
You
attacked the High Emperor, motherfucker.
All right. This is how we deal with our own fucking personal problems. What I was gonna say is, that guy.
By the night, I have never seen
my
it.
Oh my god.
It was a fatal blow.
He has advantage.
What the fuck?
He does have advantage.
I don't even know what the fuck that is. I don't know.
What level is he? You play Warhammer. You should know.
His level doesn't even
He's the emperor of the Stormlord.
Roll your dice, pussy.
Roll your dice.
Roll your dice.
Roll your dice.
Man also
Roll your
dyslexic.
dice.
Roll your dice.
Oh no! Real fuck.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This was an extremely good joke. You do not give yourself enough credit. An average day in
I'm gonna
GTRP.
get super arrested, dude. It's a new kind of arrested where you get super arrested for driving.
That, by the way, is my 4-door that drives like a 2-door, which I ironically have in the real world now. Even though that's technically a Jaguar, I do have a 4-door drives like a 2-door, my Porsche Taycan.
Oh, what the fuck? How the fuck? I'm gonna get super arrested.
That car was such a scam. Yeah, I got money trapped. See, look, 4-door that drives like a 2-door. Still. Oh my god. Yeah, the cop in the
This
trunk.
thing, what the fuck?
Yeah, what is going
What is
on
this?
here,
Was
bro?
this
This
like
guy
a
on the
bait
right.
car? What? Okay,
Do we have a
free
helicopter
cop.
on us? I need you to look for a helicopter.
No, I don't. No, I mean, you hear
Pop
it.
your trunk. Pop your trunk. Pop your trunk.
Pop your trunk. Pop your trunk.
No way.
Make sure there's nobody in the trunk.
No, I don't. I mean, did you?
Oh my god, there's a
Fucking
trooper in the
A.
front. Oh, there's a
There's a
fucking
fucking trunk. I called it. Fucking called it. Fucking called
Oh
it.
shit! It all makes sense.
Where are you? Where
It
are
all
you?
makes fucking sense, dude. It all makes sense. You son of a bitch!
Fuck it. You've been here long enough. You brought me a gift. Let's go. Come on.
What?
Come on.
Are you gonna drive me?
Come on. No. Come on, just follow me. Just don't say nothing, all right?
What? Okay.
Yeah, don't say nothing.
Thank you for that.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna lock all this up. All right, get the fuck out of here. Nobody sees you,
Wait,
all right?
what?
Come on. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody sees you.
Wait, you're not gonna put a warrant on
Get
me,
out.
right?
No,
Okay,
get out of here.
I'm out of here. All
You
right,
go
I'm gone.
straight to jail, dumbass.
Okay. That's funny. Fuck you. Summit was driving his ass off for so long. Yeah, we fucking dipped him so many times. Chat knows what they're doing. No Pixel RP, chat, Hassan. Yeah, dude, stop. Hassan debates a real police officer in RP.
They already told you. They hike up the prices when they know someone is Italian. They
How would
kick
they
you
know?
out when they know.
I can't tell the difference. I mean, are you
Yeah,
Italian?
well they can because they're fucking racist. Of course I'm Italian.
How would I know, man? I can't see. I just don't see people like that, honestly, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe you don't see no fucking color, but they do. All right, they
Okay.
do.
Are you okay? Listen, maybe they do. Hello. But honestly, that's a civil problem. You gotta take it to a, you gotta take it to.
Yeah,
court.
well, as a fucking civil servant, all you're doing is fucking obeying the masters over there that are doing racism.
Donnie was a woke mobster and a fucking Italian rights activist who actually was just faking. And he was just from New Jersey, but he acted like he was from Italy. Oh my god. There was so much, dude. It was literally just like, it was a movie. He didn't like politics. It was too political. Yeah. Okay, I take it back. You were cringe as hell. No, it was awesome. And I loved Olive Garden. So much content was made off of this too. It was pretty crazy. It wasn't a movie, it was like an HBO series. A movie where you get all the perspectives of the whole universe. Who robbed banks, sold drugs, and ran with terrorists. Yeah. God, it was such a dumb fucking character. What?
I think I met this one before with the fucking
Listen, you can
with Johnny
You can
Silverhand.
trust me. Come on. I know you.
Yeah, no, I definitely can't trust you. Okay, hold on a moment.
We work together.
Okay, they say that. Wait, what's your preferred pronouns?
What the fuck?
Just fucking tell me what your preferred pronouns are.
I'm a dude.
Okay, he.
I have a cock.
Okay, well, he, him, he. I think I'm.
Ay, ay, ay. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It was such a grind. It was so hyper addictive because of how much of a grind it was. That's way too fucking funny. Bro, 40K viewers back then? No, that's 40K subs. Dude, think about it this way. Like, real world friendships were formed off of like silly ass role play that we did in this world. You know what I mean? In the No Pixel world. Donnie was in the puppy play. They also fucking role played me into liking Warhammer, but then I played it off as though I was like secretly I hated War. Secretly, I said it was nerd shit and I hated it. Jean-Paul, you know, psych, Donnie robbing a
66 RDN.
a Fleeca bank.
66 RDN.
One of them's robbing the hostage.
No, we're just checking.
Hey, stop fucking robbing that hostage!
Hey,
we need to make sure he does not have weapons.
We're just checking him, making him safe. He has
You got a gun to him. That's pretty good enough.
Right, he has 120.
How many units do we have of that?
$128 back.
We've only got myself, which is one interceptor, and one CVPI. There's only two cops on here. There's going to be an active 90. Can we get 77s available, please?
All good. All right. I don't really care about that right now. What can I do for the safety?
What a squad. What a fucking squad. Jean-Paul, XQC, Yuno, Saikuno, and myself robbing a Fleeca bank.
7's available. Hostage. What do you guys want?
77 Fleeca Bank!
I played offline to pay my taxes. Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
This bank has Gene Poor, Yuno Psych, and it's also got Donnie. Donnie's back. Donnie's at this bank.
30476.
Oh, it works! Oh, look at that!
304.
Oh, look, it instantly comes. Look at this. I think Charles Johnson is also here.
480, did you say John Paul is there?
Yes, John Paul. We also got we got Yuno, we got Charles Johnson, we got Donnie, he's back.
And I appreciate that. And I'll give you my word. Promise from us. And I'll give you free passage and no spikes.
I mean, this is like this is the worst
Thank you very much, man.
angle to cover this from. Hot time to be a cop that kills other cops? Dude, no. Being a cop, chatters, do you know how fucking hard it is to be a cop? Are you insane? No, only like the most experienced role players can get to be like actually fucking cops. Like being a cop in No Pixel is literally more training than actually fucking like being a cop in the real world. It was funny as fuck. Clean Boys. Are you gonna make a new character 4.0? Maybe. Yeah, they have. Is a whole different game. Already clipped your dumb buddy. Donnie exposed the meth lab.
On to city guards. City guards right now. Wait, what? What? City guards.
What are you hunting right now?
Wait, how did I explode it?
I have no idea, but I'm alive.
Is there the guy running across the street?
Said that we couldn't do it. I feel like it is a tsunami.
Oh.
What the fuck did you just do? I have no idea, but I'm alive.
These are the guy.
Dude, the mesh was crazy. Oh my god. Remember when Train just fucking straight stole this information in real life and then refused to admit it? He just like CIA train wrecks. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're done. All right. The one time we got to be a cop on the server, you crashed into a fucking airplane. I wasn't actually a cop. We were just like LARPing. We were trying to fake the airplane out, not realizing that there was the actual mayor was in the. When you had to go driver's ed again after losing your license, was comedy gold. Silax, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Yeah, we did a Panther heist.
You're telling me that we're gonna go to Los Santos Sandfield, right? Go through with the plan of you guys dressing up and being the customs.
What do we think about, like, wearing a hat? Not this one, obviously, but just no, not this.
That's perfect.
No, I mean
getting the package from the plane that lands, put it in my plane.
You cannot be transporting this exotic animal, so we are going to have to transport this animal. Look at it.
Man, put my hand up.
Oh, watch out!
Hey!
They just called someone in. We gotta move. All right. I got, email from Dean telling me what to do once we have the package. We're gonna fly around for about 5 to 10 minutes in the sky around Great Ocean Highway.
Wait,
boys,
we got
there's
an
a
airplane.
fucking attack helicopter on the right-hand side.
Yep.
What the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
Jesus fucking Christ, brother. Once that's done, we go land at Grapeseed Farms. We landed by the fields of farms. Gonna be coming in.
Oh my god, this part was so crazy.
Helicopter still in the sky, brother. Oh shit! It just blew up the plane. Fuck!
Shoot at it!
I got it.
Fuck yeah!
Land at Grapeseed. Put it in the trunk.
All right, I got the box. I'm putting it in the back of the truck. All right, I'm putting the fucking package in the trunk.
Put it in. CG's gonna escort us.
I'm fucking horny with fucking drilling right now.
Oh, me too, brother. Me too.
This shit's crazy, bro.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, back up. Fuck.
If shit goes crazy, are we all like able to shoot? We're wiping the cops. Yep.
All right, perfect. You can line up 2 headshots right fucking now, dude.
I'm a car outside. I'm a car outside. Be careful. I can't run. Good.
All right, which way? Oh.
Right, just out of curiosity, what do you guys have to, like, if you guys get shot, like, what are you guys gonna,
I think
Smoking meth.
Go.
Yeah, we had to do meth.
Automatic fire by the Red Barn side, so watch out. Could still be cops up.
Oh shit, this thing got no fucking tires, brother.
CG's gonna escort us, then we take it to Babalu.
Brother, I got the box. What do I do with it?
I have no idea.
Do we just leave it down here? Or do you want me to just leave it right here?
Yeah, I guess just drop it right here in the back.
You want me to put a fucking live panther right here, just on its own?
I mean, put it by the door.
I don't know where the fuck this guy's at.
All right, well, fucking, I'm doing it then.
What the fuck is unconscious on the ground?
Mickey.
Mickey, oh my. Mickey, I'm so sorry, bro.
That's crazy. God, we did so much stupid fucking shit. Remember the heist where you drove off the cliff and you had to scuba to escape? Dude, yeah, the Flying Dutchman. Dude, we did the dumbest shit. God damn it. We came up with the dumbest fucking heist ideas. Just the absolute stupidest. Like, the goal basically at that point is just like not to win, but just to make it as dumb as possible. You guys would get caught every time, but it was insanely fun. I hated getting caught. It made me so mad. There was that time when y'all got in a shootout in the casino apartment and you got away with it because they didn't see your face. Oh, yeah. All the cops really like you because you were fun to talk to. Yeah, I would get upset IRL, but I wouldn't fucking get upset in the role play. Anyway, yeah, we did fucking 5 hours of court. All I remember is see you in Zelda, buddy. Anyway, all right. That's a wonderful note, a blast from the past to end it on here. Okay. Finito. This is Coyle speaking. You're done, buddy. Finito. Anyway. Remember running Oxy before you even stream? Okay, stop. Okay, those are the bad parts. Okay, those are not the good parts. Those are the bad parts. Those are like the sad parts. I was fucked up. My brain was fucked. We be playing Elden Ring DLC? Yeah. Rust roleplay was nowhere near as intense as Rust roleplay was nowhere near as intense as Grand Theft Auto No Pixel was. Anyway, I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, as always. All right. That's all for tonight. Love you all, and bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne.